Hi, Triker. Ah, why do I have my audio on? Ah, turn off. Got scared of my own voice there. So today's hydrate. Ow. I just. Okay, yeah, I definitely. I need to clean up my desk. I have an empty bottle of not cherry coke, vanilla coke that I just like slammed into my it's like a little entertainment center that I have next to my setup. Ah, okay, okay. Is it just can you send me a photo of like your setup real quick by chance? I want to try to get it accurate now. Okay, okay, okay. Ah. Oh yeah. Oh, right, right. Yeah, that's awesome. That's like it's good that you found something that like makes it so where you're not in like pain and whatnot. Oh yeah. So today's hydration. I know it's not I know it's technically not a hydration, but it's the new Ultra Wild Passion Monster. And we're actually gonna like not review it, but like have a taste of it first cuz I'm very curious. I got it because I'm very curious of what it tastes like. It smells good. It really does smell good. And it's purple. It is literally purple. It kind of Oh, your kid loves Monster? So when I had to get like drinks because I like completely ran out and I don't want to like have to ride my bike all the way to the store and then like risk like because my like I do have saddlebags, but I don't I don't know like how much I can take in them because one of them has some stuff that I need in my bike. And so like I usually just use Instacart. Um and so like if they didn't have this one, then I would have gotten the Mocha Loca one because that's my other favorite one. Honestly, I should have gotten that one anyways. Those like the Mocha Loca Loco Mocha. I keep on getting it mixed up. But yeah. Oh, it doesn't usually do the okay. I was like, why is it doing the brush thing on instead of the actual mouse? Does not usually do that. At least not what I've not one that I've or not that I've remembered. Do you by chance want some more bookcases in the back? That's just the background. Wait, what is the background? Oh, it was the first one. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, why isn't it giving me the Oh, there we go. I was like, why did it do this? It did the sound, but it wasn't doing the it was, that sound actually that actually scared me. It didn't do like the notification until like later. Thank you for the sub, Triker. All right, all right. So that means I put this as the I put the like background. But yeah, the let me actually hide this group. That was like what I was gonna do at first, and then I was like, I should do like a pose. Like I feel like because I feel like I've been like doing a lot more poses recently. You created your own library with a custom Dewey Decimal System when you were 9. Huh. That is neat. That is very neat. That is honestly, that's awesome. That is awesome. Oh yeah, and like oh oh no. Oh wait, hold up. I need to change my I think I need to like oh wait, actually unplugging and replugging it in works. I need to replug in my drawing tablet. So fill that background with bookcases. Yeah. There we go. It's like I start streaming, suddenly everything's going weird. I should probably start making these into groups so that I can easily, like, you know. Yeah, I've got the glasses cuz I'm gonna be honest, I've never drawn glasses before. Like surprisingly, I've never drawn glasses. And I always usually struggle decorations or whatever, just have fun. Oh, I got to go through what I've put on the desk. So, I was like I should probably like add like myself somewhere in it just, as like a little Easter egg. And I saw on your Blue Sky that you did the Diglets. So I drew that. And then like I added a little worm guy as well. uh sure. Sure. Do you need my reference or anything? I think what I'm gonna do is this don't mind the way that I'm mixing these colors and making like different colors. It's the way that I've found that I like to do, I guess. Cuz I don't like using like pure white or pure black for line art. And that's how I'm like with the worms now. Cuz I started like I got like a little obsessed cuz I love like doing the worms now. Like I did like 9 in like two like the last 2 days because they're easy to do and I love doing that. Because all you gotta do is just do like that's all you gotta do and then you just add in like other characteristics. Or maybe three. Do I have this on. Do I have it on shuffle? I just realized that I have it on shuffle. It's just doing like the same song, like the same artists. Cause before our stream it did Dirty and then it did Stick Up. And I think before both of those, I think it did Blood in the Water, or like not Blood in the Water, Blood slash Water from Grandson, and then it went to Bad Apple, and now it's doing Sodakin. Huh. That's odd. That's very odd. Hey, come on, let's up the vibrancy. Balloons. Already have something that you can't see. A whole garden of flowers in my name etched on a rug. All this could have been avoided. All I wanted was to talk. Beep. Oh wait, no, wrong part. It's too late to start caring about me. This, when I was in high school, literally would not stop listening to them. It is. It's doing another Sodakin. Oh my gosh. I am. It's in a Discord that some of my friends are in. I can like move to I can try to wait. I can move to Bagel's Discord though, because I think you're in that one too. I believe, right? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Um, uh, so
Ew.
the when I join calls, it does a laugh that I did while Bagel and I were literally playing Dandy's World one night. And
Sorry, I
I
missed most of that because my thing went straight to my Bluetooth headset, which I wasn't wearing. So
oh,
I could tell you were talking. So I was like, "Hi, Cheese
it's a
Beagle. I see you
cheese.
got the first supporter badge as well."
Yeah,
Hee hee.
I've been affiliated technically for like what, 2 years? 3 years? Yay.
Right? Me too. I'm not doing a whole bunch of subscriptions lately, but like if I could get that founder's badge, I'm a greedy little dino. Uh, oh, I'm also cheese right now on your stream. I should
Yeah.
probably change my. I
Your cheese
wonder
on
if
my stream, your bagel my ego in bagel server. Obsidian Triker are also
Yes.
recommended artists to commission on my stream if you type commission the red.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
let's see.
That's very
I'll go with
sweet.
my stream bean. That's one that's specifically for.
I need to like go through my stream elements and like add more commands because I have not I have not updated my commands list in like at least a year or two.
Yeah. So I haven't done a Diglett in a while, but I think this is gonna be fun.
I'm starting to collect like more obsidians. My
Yeah.
chat, my
But
last stream, oh my gosh, my chat literally like we were all like, "Oh wait, I need to add the little avatars." Wait a minute. Chat loves this. Um we were like joking around and I read granola bar as grandma bar. Um
oh no.
and one of my chatters made a grandma bar. And like they made like an entire like box as well. It's honestly really awesome. I showed it last time, but I need to pull it up actually. Okay, there y'all go.
Yeah.
Discord. Let me quickly grab that. I'm gonna grab it. And then two people drew me bald. So we got
I drew you, but like it was trouble.
Bald Sidian, and then
Aw.
where's the other one? There's the grandma bar when it loads. There it is. So that's the limited edition grandma bar. And
Aw.
I know they made another version of it like with the whole entire box. And then this is the first Bald City and that Stone did. The second one was from I Like Beans.
Aw. That's adorable.
Oh, they also drew like because when Stone was playing Dandy's World with us, they ended up getting a really creepy like glitch. That was like really creepy because one of the like the textures their textures kept on messing up. Oh, there's the actual box design that they had from Stone. And then Stone actually has a little, I think they have a sticker printer and they made stickers of the first Obsidian the Worm Boy. And they also made Bobette, a little Bobette sticker. But yeah.
Aw.
So my little character as a worm is now inside somewhere in someone's house.
So with the Diglets, they can actually be used as tubers. Uh,
Like the
'Cause I
like
do.
potatoes?
Hmm?
Like potatoes?
What do you mean, like potatoes?
You said viewed as tubers, right?
No, sorry. They
Oh,
can be
oh.
used as king tubers, like when you're talking on your screen,
Oh! Oh! Okay, okay, okay. Oh!
like open mouth, shut mouth, or
Oh!
open eyes, closed eyes. Like,
Oh, it's adorable. I love that.
Here, you know what? I could use. She's made me one. Uh, that I think I have in my reactives right now. Yeah, I do. So you can kind of get an idea. And
Oh,
all it does is bob up and down. Um, so like it bobs up when I talk and it goes down when I'm quiet.
oh, I love that. I love that so much.
Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of fun making your Diglett here. Um, just because there's things I can play around with. Um, Now, do you want your Diglett to keep its Diglett shape, or do you want like customizations where like the horns and the ears and the hair are on outside of a Diglett shape? Both are
uh,
valid. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just personal preference.
I wanna see it with like the hair. I wonder how it would work with like the hair and the like horns though. Like, wouldn't that like with a Diglett like? Oh gosh, they'd be like a trap when they're underground. Their horns would just be sticking out.
Hmm.
I could feel like if they're underground, like someone's
I
gonna be walking. Oh
oh
gosh.
right.
They're a very dangerous Diglett there.
I mean, have you seen my Diglett? I'm a Triceratops, achy hybrid Diglett. So this hair is confusing.
A lot of people say that surprisingly. How I like I think
Like, do you have a bump
cheese.
it in your hair?
A what?
Uh, Never mind. If you don't know what a bump it is, then that's not what's in your hair.
Oh.
Back in like the 80s and 90s, you would like lift up a section of hair and fasten this like rounded thing in and then put the hair back over top of it, and it gave it like this super big rise, which is similar to that like the back part of your hair where by the horns. It made me think of like bump it, the
Ah.
deal.
I know earlier Cheese said like Cheese had asked like for like a little like red line.
Okay.
This is how I'd assume like it would go. I know it doesn't like do like well with
No, no.
physics.
Hair physics is different than regular physics.
Right.
Fine. It's the same reason why glasses on furries don't have the arms. They just
Yo,
they're
I'm
just
in rubber the
two
bits.
little
The
hey
bits,
Rob
the bits,
giving the
the
love
bits, the bits, the bits.
to the rock
I have
boy
the
here.
so I have the Steven Universe like give him the bits as like the little bit sound, and so like I
Yeah.
gotta say it every time.
No, you're good.
I feel
Okay,
like
I think that's
cuz
gonna change how I'm drawing your hair though, now that I have that red line.
cuz I how I describe it is it's more like a fluffy texture.
Oh no, I made you look like Trump.
Oh
We're gonna
gosh.
have to erase
Oh
that and
no.
try again. That should not be the first thing I think of when I draw a line. Oh my goodness, that was awful. No,
I love
I am so
Oh god.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh. I need to take I need to take a breath. Oh gosh, that was actually hilarious. Oh, I think I needed that laugh.
There we go. Much better.
Yo, thank you for the
And now
follow.
you,
Thank you for the follow, Hello Cryptid.
hey, hello.
I think there. So funny thing. Um, so there's both there's like back alley and there's Manic. During Cheese's stream, whenever back alley had won the art raffle, I decided to draw them as one of the worms. And when I got finished, I sent it to Manic Cryptid instead, and I felt so bad that I ended up actually making a
You were panicking.
I literally like oh, thank you for the follow on let me open this real quick. Oh wait, no, it was I just saw it. I literally just saw it. I don't need to open my files. I just saw it. And I was like I felt so bad. I felt so bad and decided to draw. Oh, thank you, God, for that. I decided to draw Manic as a worm boy as well.
That's cute.
Because this is the Manic one. This is. I don't want to get their name wrong. Maylet? Yeah, Maylets. And then this is Back Alleys. This is Cheese Beagles. Technically this is version 2 because the first one I made like very hastily, the like on my phone.
Yeah,
And then I made like a couple Dandy's World. These were all on my last stream actually. I made Dial, V, well, not all of them. I think the last 5 were done off stream, but Cheese Beagles, uh
nice.
Back Alley, Mela, and Mannix were not Manic, but the 3 of these ones were made on Cheese's stream, and then Manic was made yesterday after I got home, and then I immediately proceeded to fall asleep while watching
As one does.
Manic's stream because I was tired. And then I did Bagel, and then I did Sprout from Dandy's World, and I did the Sid one, which one of my viewers, Stone, actually printed out.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I just looked over. I'm at 295. I'm almost at 300, and I
Woo.
said to chat I'm gonna do a cooking stream on my 300. Oh, hydrate. Okay. today's hydration is the Ultra Wild Passion Monster. The taste of it kind of reminds me of Ultra Fantasy. Kind of. I think it's because it might have passion. Let me read this real quick. Living with passion and chasing dreams is all we've ever known. Making it happen all day, every day gets exhausting though. To help us charge on comes Ultra Wild Passion. Yeah. uh, Fully loaded with our legendary energy blend, allowing you to focus on what inspires you and lifts you up. Zero sugar. It doesn't even say what it's got in it. Oh wait, never mind. It literally is the next line. Zero sugar, wild passion pears a sweet and tart flavor of passion fruit. It's passion fruit. That's the taste. It kind of tastes like grapefruit though. Passion and grapefruit are really similar. At least to me, anyways. I don't know. I feel like someone's gonna get mad and be like, actually, the passion fruit is like completely different.
Like, actually, sorry, we're
But
in
it's
bagel
good though.
server. I had to do a bagel impression. Also, I'm having a lot of fun drawing your little piglet.
So, technically I haven't been drawing like furries and uh basically like haven't not been able to,
Mm-hmm.
but I haven't drawn them in like before I started doing like I kind of before I met Bagel actually. And then Bagel and Ants were kind of helping me like kind of learn a little bit. And so this is all like really recent that I started drawing furries.
Ah,
And then I decided I was like, okay, I'm going to open up commissions cuz especially like when I first started like and kind of now as well, I like needed the money as well. And I was like, why not now?
yeah.
Cuz I'm finally starting to do more like art streams cuz I always like haven't like I think the last couple streams have been Dandy's World, I believe, before, and then like there was some Minecraft, but it like I need to start playing more Minecraft. But a lot of it was mainly just like Minecraft and Dandy's World. Actually, I'm gonna put that on
Mhm.
another layer real quick. But Bagel was like, "You need to do more art. You need to do more art streams." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, I've been struggling with streaming lately. I'm okay being on a stream, but like managing a stream and trying to do art, it's like giving me anxiety.
Ah,
I hate it.
yeah, I've been streaming for technically since 2020, but like from the end of 2020 to about 2023, I had been grounded for like 2 years. And so I wasn't able to stream then, but then I came back and then I moved out and now I've got my own like place to be able to stream at.
Yeah. So, question,
Yeah.
do you have a turtleneck on underneath your purple shirt,
So it's
or
basically
is that shadow?
a turtleneck sleeveless vest.
Oh, it's a dickie.
That's what they're called.
Uh,
I didn't know that's
it's
what they were
basically like
called. I just thought they looked super cool. Honestly, they really do look really cool, and
I
I was like, I'm gonna make
apologize
that.
for saying that on your stream because I just realized how that sounded.
No, it's okay. It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I curse a lot, actually, especially on stream, especially when I'm playing Dandy's
Well,
World. Like my chatters will be
it's
like,
more like innuendo.
"Nah, it's fine." But I didn't
Um,
know that those were
but
called
yeah,
dickies.
but basically what it is it's like a turtleneck collar type thing, but like it can like have like a panel that goes down the front and back. And
Oh.
yeah, they're called dickies.
Oh. Wait, it's like the. Oh, okay, wait. I know what you're talking about. It's actual just like a actual like full length vest.
Oh, okay, so it's connected around
Yeah,
your
yeah, 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 yeah,
sides.
yeah, yeah. So like
Okay, then
if they
it's
don't have it
not
on,
what I'm thinking.
but now I know
Okay,
what that is because I have had to wear one of those before. Because whenever I was graduating, they were like, "You guys need collars," and I was like, "Oh," and so they were handing out dickies.
yeah, okay. Uh,
So
huh.
basically,
The
like
thing
when
is
they're
Diglets don't really have necks, so trying to draw the turtleneck bit is a little bit difficult because, like, I can draw the purple shirt, but then, like, what happens with the vest? Hmm.
maybe you can do something like this where the neck extends all the way around, but then they just have armholes with no arms.
Um, well, yeah, like I was going to do kind of like that rounded collar
But yeah,
because your purple thing.
if they weren't wearing their purple sweater over it, this is basically what they're wearing.
Yeah, okay.
And at the back, let me quickly.
Mm.
So like on the back, since they have wings, their turtleneck actually like both their turtleneck and their sweater kind of open up, but their sweater like is dropped at the back
Yeah.
so that their
Well, that's
wings
why
are
I
able
thought
to
you
poke
maybe
through.
were wearing a dickie is because of your wing. It would be a way of solving not having anything over your wings.
And at the bottom of the
Sorry.
turtleneck, I've so the way that I've actually was thinking at the bottom of their turtleneck, it has a zipper.
Ah,
Yeah, so that their wings can basically pop through. And it's easier to put on with
yeah,
like over their wings because their turtleneck basically uh
yeah.
their sweater underneath. Another idea I've also had was kind of have it to where it's kind of have like has little velcro like on the seam where like they both like kind of connect so
Yeah,
that it doesn't just fall down all the way
yeah.
because like
As a
it would
general
have like
rule, I haven't been putting wings on the Diglets just because
right
it
they don't make sense on a
or
diglet.
no.
they don't make
But
they don't make
I
sense on a
don't want to
diglet.
leave like this flesh colored Diglet with no clothes on. So I'm trying to figure out like, oh my god. I'm talking about Dickies and flesh colored Diglets. You should just kick me off your Twitch
No,
now.
no, no, it's
My
fine, it's
goodness.
fine. I've probably said
I
even worse, to be
I
honest. Like I've probably
swear
said even
that
worse on
like
my
I am
streams.
not this you know what? I think what I'm going
uh
to do, if
I
you're okay
think
with it, is
hmm,
give them their own collar, like draw like in like a fancy collar
okay.
without the vest,
Okay.
and then like make it like a shirt type thing.
All right. Yeah, what
'Cause they don't have
Obsidian's old
arms.
design had was literally just like a regular like blue sweater
Okay.
that faded from kind of like a light, I think that's considered cyan, to like a sky blue.
Idea. Turtlenecks. You know how the turtleneck like hugs the neck? What if I
Yeah,
just draw one big turtleneck around the entire diglet?
you could do that too. That it's wait, it reminds me of the one, you know those drawings of like the Diglets like out of it's
Where they
like
have like the muscle arms and stuff? Yeah, silly.
like that. I love being an artist sometimes because I could just draw. Oh wait, I forgot the Diglett
You can
nose.
draw whatever comes into your head and boom.
I feel like someone's like not gonna have any context and they're just like gonna click on my stream randomly and they're gonna see that. Or if someone watches through the VOD, they're gonna just see me draw that and laugh my ass off. Like, oh yes, I'm doing a commission, but first, yes.
Well, I'm very grateful for the work you're putting in onto my commission. Thank you.
No problem. I always so this is like my first ever time, not ever time doing a commission, but like opening up my commissions. And I'm like, I wanna actually put like work into it. I don't wanna be like, oh yeah, here's your character.
Yeah. I feel like I should show you Cowberry Swirl's piece that they did of me because it has a similar vibe, but at the same time, I don't want to influence, like, I want your
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I actually drew them as
personality
wait, you know
to
about the
come
foot guys,
through.
the feet guys, right?
Yes,
That's
I purposely did not buy a foot guy. Sorry.
But yeah, I don't want to go like that and be like, here's your commission. Um, so they won one of Bagel's raffles, and we were drawing the raffle winners, and I was like, hey, what if I draw them as a little feet guy? And surprisingly, I put a lot of detail into it.
Yeah. All right. So the big question is, do you want the turtleneck to be the same color as the purple shirt, or do you want it to be the color of the vest?
Probably the vest.
Oh, I thought the vest was all black, but it
It's a
has like a
very dark
purpley.
purple. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
actually like I'm not wearing the like turtleneck I got like the vest, but I got a sweater that's like the sweater that I wear, and I have a dark purple turtleneck now that I both like I got at a thrift store that I work at,
nice.
and now I'm like thinking about Thanksgiving, and I'm like, should I go like in that together? And now I'm like, yeah, I should. It'd be terrifying if Diglets could fly away, though. That would be terrifying.
I really hope you enjoy your
Oh,
diglets.
I am going to enjoy it. I'm like I love all of my pieces of fan art and like all art of my character. I love it.
You're such a sweet and kind person, and I love your voice, and
Oh, thank you.
glad I'm getting to know you.
Yippee! Honestly,
Yeah.
so the only reason why I know Bagel is because of Salem. I've known Salem for.
Yeah.
Oh, hi Salem. Speak of you.
Oh,
Salem,
good thing we weren't talking shit about them.
you've introduced
Just
me to
kidding.
so many good people.
Yeah. Oh,
Aw.
stop it. I'm just an ordinary dino.
I was a girl in the village doing all right. I think that one might have been the first stream I was in with Bagel.
Did you take a triker worm? Oh.
I showed you Bagel? I didn't know that. From a raid. Oh my god, I did not know that actually. Wait, that I'm in charge of putting not in charge hell. That means that technically like I've put like 3 people together. Technically. Cuz like I was working at an arcade and like was kind of friends with one of the well, we were all friends basically. It was a whole entire friend group. Um and like one of my coworker no, 4. No, yeah, no, 3. 3. And one of like my classmates was basically wanting to work there and I was like, "Okay." And me that yes, they did. Me and like my friend, we were basically I was like, "Hey, yeah, I work at this place and like it's really cool." And we were hanging out cuz now like we were both working there instead of just being like normal like classmates and in school and whatnot. And they were going through a whole bunch of stuff with their ex and like I get not I didn't help them necessarily break up, but we were all talking and like we kind of convinced them to break up with their ex because their ex was awful and like cheating with like literally cheating on them. And
Oh.
yeah. And since the 3 of us like me, another coworker, and like my friend were hanging out. What? Why are you texting me? Would you? And basically, uh, you were right there. Because I'm right there. You decided to attack me. um, the 3 of us were hanging out and whatnot, and they ended up getting together because we were hanging out so much. And then the other one that ended up not being a good relationship, but it was me and one of my friends, and I made an SMP, and they got together. Ended up not being a good relationship though. But I was surprised. I did not know I caused you to meet Bagel. I guess I'm like the relationship starter or something. Like I'm like, oh yes, here's a person.
Gosh. Sorry. me wearing grumble grumble.
Shit, fuck, bitch, pussy. I curse a lot.
Awesome. Also, you sound like a child, so stop cursing. But sure.
But that's awesome though. I didn't realize that I didn't realize that, Salem. I really did not.
You're the reason they're together.
And I was sitting here like Salem's the reason why I know. Salem, you're older than me. Salem, you are older than me.
I love the sass.
It's okay, Granny. Bro, you are older than me. It's kind of funny because whenever I'm at work, some people are like, "Wait, how old are you anyways?" Like you talk so like you're like super mature and like it's this like old lady and I'm like, "How old do you think I am?" And like she's like, I don't know, 26 and I'm like, "I'm 19." Like I get mistaken a lot, surprisingly.
Oh, my Lanta. You're a child? For
I'm not a
real?
child.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just over here double your age. My bad, child.
But yeah, I've been moved out for a little over a year because I turned 18 in July 2024. Triker, do I have to redeem points? Said Salem.
That is my response.
I will bean.
No. Wine, wine, wine. Shit.
Hold up, I got this. Sigh, I tried. Didn't work. Instead of another computer, do you want it to be just another like tablet or your phone?
Um,
You got 10.5k points in Triker's channel. Holy cow. That's a lot.
um, I mean, you don't have to draw the tablet or anything. So the stand for my tablet is actually part of the case that folds into a triangle at the bottom to make it stand up.
Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about actually. Also, why did Adobe
Nice.
Creative Cloud do that again? Saving for Art Redeem.
Okay, Salem, what kind of art redeem are you saving for?
The sky one.
God. Oh, okay. Um, and Which character were you wanting the skyification for? Just toss a rough into my DMs. Mhm.
Chromatopia, chromatopia. Grab that
Also,
mop,
it's
grab
kind
that
of
mop.
funny because my tablet cover is like a dark blue, like what you're drawing. So you're like on point.
So I usually like, cause I don't usually use like black for
Yeah,
outlines. And so like what I usually do is I'll do like a mixture between like it'll be like a dark like version of like your character's color usually. Or
yeah.
like if so like for obsidian, I'll do like a dark purple cuz purple is my favorite color and like I think for cheeses I did like a really dark brown.
Ooh,
Um for Aaron's commission, I did a dark red because I was like, what color feels like your character? And they were like red. And I was like, okay, okay. Better find a mop is getting sticky in this bitch. I love Sticky from Tyler the Creator. It's such a good song. I love it so much. And these cases usually have like a little flap that like kind of keeps it there, and that's what usually has the magnetic thing, right? Sticky, sticky. That and then Like Him's a good song.
right.
I'm gonna move that back a little bit. Also, these are like giving me like background practice as well because I have not really been like I don't usually do backgrounds. And so I'm like I need to start doing more backgrounds to be honest.
Yeah.
Like whenever I was doing bagels, I was gonna try to do like a little like evil like forest, but there were
Yeah.
no references and like I couldn't figure out like what I wanted to do. And I'm like sitting here like I need to learn more. Technically I got two Skyoses, but like one has no art. Oh. Oh, thank you, Gummy. Man, it's been an hour already?
Oh
That's
yeah.
wild. That is wild. What? No! My gosh, why'd everything get so laggy just now? Hello?
I'm still here.
Okay, I was like, did my internet just go out? No. Oh wait, I have my bike in front of my Wi-Fi router. That might be what we. Let me move that real quick. That should be a little bit better. Cannot wait until I like actually am able to get a gaming PC and um get Ethernet. Yeah, I did. I did.
Also, Salem, we're in Bagel server if you
Yeah,
want to
we're in
join us
Bagel
in the
server
VC.
PC. Gonna hear you. Huh?
I mean, I guess if that's the price I have to pay. Oh no, my such a burden. Talk about the hot men. Don't do it. I'm so traumatized. Ugh. If you talk about the hot men with long hair one more time, I'm just gonna die. Okay.
You'll join in 5 minutes. Oh gosh, I gotta prepare myself to listen. I finally got to use the I'm a lesbian excuse at work because
Oh,
this dude was trying to flirt with me and he was trying to get my number and I was like, "Oh, I'm a lesbian." And then he started trying to like pressure me and I was like, "Dude, get away from me."
gross.
He was like,
Men that are
not
like,
even for
oh, you're only
friends."
a lesbian
Like
because you haven't had a real man, that run far, far away. That is so toxic. Oh,
because literally how he came up to me was like I was like doing my job and whatnot and like was gonna show him like one of the things in the display case and he was like, "Oh, you're really
yeah,
pretty, can I get your number?" And I was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm a lesbian." And he was like, "Not even for like not even to be friends?" And I'm like, "Dude, you know me for like 5 seconds.
run,
I don't like what the heck."
run as fast as you can.
And the thing is, like at first I was thinking he was like doing it as a joke and then he started pressuring me and he didn't leave with anybody either, so it wasn't like one of his friends that set him up to it either, and it was like, dude, what?
Uh-huh.
Because I know I'm not like conventionally like attractive or anything. Like I know I'm not, it's just weird.
Hey, you know what? I'm not conventionally attractive, but you know who really like who eyes light up and he has feelings when he sees me in the room and he can't control himself? Yeah, no. You don't have to be conventionally beautiful. You just have to be beautiful to the one person who loves
Right.
you as you are.
Also, El Macaco, I'm going to put, oh, not you timing them out. I
I
actually
was like,
caught
wow,
Kofabot.
you started saying El Macaco, I'm going to, and I'm like, oh no, what did they do? Because the message was deleted, and I was like, oh,
So El Macaco attacked Ko-Fi Streambot. So like you see the little rocks? That's like chat. Dude, untime El Macaco out. Oh my gosh. Why did you time them out for 600 seconds?
because that's 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Now I gotta go and how do I untime out someone? Okay. 10 minutes Salem. 10. Yeah, do you want to see your little rock? This is yours. You can actually customize them. You know how you have like the option for like sound alerts on stream? I dare you, you flea infested cat. Whoa there.
All
Don't
right,
actually
me
make them
timed
do
out.
it.
Got it. Just kidding.
But yeah, this one right here is your rock. By the way, you can actually customize them and like make them like any color you want. Uh aka the colors that I have. So I don't know why, but the outline thing when they're like standing still has broken again. I need to like change that again. Holy cow! 12,000? My gosh.
Sigh.
Jeez. On November 12th, hi Bacon Bit. On November 12th, you timed them out like once for 10 seconds for reason rigged the fight. The second time for 60 seconds reason rigged the fight. And then like wait, 8 times Stream Elements before Stream Elements was lobotomized for like the third, fourth time. Um it timed El Macaco out for too many symbols, even like it, even though it wasn't too many symbols. It was like 3 symbols.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I see Cosmic's uh little rock in the chat. Is it when you lurk or anything? Not lurk, but like is it when you're just looking at stream you get your rock in there? Cuz they haven't chatted the stream, but they're here and I'm like dragging them around. 7 stream streak. Let's go. I think it is. I think it might be. Yo, you got past art block? That's amazing. That's Don't do it, Salem. Don't do it. Bad Salem. Bad Salem. You're green. I'm like, Algo, don't do it. No. No, don't. Salem, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. My gosh, Salem. Salem. Okay, good. Oh my gosh. That doesn't mean you actually have to do it. Bad
Oh, I updated
kitty.
my guide. I can't find them.
Let me see. Let me see real quick.
Oh no, there he is. He's not the color I picked.
What color did you
Sad.
pick?
I picked blue, and
I
they're
think it
green.
changed. I think it changed from blue to green earlier. I think you'll have to re-put blue or like yeah. So don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that again. I saw the most horrible thing in the other side. There you go. You're blue now.
Oh yay, I am blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not. Wait, did you post it like in the Discord chat? Mariah Carey singing in a loop. Oh gosh.
Get out of here with that. Sorry. I'm a Grinch.
It's I don't think I can hit that note without being like super loud. Cause I can't while I can hit like the note, it's
Yeah.
Salem! Salem! Salem, bring them back! There you go. You're also deleting El Macaco's messages when you do that. I can't see their messages. I think they just said something too. Yummy Salem cables. Yeah. Uh Oh, that was the last one was okay. By the way, El Macaco, you are 5 messages away from having 1,000 messages. How many does Salem have? Salem's got over 1,000. Oh, you're at 1,000. You're at 1,000. Now it just says 999, but it's probably gonna do like the 999 plus. Yep, 999 plus. Salem. Oh, it said you timed them out again, but then it like undid it. Salem is stinky for my 1,000th message. Oh my gosh. It said that you did, but then it like I guess it broke my Twitch again.
Oh, I forgot the pink.
The pink in the hair.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go check it.
Oh, am I streaming in the Discord?
Uh oh my gosh, that's adorable. Oh. Oh, hi Suki. Let me put you with Ko-Fi. I don't wait, are you in the Discord?
Nope, I am not.
Oh, let me quickly.
Hello.
Hi.
It's been more than 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Suki is in with Ko-Fi.
God, this game is so loud.
What?
My game. It's like so loud. I can't turn it down.
Oh no, that's not good.
Well, rest in peace, my ears. It's okay. I just won't be able to hear anyone talking for the next 20 hours.
Oh
Give me
no,
a minute.
20 hours? What?
I'm joking. Where's the settings? Oh, found it. How do you? Master volume. We're turning that shit down to 50. I swear to God, if 50 is still too loud, I'm gonna crash out. Oops.
They're like, "What, Salem?
What?
You are 50? You're 50?
I'm 50. Hello.
You're 50?
I'm 50. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
that.
you
Holy
are.
hell.
You're 50 years old, Salem. Good job."
Hell yeah. Why is the game still loud?
I
You know,
need
it's
to
going
make
to
one of
20.
those. Salem's
Actually, I'll
like
keep it at 30.
18, I think. Oh yeah, Salem's yeah, Salem's younger than me.
No,
We're not
I'm
gonna
fucking 20, dog. Don't change my age.
Salem's 18 now.
I can't. I don't want to go back in time. Personally, I rather not. Can we not? I don't want to go back in time, please. I don't want to go back to the dark ages
The Dark Ages.
of not being at home
Please don't
for like
make
3
me.
years.
Everyone's like, "Whoops."
You know, it's okay. Everyone thinks I'm young when they see me. It's crazy. I wish I were joking. Someone thought I was like 15. Like,
My
hello?
gosh. Someone thought I was like 26. Like multiple people.
Everyone thinks I'm young.
They think I'm like a lot older than I am.
And remember, Salem got back problems. Damn. All right, don't call me out for that. Sigh.
Dude, when you were streaming, I woke up at like 3 in the morning cuz I fell asleep at 7. Like anywhere around 6 to 7 last night cuz like I was just tired.
Oh,
Yeah, fair enough.
Cuz I got manic I did Manic's worm. Kind of relate,
Oh, heck
Salem.
yeah.
Someone asked me if you were in high. Oh, wow.
The moment
you were
Salem
in
streams
high
is 4 a.m.
school.
for me. Listen, I would stream earlier, but then my brain's like, nah, you should stream late at night. And I'm like, yes. And then I'm like, I gotta be quiet. I probably shouldn't. And then I'm like, do it. I'm like, okay. Where did the child go? Shit, I lost the child.
Um,
What?
Obsidian,
Yeah.
will you take a quick peek at the Diglett and let me know, like, if you like it or if there's anything you want changed or if I'm missing anything?
How dare you not show Triker's stream on stream?
Wait, Triker's like wait.
I don't
I didn't
know.
realize
Maybe.
Triker was streaming on the
I mean,
Discord.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. Triker
I
usually
am.
does, so.
Oh! Oh, I love it.
I had a little bit of fun with the hair. I used a fake cloud brush
Ruby? Oh my god, this
that's like,
child in this game.
it's called Cotton Clouds.
Oh.
And I thought it, like, it looked kind of like how the ref has the.
Triker is in a constant state of art.
That's so true. I wish I were. Hi.
Not always, but yeah, thank you.
Trekker, should we talk about art fight?
Hey, art fight, I was
Should
on
I bring up
fire,
art
but
fight?
like when I'm depressed, I can't art.
Yeah,
Like
that's so fair
it's
though.
very so
Yeah, honestly,
yeah.
same.
That's so real. I haven't been doing a lot of art. I gotta get back into
Yeah.
that crap.
That
Oh shit, I forgot
crap.
to check my. Yeah, the awesome
So
crap that I can never be able to do at the same time that I can.
That
are you
crap.
happy with
Oh, so you
it,
cover me?
or
Okay.
Shush! I'm
or
not.
what?
Oh, I am.
Fine. We'll visit
I'm
the
not covering
site
you
first.
anymore. I'm not covering you anymore.
How dare you cover me like I'm some kind of criminal?
Like you're some kind of
Are
criminal.
you happy
Is that
with
a good
it?
spot? I am. I love it. I love it so much.
Okay. All right.
Let me go to
I'm gonna do a couple
artfight.com.
touch-up things, but like if you're happy with how it is, then I won't change
Ooh,
any.
treasure chest.
So
I'm just
I'm
You
I'm
are
glad
a
it
curious
makes
point.
you
criminal,
happy.
Salem. Did
How
you
am
know
I a
that?
criminal? What did I
Am I
do?
able to? Nope, I'm not able to do that.
Wait, how am I a criminal?
You are a criminal.
But
Sneezes.
how?
Ah, bless you.
Excuse me.
Yucky! Wait, how am I a criminal though?
You're a criminal.
Oh, you stole Bagel's heart. That's
heart.
crazy.
Wow. Watch me.
That's
Watch me
crazy.
swoosh right in. Swoosh. 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 Bagel. Speaking of bagel.
Bagel?
Why y'all speaking
Hi,
of
Bagel.
me?
Hi,
Why
Bagel.
y'all speaking of me? What you guys doing in my calls?
Honestly,
Why was the
Honest
lim-
started
the
talking
mouth-
about me first. No
Why was the
honesty.
Wait,
Lamau
what?
censored? I don't know why Lamau was censored. It's not censored for me.
Do you want
What are
do
we
you want
doing?
us to move, Bagel?
No,
I'm
no, I'm
sorry.
just joking, Tricker. I'm just joking. You know I don't
Okay.
care.
Dr. Liam says,
Uh.
Dr. Liam 123 says,
Wait.
Bagel,
Oh.
holy shit, woo! Hey Bagel, I'm a piss rock.
I just woke up, gang. I'm gonna
Good
be so
morning.
real. Well, I lied. I've been up for like an hour. I've just been watching TikToks.
Awake
such
for an
a
hour
people.
is still like I just woke up. Honestly.
Basically, yeah.
Honestly, same. I woke up at like 1 something. I kept falling back asleep.
Tricker, do you want to know something?
Yes.
I'm making a Raisin Cane's Willow Yanagi sticker where I'm putting them as the sign of Raisin Cane's.
Where the hell is Trikersaurus on
Bacon
my
Bit
art
is
fight?
saying it's fucking
Found it.
3 o'clock. Bro woke up at
Wait,
5
what?
a.m. Bacon Bit woke up
Dog.
at 5 in the morning.
That's crazy.
Bacon.
Not even I wake up that early.
Bacon. Bacon. I went to bed at 6 a.m. What you on
Don't-
about, dog?
Oh my gosh, I think
you up, Salem.
I think the stream is literally Discord and the stream is literally lagging my It is literally lagging my my stream out. I cannot do this.
Can Discord stop
Okay,
messaging
I'm gonna
me?
stop sharing my screen then. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, Salem, can you try talking?
La 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 la
Hey, what were you saying? I heard something about Triker and Art Fight, and I'm like, I
Oh,
thought
yeah, it's
we,
like, where's
we put that down.
It's like, where's Striker on my art fight? Striker,
see.
you've done like a lot of attacks.
I did 150 attacks this year with more than
Yeah.
100 characters in one. Well, with 100 characters in one and 40 something in another. And then, but most of them
Holy
had
cow.
multiple.
Yeah. I could never do what Striker does. That's insane. I can only do one character.
Okay, Triker
Well, I've done one with two.
A doesn't have a job, and B has mobility issues. So to cope with the pain and mobility crap, I do art. This is like
That's so
cathartic for me.
That's
So-
so fair.
Hey fellas, question, do you
fair.
ponder the orb or the piss rock? You decide.
The piss rock. Wait, what's the piss rock?
Why?
So Dr. Liam is currently piss colored.
What?
Dr. Liam is currently the piss colored rock.
They're yellow.
Oh.
Piss rock
Why
sounds
can't they be
dope.
yellow like sunshine? Why do they have to be yellow like piss? Come on.
The piss rock. Can we name the color? Can we just name it that
my
color? Just name it
gosh.
piss rock.
Piss color.
Piss rock.
You're no longer
I
a
love
kidney
it.
stone boy.
Kidney stone.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my God. I genuinely love that. That's so funny to me. Fucking piss rock.
At least it's not Obsidian the bald boy. That's
I love City and the Bald Boy.
my chat was
Who
literally
is this? Oh,
because when
chatting
I
with an AI
thought of
bot.
when I thought of a yellow rock, I thought of the fact that my dog loves to piss on a rock. So is that why you picked yellow, cuz it's piss?
That's
Specific-
crazy.
Is that the specific reason? Hey, at least it's not at least I'm not getting more Obsidian the
Oh my
Bald
God.
Boy drawings, cuz
Guys, we should totally draw Sid Bald.
No!
You know how awesome that would be?
I already have 2.
Why am
No,
I
it
in
was
roleplay mode
randomly
with an AI bot?
generated.
Piss rock. I love piss
The
rock.
piss rock.
The piss rock.
I don't know how to edit yourself so you're forever. So, do you see the sound alerts kind of like above? It's right, like if you're on mobile, it's right underneath the stream. It says chat, and then if you look across, it's the sound alert, or there's the sound alerts, and then there's the stream avatars. That's what you'll edit, basically.
Why isn't there no rainbow? How can I be gay if I can't select the whole entire rainbow?
I think it's because that one has to have like a different like thing. You don't want to change it, piss rock forever.
Sad.
I think it's because it would have to be like a different element, I believe. Because whenever you're picking the colors in stream avatars, it basically you choose the color from the rock, and then you'll basically do that.
Also,
Or like
Sid, I
change
don't
it
know
in
how
there.
to tell you this. I don't know how to tell you this, but the red kind of looks like it's high.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just thought you would like to know.
I know. The red one is forever high.
Yeah, it's just a little high. It's okay.
At
Why am I still red? I
least
didn't
I'm not
select
a
red.
ghost. I wonder if it's something that's going on with stream avatars, because earlier Triker picked blue and they ended up being green.
Literally, I chose like the purplish rock that was still kind of gray, and then it put me back to red. I'm like, hello? I didn't select that. I selected the purplish rock. It's okay. I fixed it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Hold up, we should all be. Oh no.
Guys,
Please don't make an army
gang,
of
Yes.
piss. Yeah.
I figured
That's
out
crazy.
why my Wi-Fi's been so bad.
Oh?
Why?
It's because the constructions up there has been messing with the signal because they're messing shit up because our
Oh.
power went out
Oh
for a bit
no.
and it was because of them doing construction and they've just been messing everything up with like a lot of internet here. Like we went and talked to our neighbor. They have high speed internet and their internet's been messing up.
Oh
So
my.
Maybe they should stop doing construction.
they have to finish. I think they have to finish it. They have to finish their
Nah, beat them
construction
up.
shit.
Kick their ass.
Did you want a flavor for the Slurpee?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, you're making me thirsty and hungry, and stop it.
Freeze your brain.
Brain, get lost in the pain. Freeze your brain.
Sorry.
Stuck on that straw, get lost in the pain. Happiness comes when everything numbs. Who needs cocaine? Freeze your brain. Just freeze your brain.
Think of
Did your mommy
piss
let
rock.
you eat all that
Ignore
crap?
hunger and thirst. Embrace piss rock. Oh no.
I don't
Oh
think I want
no.
to. I don't think I want to embrace piss rock.
Oh no. Embrace piss rock with a shocked expression. Is that the
Fine,
shocked?
I
Oh
won't listen
no,
to
that's
freeze your.
wait. That has a smiley face. Wait, what emoji is? That's the fucking
It's
smiley
crying.
crying.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's such a real emoji.
What flavor, by the way?
That's what I was gonna ask. Did you want me to tell
Yeah,
you
yeah,
a
yeah,
flavor?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I usually go for like a crushed cream soda or a lemonade, but I also do love blue raspberry, so
The
just have
blue
fun
one.
with it. Go with whatever
Thank you, God, my boy.
you're
Money!
inspired.
I got money. I'm so awesome.
Nice.
Money.
Wait, cream soda. Wait, cream soda. Yo, bacon bit with. Gotta wait for it to sound.
Okay,
Gotta
wait,
wait for it
what?
to sound. The bits,
Okay.
the bits, the bits, the bits, the bits, the bits. That was a very delayed, like, the bits. Thank you for the bits.
Ancestors, hear my plea. I don't want to die tonight. I can't think of any words to go with it at the moment. I'm doing just fine. I'm not playing Black Myth Wukong. I can
But your
what? Slaughter people.
your 7-Eleven has cream soda Slurpees?
Yeah. Why?
I don't want to know how
I've
to
never
fight like
heard
a
of that. I've
frog.
never heard of a cream soda Slurpee. That actually sounds really good. My local ones have like either Dr. Pepper or
Wait,
Coke.
where am I supposed to? Where am
Well,
I
yeah,
supposed
no,
to
we have
go?
Dr. Pepper, Coke, and then there's a bunch of like fruity flavors, and then they'll sometimes have like a either like if Crush is sponsoring or whatever, um, the
Mine doesn't do
like 'cause
that.
I think Crush gets a dedicated spot at our 7-Eleven. There's always either grape, orange, or cream soda.
Mine doesn't do
And then
that.
there's usually a root beer option as well, either Barks or Bugs or.
Mine doesn't do that.
Sorry.
I wish mine does. I want to try cream soda. Guess what pizza tonight? Ooh, yummy.
I wonder, okay, I'm Canadian. Do you think that makes a difference?
Probably. And the one time that the local gas station around me had they basically had Dr. Pepper cream soda for the longest
Oh,
time, and I would put the lemon, not the lemon, the vanilla little like flavoring inside of it. But hold up, I need to look up the shape of a Gatorade bottle.
flavoring?
Yeah, like you know those little like flavor thingies.
No.
So like where you can like customize the flavor of your soda. Hi Cosmic. So like
No.
it's basically kind of like the soda like dispensers, but they have a like
What happened to my fan?
uh
The Slurpees are all in their own self-contained thing with all the flavoring.
Oh, is my
yeah,
They
but like
mom
don't add
okay?
anything.
for soft drinks though.
Yeah, no, there isn't it's just a giant thing with like each individual like section has like there's a pump for the Coke, there's a pump for the 7-Up, there's a pump for the root beer. There isn't any flavoring.
Let me pull up a photo real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. My a lot of the local like gas stations around me have like basically these little buttons where you can add in flavors to your soda. I'm gonna send it to
That
you on
is
Discord. But like say if you have Dr. Pepper and it's got like you want vanilla Dr. Pepper, or if you want to add lemon or lime in your drinks, you can do that as well. Oh, my phone's at 8%. Let me plug that in real quick. I didn't realize that. There we go. There we go. But basically, a lot of the gas stations around me have like a bunch of those. And so you can just add on like whatever flavor. Like I used to get the Dr. Pepper cream soda with vanilla in it,
huh.
and I absolutely love that. But at the same time, they are
This
very,
is
very
ours, but there's
sugary.
no flavoring.
Whoa, you got like four different sodas per nozzle. I think that's what the like I think for one of the gas stations around me, I think they have like something like that. But one of them
Yeah.
has just the flavorings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
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 Foxy. I love
Hi,
Foxy.
Foxy.
Your gas station makes hot dogs and that's all you like about it?
Hot
Um,
dogs, hot dogs.
one of the 7-Elevens around me has, well, I think it's all of them around me actually, but they have these buffalo chicken, like they're not taquitos, they're just like little like bite roll type thingies. They're really good. I love them so much. Trying to get the shape. Are Canadian Gatorades shaped differently?
There's a few different shapes, but I go with the Gatorade Zero, which is the fat bottle. So it looks
Okay,
like
so
you've
like the
got
one.
it right.
Okay.
I do zero sugar, not because I'm particularly happy with the um
Where are you from? Where is this pixel from?
the zero sugar options. It's just we're trying to avoid a different health issue,
Right.
and
Hi,
I just
big old
it
noticed
was
Salem
a
cat.
straight. I noticed a straight.
oh,
There it
hi,
is.
Jackie. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, Obsidian.
Hi. I'm streaming right now, by the
I'm
way.
back.
Oh my god, Salem cat, you're streaming.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait, no, Obsidian the Rockwood is streaming.
Oh, Obsidian is streaming?
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna
That's
stream later
awesome.
tonight.
I didn't know.
Sorry.
Wait, do I sound like Salem?
No.
No, you guys were just talking at the same time. And I
Oh,
have the music really loud.
oh. You just made a new character. Want to see? Yes, I would like to. I would love to see it.
There's something in my eye.
Oh no. We'll
That's
get it
fine. My
out.
right eye will just be irritated for like 5 hours.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Yippee!
Whatever, I guess. I'm gonna fight this child. I'm fighting a child. Why am I fighting
Why
a
are you
child?
fighting a child?
I don't know, but I'm willing to do it.
Oh gosh. What does your rock look like? Let me check real quick. Let me pull up the rock real quick. This yours? No, that's Stream Elements.
Wait, where's this child at? Where did the child go? Ah! Found him.
Wait, why does Foxy does not have a rock? Oh wait. Nope, that's Striker.
He kicked me out the arena. That's not fair.
Where's the rock?
I'm not fighting that demon child. Where the hell's my fan? I do better with the fan than the sword.
That's Bacon. Oh, I just made them immediately win a little jump game star.
Where's the child that I said I'd fight? Fight me again, child. Wait, no,
Where
don't fight me
is-
again, actually. I don't like you.
Oh.
Where am I supposed to go?
I think I'm gonna have to optimize the rocks so that, because apparently it's like taking like, because the way that I have to do it is I have to pick the color and then like pick it again, and if you look when they're doing their idle animations, it's kind of being weird.
They're doing their own little thing, okay? Okay.
Well, when they're doing their idols, it kind of like shows like pixels from their original like uh the original rock, which is weird. It's very, very weird. Oh, my Twitch broke.
Ancestors, hear my plea. Please let me punt a child to the nursery.
What?
Nothing. I didn't say
What?
anything. Who said
That's
something?
wild.
Oh, it's a kitty.
That is
What? They wanted to fight
wild.
anyways. They wanted to fight anyways. Okay, I can say it. What am I supposed to do with this cat?
That is wild.
What am I supposed to do with this cat?
Pet it.
Lock onto them? I can't pet the cat. I want to talk to the cat, but I can't. It's meowing at me. Oh, such a cute kitty. Wearing a hat. Oh, no, it's wearing a bag on its head. Why is it wearing a money bag on its head? You know what? Sure. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, so my Gma and I, like, last Thursday, were looking at houses since I had a doctor's appointment and, like, had to get some prescriptions. And I might be getting a house one day.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
my great grandpa, apparently has said that he's gonna. Oh wait, oh crap, I didn't. Hold up, let me look. Oh, lemon loaf.
It's a
You plan on
puzzle.
coloring it? Oh, that's adorable. Oh my gosh, let me actually quickly.
There we go.
Open.
I did it. Give me my money.
Give me my
Please
money.
and thank you, kitty. Please and thank you, kitty cat.
Where is
Thank
it?
you.
Where is it? City's Rocky
Am I
Road.
supposed?
Art. Get over here, Art. Get over here.
Where am I supposed to go? I'm actively lost. Am I supposed to fight you?
This is what Bacon Bit.
Oh!
This is what Bacon Bit made. That is their new character. Lemon Loaf. I actually, when I got paid on Friday, I actually got like a bunch of those little like lemon loaves that you get at the bakery, like not at the bakery, but like at the grocery store. And I got those.
Sorry, men with long hair.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I need to also like show them the art that they did of Triker.
Fictional hot men with long hair. It's beautiful to me, okay?
I'm gonna eat everybody's art. I'm gonna eat everybody's art.
Haha, I can't eat mine because mine is nothingness. I don't draw.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I don't have any recent art.
Well, I'm still gonna eat I'm gonna eat all of your art. Like, meaning all of your old art too, all of your, like, I'm gonna eat all of it.
No.
I'm gonna be eating real good today.
Crazy. Give me my money.
Give me my money.
Give me my fucking money. And then I explode, and then I
draw right this moment, Salem.
No, I'm playing a game. I'm like, no, I'm playing a game. SMH, I'm not doing that.
There's origami for a seal pup. You need to make it. Do it. Do it. Just do it.
Pending rewards? Oh. Sure. I totally know what I'm looking at. Totally can read from this far distance. Ooh. Pretty outfits. I can totally read from a far distance. Trust.
That sounds very...
I don't want to die today. Please don't kill me with a man. Oh, I messed up on makeup. Oh, wait, no, that's dye. That's color dye. That'd be nice.
What are you playing again?
What game is it called? Where the Winds Meet. It's a free game. It's free to play. And it's really high quality. You know how many gigabytes this thing took on my PlayStation, dog?
How many?
111 gigabytes. 111 gigabytes. Worth it. Okay, give me a minute. Jesus. What's my email? I have like 10. I wish that was a joke.
This is actively the face that I am making.
I legit have like 10 emails.
This is actively the face I am making.
That's not my fault. Okay, I got 10 for a reason.
111
Oh, 111 gigabytes? Yeah.
gigabytes.
Yeah. And you act like it's a surprise.
My computer, that is a fifth of what my computer storage is.
Dog, it's probably less than that on computer. For console, it's gonna be really high.
Jesus.
Worth it. Email sent successfully. Awesome. Give me my code, please.
That's wild. Bagel, are you watching TikToks right now?
Maybe.
That's
Because
so
I keep
real.
on getting notifications and I look over. Bagel shared a video.
That's so real. Bogo hasn't sent me any, so I'm okay.
Oh. I thought you
Yeah,
didn't
it's a
have
vibe.
TikTok anymore.
I uninstalled it and then I re-got it later. I'm not gonna lie, I missed it for whatever reason. Join the Discord server. Okay. How am I supposed to do that on my PlayStation?
No clue.
They're gonna take you to the website. I can't go to Discord. I'm on my PlayStation. Anyways, I guess that's not possible. I'm not doing Facebook. I'm not doing Twitter. I'm not doing TikTok. Because I can't do that. So, joke's on you. Draw? I can draw.
You can draw? Let's
Not
go.
that kind of draw.
Oh.
Gambling kind of draw.
Aw. Aw, dang it.
Damn, that outfit is so cool. Men with long hair.
Oh my gosh.
Sad. Men with long hair, dog. I'm sorry to say, but they're just so. I love it. Men with long hair. I don't have the money to draw, so great. You don't have money to draw, but it's free! Yeah, well, I'm gambling. There's a difference.
I love
One
those
must
emotes so
gamble.
much.
Yo, I got a new outfit. Is it pretty?
Let's go.
It's kind of ugly. I kind of want to go back to the black and white one.
Oh.
I'm so picky. There's this really cute one I like, but I can't change the color of it because it's cost 10 dye thingamabobbers, and I only have like 3 or 2.
Oh.
Kind of sad. So I'm just gonna go back to the black and white one, the basic bitch one, as I like to call it.
Salem, by saying you love men with long hair, you are consequently saying you love me. Oh gosh. Where's that L?
Hello? Pause? I don't even know you? And I said fictional. Okay, there's a difference. Oh, collection. Always a collection. I have more dye thingies and then I got
Lamau.
more jades. Guys, I'm so rich.
Yippee!
I can dye the color. Back to purple we go.
Yippee! Purple! Let's go.
Purple. We're doing purple. We're doing a
Purple.
dark, ugly purple.
All
Let's go with
right.
pink. Shit.
How's the bookshelf?
Wait,
I have made a bookshelf.
It looks
Wahaha.
amazing.
And now
you know, I'm so confused, but I'm gonna
what
pretend
we're
like
gonna
I'm not
do
confused. Embroidery. Oh, that's the that's the that's the that's the that's the that's the that's the
You good?
that's the that's the flowers. I got there. Shut up. I don't struggle with my words. I am perfectly capable of color stuff. Why does it need to be this dark? I don't want to make it that dark. That's ugly. Hi, Bacon. Hey, what's up? That's God. That's the that's d- that's the. I gotta what? You
I
know, I might
take
be
that as a
struggling.
no. I
I
just
gotta make I gotta do the
oh god.
You okay?
I got, no.
Deep breaths.
That's
That's
okay.
that's fair.
Deep
That's
breaths.
fair.
I'm gonna pretend like I am okay though. Fuck. I mean fun.
You
Damn
should share your
it.
game to stream.
I
I like
can't.
want to know.
PlayStation doesn't allow it.
That's lame. I think
Honestly, I agree.
you should like do it anyway.
Wait, what color is that? Oh, that's the inside of the yes. Shut up, I'm not struggling.
I have like double audio, so this is extra
Hey,
miserable.
at least you're at least it's not you saying grandma bar like I did.
Grandma bar? What's a grandma bar?
What is a grandma bar?
So let me actually pull up what Stone did in my chat earlier.
I want a grandma bar. Sounds good.
I want to.
Oh, Discord's not even opening. Discord, hello, please don't do that. I'd rather you
That's
not do that.
I did it. I did it. I did it.
Not
I
the
did
AI
it.
voice.
I'm pretty.
Let me
Not the
quickly.
TikTok voice.
This is what
Wait.
Stone in my chat did. They made a grandma bar.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's in a grandma bar?
It's 100%
I think I wanna
cannibalism free, so it's not human.
Oh my gosh! I hope so.
That was crazy.
No, that's just Soylent Green.
Personally,
By the
you
way,
know, Foxy's
Zelda?
gonna kill me. I might have put Zelda instead of Link on accident. It's okay.
Zelda?
Sorry.
I mean, Link. I know what I'm talking about. I totally know everything.
You're totally a legit gamer. Yeah, you are.
I'm such a legit gamer. Not like
Yeah.
I played Breath of the Wild or anything and totally
No.
didn't fuck anything up.
You've probably played the Roblox clone.
Oh gosh.
I actually played I have the Switch and I actually have the
Is that
game.
Cabinet
but
Man?
what the
It is
fuck?
Cabinet Man. Oh. You good?
Why is there a bear after me?
Why is there a bear after you?
I don't know. Get away from me. Oh my god.
What'd you do to the bear, Salem?
Why is there a bear after me? What did I do to the bear?
I have no
I
clue
was
what.
just trying to explore. Oh well, I killed the bear. Do I get a tide?
How dare you? Oh, you can't say that word on stream. You can't say that. You can't say the K word.
Wait, you can't?
Not allowed. No.
Oof.
I've said it multiple
I
times.
made sure
Or
the bear,
the bear.
is non-existent.
The
Unsubscribe.
bear?
Bear.
The bear
The
is
bear has
non-existent.
unsubscribed from life.
Yup.
Got him.
The door.
I'm shooting a human with a flame bow and arrow. Is that better?
Oh my god. I can tell what you're playing is not E for everyone.
I mean, there's
Is it
nothing bad in it.
Minecraft?
It's a fight. It's a fighting game.
You're like a murderer.
No, I'm not. They're bad guys. How does that make me a murderer? They're bad guys.
Still
I'm not a
murder.
murderer.
What if I told you? What if we're all bad guys? You know, just think about it for a moment. Like, what
Oh my
what separates a
gosh.
good guy from a bad guy?
Haha, haha! I shot that guy in the back. Might
Oh my
also shot him in
gosh,
the
are you
crotch.
sure you're not a bad guy? Dude,
I also might have shot him in the crotch. It's okay. They're fine.
Salem!
Salem,
Crotch shot.
the dignity.
Oh my gosh!
Bro lost his life and his dignity.
I'm also gonna rob his corpse. It's okay.
Oh my
Salem has
gosh!
bookshelves. Oh, how many books does Triker have? I'm reading chat.
I'm gonna guess 10. Tricker loves
Oh,
10
yes.
books.
10 books.
10 books.
10 bookshelves. Bookshelves.
Oh. The
Not
question
books,
is,
that'd
does
be kinda
Triker write
sad.
books? Does Triker write books?
Trekker, do you write books?
Have you written a book?
I am not officially published. No.
So that means that you have written a
I
book,
mean,
though, but you
you
haven't
have
been
written a
you haven't published it.
Kill these men. Kill the men.
Wow. Wow.
I also
You sound-
write poetry. Stuff.
Ooh.
How dare you kill my fellow long-haired men?
They don't have long hair. They're not pretty, okay? They don't count. They can die.
Okay. Okay, if I see so if they're not pretty, they can die. That's just a rule, huh?
Oh my god, I might have also shot that guy in the crotch.
I swear it's
Are you
not
okay,
related to anything
Obsidian?
we're talking about, but I do need to go. Thanks for having
Okay,
me.
bye,
Obsidian.
Triker.
Bye, Triker.
Take care.
I
Oh
tried.
my god.
Oh my
Bye, everybody. Hugs.
I think I broke Sid.
Oh, the garage got
It was only twice.
Only twice?
only twice. You're almost at 20K bucks.
If only I had a nickel for every time that Salem brought somebody in the car.
I'd have 2 nickels. It's
Yeah.
not a lot, but it's
Oh
weird
my
that
gosh,
you
I
have
just
it's
breathed
crazy to
in
have it
monster.
twice, right?
Oh my god,
Oh
I just
shit. You know, make that 3 nickels. Make that 3 nickels.
Oh no. Salem, I'm starting to think you might be a psychopath. You're connecting the dots here.
Salem!
Listen, it's not on purpose. I just aim my bow and then it ends up in the crotch.
Salem! Salem, you gotta stop doing Salem! Salem!
Oh shit, I shot it.
Don't do it another one!
Oops. Sorry.
Oops. Oops.
Oops, guys,
Is that-
sorry. I shot an innocent bystander. Like, bro, they had a life.
Oh my gosh.
You wanna know the funny thing? They were just fishing.
Salem!
Dude! He was just fishing. He was enjoying his life.
My bad.
Today
Told you
we're
I
going to
got zero
have a funeral for the man that Salem
He's
has
not dead.
absolutely just
dead.
murdered.
He's just
Salem
dead.
has
He's just writhing on the floor.
Dead. He's fine. He's not dead. He's still alive. He's still breathing. He's still fishing to this day. I keep shooting them in the crotch, and I find that funny as hell.
Salem!
Salem.
Oh my
What? I feel no mercy.
gosh. Salem!
What? Am I supposed to feel something?
Yes! You can't do
I'm
that.
very
You can't
Sorry
just
concerned.
do that.
Sorry for
It sounds like
in the crotch.
Salem, you can't do that.
Peanut, the horse is here.
What on earth are you
Carl,
talking
you can't do that. That kills people.
But I was hungry for him.
What?
Have you not
Aw.
watched Llamas with Hats?
Does that explode? Damn it. That doesn't
Llamas with
explode.
hats?
Mm-hmm.
I love llamas with hats.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh
I
my
haven't
gosh,
even
you
seen
need
the
to watch
finale
it.
yet. Am I missing my objective? Do I not have one? Where the fuck did Ruby go? Where am I supposed to go?
Oh my
Where's the
gosh,
map? I'm lost and confused, and I killed like 5 deer and shot like 5 men in the crotch.
God,
and
you
shot
did
an
it 5
innocent
times?
guy.
Oh my gosh,
Maybe.
Salem. Salem, you can't do that.
I mean, I can. No one's gonna stop me. What are they gonna do? Say, ow, that hurt. You apologize for what you have done.
Yeah, you should definitely apologize. Like
You need
right
to
now.
apologize.
Hold on, I'm killing this. I'm unaliving this poor bear for killing a deer in front of my face.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
I'll
have
apologize after I unalive this bear.
Salem.
Shoot the bear in the tushy.
Salem.
I feel like somebody
What?
should draw you just as a psychopath covered in blood.
Basically.
Just like with like a bunch of men laying around with their with an
With
arrow.
their dicks shot off.
Yeah.
I did it. I did it. I killed the. I unalived the bear, and I saved the deer.
I'm
I am
so
the savior
sad.
of
I love
deer.
bears.
I saved
I
the
love
deer.
bears.
I saved the deer. The bear had it coming.
He had it coming.
Apparently.
He had it
He
coming.
He only had
Had
himself to blame.
If
If
you'd
you'd have been
there,
there,
if
if
you'd
you'd
have
have seen it, I bet you would have done the same. That's literally, I was literally pointing to my screen doing that. Oh, hello, hello, hello. I like your horse. Bye bye.
What's the
How do we know that you're actually playing a game and this isn't just real? This is just not happening in IRL.
Wait. Hold on. I can't. I was gonna say, let me turn my
Sam
camera
is
and
just
show
going.
you.
Sam is in the forest right now, shooting people.
Salem's just shooting people's dicks in the forest.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not even in a forest. I'm in a field. It's an
Oh
open
my
field.
I believe you. Oh, big difference.
Yeah, big difference. It's not a forest. It's a field. Okay, get it right. Behind
Mhm.
me is a bamboo one, but still,
Oh my gosh.
it's still a forest. They still call it bamboo forest. Not in the wrong here. Bacon, you're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me because in Black Myth Wukong, I gotta unalive a bear. It's a boss. I'm
Why?
sorry. I'm sorry. It's a
Why?
boss. It's a boss. I can't do anything about it. They're trying to kill me. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I'm just trying to climb out, and then all of a sudden, I'm the enemy.
You just hate capitalism. You're just killing all the bosses.
So, if only I were actually Sun Wukong, and then maybe, but it's okay. Where am I supposed to go? Where's this brat of a child? What is that? Who's
Wait,
calling the
why
child a
are you
brat? You should
chasing a
apologize.
child? Are you chasing a
Technically,
child?
I'm supposed to look after this child, and I've got stuck, and I have no idea where this child went. I'm lost and confused, and I don't know where my objective is. Okay, there's a difference. Where am I supposed to go? I'm back at where the party was. Ruby! Where's this brat of a child so I could throw her in the goddamn lake? I mean, what? Oh, there's Ruby.
It sounds
First
like you're
it was
saying
people
brat,
in the-
like bratwurst, like bratwurst.
Ruby!
Oh my gosh.
A brat of a child.
A brat of a child. That's exactly what Ruby
You're,
is.
sa- you're
Stop
saying
trying to name the
brat,
damn
not
horse!
brat. What?
Hi, Pilgrim.
Damn. The horse just needs a name.
I don't care about steamed buns, dog. I don't want none unless you got buns,
What?
hun.
Is that the horse's name?
No, that's just what the pilgrim said. The pilgrim's like, I got buns. I got some steamed buns that my wife made last night, and I'm like, I don't care. Am I supposed
Well,
to?
I would like
Dude.
his wife's. I would like his
Dude,
wife's
like that
steamed
was made with
buns.
love, and you know it. Like
I want his
she made
wife's
that for him, knowing
steamed
that he
Ruby!
wasn't.
buns.
She made that for him, probably
Ruby.
knowing that he was gonna get shot in the crotch tomorrow. Like these are his
Okay.
last steamed buns.
All right, let me shoot him. Hold on. I got the perfect shot.
No, don't,
Oh,
don't
don't
shoot
do
the poor
that!
man.
Don't do that! Oh my
Already
gosh,
did. Already did.
Salem.
What? It doesn't actually hurt him. He's an NPC that's supposed to be sitting down, okay? He's fine. There's not an arrow in his crotch. He's okay.
Well, stop
So
shooting people in the
Foxy
crotch,
I'm
damn
gonna
it!
start calling you sadistic cat.
Literally, no more salami. It's now just sadistic cat 271.
What am I supposed to
Yeah.
do? Am I supposed to fight all these people? I don't want to fight this child. That
Yeah,
child's
you should.
mean.
That's
They
probably.
kicked me out the goddamn ring. I don't care if your child is sick or not. It's not my business. That's not my fault. Your child is sick. Your child got sick off their own stupidity, probably. That's not my fault. Get them a better immune system, woman.
You should have paid for a better immune system.
Oh my gosh. I like how the only thing I've colored so far is just the Slurpee.
It looks wonderful. It's
It's
like
been
you could make millions if you sold that as an NFT, like right now.
that's an
That's
NFT.
crazy.
Like Slurpee NFT.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hold L2 and then X. Oh.
Look at it
To
without
this day, I
the
honestly,
line art.
I tried.
Press X
I
to
tried
cast
so
muscle
hard.
skill against the opponent.
I tried so hard and got so
Hard
far, but
Oh,
in
no.
the end, it doesn't even
Oh.
matter.
That was literally just a tutorial. That's all that woman did for me. Give me a tutorial.
On how to shoot crotch.
On how to shoot crotches.
Actually, no. I used a sword, but it's okay.
Okay,
The
now to
primary mechanic of the game.
Okay, I'm gonna make the light go this way because the shadow's already over
realized-
here.
I realized why I was now on the tutorial.
What?
Excuse me, you're kicking my ass, woman. Calm down.
Maybe you deserve it
deserve
after
it. You
after
really
shooting
do.
people in the crotch.
I might have stabbed her in the stomach. Just maybe.
Oh my god.
Salem.
Not on purpose.
Okay. I think somebody needs to draw sadistic cat.
I didn't mean to. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You act like that's my fault. I didn't do it on purpose.
It's your fault that you stabbed him.
Everything
You have
is
to
your
take
fault now.
responsibility. You have to take
Nuh-uh.
responsibility.
No, I'm not taking responsibility. That's not my fault for stabbing her in the stomach.
Okay, this is my
Hey, at least-
Slurpee, guys.
Okay, where's Salem's ref? I'm gonna draw sadistic cat.
I have like 3 main OCs. Which one do you want?
Salem cat. The cat.
So Skimble Shanks.
Gimbal. Oh, that's his name or
Yes.
their name.
Salem Cat is just my user.
Oh,
Skimble Shanks is the OC.
I've been misled. I feel like
Yeah,
I
everyone
feel
has.
lied
It's
to.
okay. It's okay. Everyone has.
To be
basically
honest,
Bullshit.
seen
you
a
don't
fight.
you don't necessarily tell people their name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the point. I want to be misleading. Obviously.
Now I'm wondering is Cheese Beagles someone that relates to Cheese Beagle, or is it called like Steven or something?
Steven!
Crazy. Yeah, so yeah, the cat is Skimble Shanks because this is gonna sound so bad, but I kind of referenced it off of a certain I based it off of Cats the musical. I got there.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Let me send Bacon the ref. I got you,
Cats the
Bacon.
music.
Cats the
Okay.
musical.
I mean, I kind of like it because have you seen Big Top Burger, the cartoon by
No.
Kidsworthy?
Nope.
No.
It's hilarious. There's a whole deal with cats, It's hilarious. Okay, you're missing out if you haven't seen Big Top Burger. Look it up right now.
No.
I'm
Right now.
drawing.
No! I'm
This boy
fighting
is sleeping.
people. This guy looks
You just-
drunk, and am I gonna fight him? Fight me!
You're fighting. You should help him get sober. You shouldn't fight a
Right.
drunk man.
Fight me!
Help a friend out.
Literally.
Fight me!
You probably have a lot in common with this man, and you just don't know it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Bow on me. Am I supposed to use a bow
What?
too? Am I supposed to shoot him with the bow? What am
Why
I
is he
supposed to
using
do?
a bow while drunk?
I'm gonna warn you, this sketch is gonna be very scuffed, because
How am I supposed to fight this man?
Shinks.
Ow!
Hello.
Oh, sorry. You're already down. My bad.
And you're shooting a man while he's down?
I'm not shooting him. I'm stabbing him. There's a difference.
And you're stabbing
fine,
a man
Peyton.
while he's down? That's even worse!
No, it's not. He's fine.
When he's in his lowest of lows, when he is
Literally!
depressed.
He's fine.
Okay.
Bullseye my ass. You missed. Okay, I'm fine. I got this.
Damn!
How do I make Salem look as feral as possible? That's the goal.
You gotta draw them
Oh,
like,
God.
you gotta draw them like, you know what? We're gonna draw them.
Like foaming.
I
at the mouth.
win! I beat the old man.
You beat the
I-
poor old.
Well, he's not old, actually. He's about middle age. He's in his middle age. He's in the middle
The
of his
poor
lifespan.
middle-aged man.
He's fine! Jeez, it's not like they die. They're NPC.
What if
What
you're an
else am I
NPC?
Silent Conqueror? Hell yes, I am. I got an achievement.
Okay, I
Yeah.
tried to draw a sketch and you just look high. You don't look evil.
You gotta do them like this. You gotta do them like this. And then, like, in their mouth,
Oh,
they
like-
have to, like, have a knife in
Okay.
their mouth.
That's crazy, dog.
No, I want them to like look innocent, but also like terrible. Like just
Oh, I have a drawing kind of like that. Not really.
Not really.
Hold on, let me show Bacon.
they look like a taco.
They look like a taco. It's crazy.
Taco
Might become a
cat.
taco.
Taco cat. Taco cat.
Okay.
I just made a dangerous drawing, but it's okay, and I'll show it to Bacon anyways, because I can.
Oh wow. That is
Oh,
very
gee, I was
scary.
thinking of that.
Like I am actually like terrified. I used to be like very like sensitive to gore, so I'm glad I'm not anymore.
They're nice. Look at them. They're
I know.
smiling.
When Bagel made my ref sheet, she almost added like blood to it, and I was like, what the heck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was like, what is going on? The juice. I mean, it wasn't red, but I was like, why is there juices coming out of it?
Pause? What?
Okay.
I don't know what flavor of Gatorade. All I know is they said 0 sugar, so I'm making it the blue light blue one.
Why'd you delete that? I was still looking at that.
Okay,
what?
fine. I'll bring it back up.
Oh.
I deleted my Jane Doe art.
I
Jane
was
Doe
like,
as
this
in
is
like the
working.
Ballad of Jane Doe,
I
Jane
sent it
Doe?
back to you.
And you didn't send
No.
oh.
It's my OC. I named her Jane Doe because it's a pressure OC, but I named her Jane Doe because she doesn't remember her past.
Hey,
Oh.
that reminds me of someone else.
Don't you dare.
I know
I'm still
this
working on her
dream
backstory.
of love
Shut
is
up.
never ending. It goes on and on and on again. I know
Well,
this.
she more. It's more like she chooses to forget, which honestly valid because like
Oh.
with pressure lore, they kind of did experiments on people. So
Is pressure like I'm so
It's a
like
Roblox
uncultured.
game.
Is that
it's a Roblox game.
that's why? Because I didn't play Roblox until like it wasn't cool anymore. Until like recently this year.
Pressure's
Yeah, fair enough.
relatively new.
I didn't grow up with it. So
I
Hero
did.
title? I have hero titles. Hanging Blade Elder. What the fuck? And Patron of the Wind. What's Hanging Blade Elder?
I don't know if I can draw something
I'll go with this
evil.
one, I
Like it's
guess.
hard.
Do I have other titles? Oh, I don't. Hell yeah. Oh wait, no, I don't. Oh. Okay. Wait, but it says I have more. Oh.
This look I tried to draw you, but it just looks cute. It's not evil enough.
Can you show me? I want to see. I want to see.
No, I'm not finished yet.
Oh.
I have to make it look evil. And it's just
Oh.
like a few seconds.
Make it look evil as you say, as if I don't shoot people in the crotch.
Yeah. I
Crotch
can't give you
shot.
cute art. Like you don't deserve cute art.
Excuse me?
It's
You
the truth.
offend me. You offend me.
You're
Back my stupid hand
evil.
fan. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
innocent and nice and
You're just an
friendly.
evil guy. You're just
No, I'm not.
For God's shitting sake, it's Pebble Day, and I felt like distracting.
Rip. Could've been me.
Damn.
I mean, what? Who said that? You guys should apologize and be nice. What am I supposed to do with Ruby? I don't remember what's my objective?
like I feel like you're evil because I feel like if I don't apologize, you're gonna do something.
It's
What
Evil
am I
Cat, not Salem
supposed
Cat no more.
There was never
What
Salem
do you
Cat. There
want?
was just
Let's
always
spar?
Evil Cat.
Fine. I'll fight Feng again, cause I'll kick his ass.
See, is that what a nice person would say? I don't think
I know,
so.
right?
I'm the nicest person anyone has ever met. Just not when it comes to
That's
fighting
what
games.
Mm-hmm. And
the
I'm mean as
psychopath would
fuck
say.
to everybody.
Okay, I just
Hi,
can't do
Foxy.
it. I just
Bye,
can't make
Foxy. Hi,
psycho
Foxy.
art.
Foxy's gone again.
This is too
Sad.
cute.
Oh my gosh.
Probably for good reason. It's okay.
Are you moving them into different channels?
I can't! I'm not doing that! I'm playing a game, dog! The hell you want me to do?
I mean, I feel like you probably have those privileges. You probably can do that.
I'm a Twitch mod, not a Discord mod. There's a difference.
Oh,
And at this point, I think Begel's gonna fire me.
I don't think so. Unless you like do something terrible. Have you done anything
Yeah,
terrible?
I'll ban El Macaco from stream. I'm joking.
Oh,
You've already
you
done that
cannot.
from mine like 100 times basically.
Technically, I timed him out, not ban. I did the ban thing once, and then I undid it almost immediately. It's fine.
Can't
Jeez, I
believe
did that as a joke.
banned
God, I can't
them.
joke around. Wait, can I move people? Can I move? Can I move people? No, I can't.
Bro's
I tried testing
trying
with
it
Bagel.
out.
I tried it with Bagel.
Nah.
Listen, if I'm gonna try anyone, I might as well try Bagel. Bagel's on mute.
You're still
Yeah,
probably
move bagel.
listening.
Yeah, but still. Thought I'd try it out. How? Oh, wait. Aha, brought up the map. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Doesn't matter where I'm supposed to go. What's my objective? I can't even go to multiplayer. I'm stuck on solo. But where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go over here? Am I supposed to go over here? No. Where am I supposed to go? I've already been in there. I'm so lost.
It's probably punishing you for shooting all these people in the crotch.
Listen, they were trying to attack me first, so I shot them in the crotch. Okay.
You didn't have to do that, man. That hurts people.
So.
Can it kill someone?
No, probably not. I think it'd make it more harder to pee, but I don't think it's gonna kill someone.
They probably died of embarrassment.
Welcome back, El Macaco.
Hi, Alma. Oh, God. Like, I don't think it's gonna kill anyone. I just think that it's just gonna, make it harder for piss, but sure. Where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go over here?
You wanted to see the Squidcraft games. Huh.
Am I supposed to go over here? Where am I supposed to go?
Now I know what I'm gonna make Salem say.
No, I'm scared. Maybe I should learn to keep my mouth shut. Where am I supposed to go, though? I'm actively lost and confused, and I don't... Where am I supposed to go? Outpost, quick punish. I already did that one. No, I need to do solo. I need to do the campaign. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to do campaign. What is it? No, I don't need that. I need...
Salami Cat being silent, unbelievable. Dude, they shot people in the crotch earlier. Multiple times. They did it like 4 or 5 times.
It was 5 times, but they're fine. They're fine.
I don't think those people are fine, mate.
They're fine. You're just complaining.
I don't think those people are fine.
They're fine. You're just complaining.
Are you
sure
about
about British
that?
or something? Like, you guys say mate a lot. Is it like...
That's like
British
the first
thing?
time I've ever said that before.
Okay, well Salem says it a lot. Are you British?
No, I just say it a lot. I used to
Since
say
when?
Since when
Not
did
gonna
this
lie.
start?
Since when did I get
I know
on top of the
psychology-
box? I've kind of just been chilling there.
I kind of started since the Dream SMP phase, so that was like a while back, actually. Oh, it's okay.
We all just collectively got like slightly British accents whenever we started watching. Ooh! No! Did I just
Slightly British?
Are you
I
fucking
don't
kidding
have a slightly
me?
British. I don't get
I think
it.
I've always thought you were British, honestly.
Who?
Salem.
Why?
I thought you were British.
Why?
Because you say mate, and you say like, I don't know, other things.
That doesn't make me British.
And I feel like liking lemons is a British thing. I don't know.
Hello?
Lemons?
Lemons are amazing. No, I got actually.
I mean, they are, but like, I feel like that's very British of you to say something like
It's very British. That's very British of you.
I killed 5 men today. I mean 3. There's 3 here.
I keep on changing what you're saying to what you say.
Damn it, El Macaco won.
I killed 5 men today.
I killed 5 men today.
I got 5 men
proud of
today.
that.
I'm proud of it. Listen. They were camping and they were gonna light the grass on fire. So I killed them.
What are you, Smokey the Bear now?
Yes, I am. No, I'm not. I already killed 2 bears. I don't want to talk about it.
Damn.
One
What did the
attacked me
bears
out of
ever
the
do
blue,
to
and the other was
you?
killing the deer.
Okay, well, one of those had it coming, but the other one, though, it didn't have it coming.
One attacked me, and the other started killing the deer, so they both had it coming. Are you a bad guy? Are you gonna kill me if I get close to you? Oh shit, he is!
Salem, I think you are the bad guy.
Yeah, I think you are the bad guy.
I walked up to this random ass guy, and then they start trying to attack me. No, I'm
Maybe it's
the guy.
because you shot his brother in the crowd.
Want me to shoot him in the crowd? Oh, never mind. He's dead. He died to a hand fan. Oh well, not my problem. Not my problem. Hi, fishing guy. You fishing? You got anything for sale?
Okay, this is just a sketch. This is just a sketch.
Okay. Bag. You're telling me I can fish? This is awesome. Oops.
Sam, I don't know I drew this in my old style, but I did. I'm gonna post it.
Fair enough. Can I change this to a fishing rod? Double swords. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what these are. Oh.
I posted an
Oh.
art.
Oh. 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 Armor.
Damn.
I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I'm so smart.
Salem, check the art channel.
Okay, I'll check the art channel.
How do you guys like my Gatorade?
I killed 5 men. Why the ooh woo?
Yo, ants with the 10 stream streak. Holy cow, a lot of people are starting to get their 10 stream streaks. That's wild.
Why the ooh woo?
Because it was fitting.
That's crazy.
I feel I
You're
killed
such a good friend.
men today. Ooh woo.
I love them so much.
Hold up.
Excuse me?
Today.
You're
Yeah.
dead to me.
I can still do the fucking voice.
You're dead.
That is
to me.
terrible.
I made
That is-
Gatorade. I'm actually really proud of this. I'm really proud of this Gatorade, man. I'm really proud of
Well,
it.
You're making
good.
everything super realistic and it's really scary.
Okay, my question is, why are you rendering like these so good and you haven't even touched Triker?
Yeah, you haven't touched anything else but the stupid drinks yet, dog.
Because I wanted to
Yeah.
do the drinks first.
That's fucking crazy. Didn't touch anything else. Yeah, I'm gonna color in awesome drinks and make it look so cool.
Oh, thanks, Pickle. Ooh, I can't speak.
Sigh. Where am I supposed to go?
And this one is gonna be Coca
Ooh,
Zero.
pretty flowers. Can I have those? Wait, what does that do to me? Oh shit, I'm on drugs. Oh fuck, where am I?
So that's
What?
why.
Guys, I went into a flower and I didn't know it fucked me up. Everything was red
Was
and
it, was it a
woozy.
poppy flower?
No, it was an enchanted lotus. I didn't know that'd fucking mess me up. What the fuck? Bloop. Ow, I fucking dodged that shit. Move your asses! You're all dead to me.
Damn.
I think it's kind of sad that that was the first time I drew Salem. I need to draw Salem more.
I got other OC. Gimmelshang's.
Well,
Dead
send
to
him
me.
over.
Well, give
Send
me a
him
minute. I'm
over.
fighting 5 different men, dog.
Hey, it's the 5 men
Actually,
that
I
you
prob-
shot in the crotch earlier.
Yeah.
It's actually not, but I'm fucking stuck. Ow.
I
Let me
can't-
up, damn it!
I can't wait to just draw all Thanksgiving break. Like, that's all I'm gonna do.
I don't get a Thanksgiving break.
You don't?
No, I have to work.
You should work in the
I think
school
I'm killing an
district.
innocent bystander and I feel kind of bad, but
Honestly, I'm very tempted
okay.
to because I know there's a couple of latchkey positions and apparently latchkey like pays really good. Which is
Mhm.
basically like watching kids after school.
That's exactly. So, I work in the after-school kids club, and
Ah.
that's what I do.
Are you going
And
to
I
attack
also
me?
do para. and I
No,
get
you're just gonna
paid.
stand there. Okay.
I get paid $21 an hour.
Oh wow. Yeah, apparently Latchkey, you also get paid like so it's for like both the morning and the evening.
This guy's not willing to attack me, but
Yeah,
And
I
it's
what did you say?
accidentally.
it's called before and after school kids club. Well, at least here that's what it's called.
Yeah, over here it's a like a company called Latchkey.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ruby, I got a horse. You want to see it? Move your ass. Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. Where the fuck did Ruby go?
I don't know.
Ruby?
You know
Did
what's
you kill
funny?
Ruby?
There is a kid. Wait, Obsidian. You
Yeah.
you watch Little Guy, right? You
Uh,
watch Little Guy?
not regularly, because I usually work.
Okay, there's a student at one of the schools I work at who shares a name with one of his characters, and they are just horrendous. They're terrible. I just find it so fun that they share like a name. It's like a very unique name too.
Oh gosh.
So funny. They like pushed a kid over the other day. It was like, oh my God.
Damn.
Yeah. There's this one wild child who like he he like he like took a running start and he tried to push me over and I'm like, what are you trying to do? And he's like, I'm trying to figure out if I can push over an adult. I'm like, wow.
Okay, just use the just use you as a test subject.
Yep, that adds up.
They also like one time they actually lifted me up, so a bunch of kids like grabbed me by the legs and they lifted me up
Oh my
and I
gosh.
fell backward. I mean, I'm pretty light, so it's not that impressive, but it was still kind of scary for me because they basically ruined my shirt because I was wearing a really nice shirt.
Oh.
So I had like mud on my shoulder for the rest of the day. But
Where am I supposed
yeah, that
to go?
I'm not really convincing you that this is a good job.
I'm decent with kids because at my like old job, it was at an arcade, and we did have to like make sure that the kids didn't like kill themselves in laser tag.
Hmm.
It was kind of funny because not funny, but like I had to like kind of my job was basically yell at the kids not
Oh
to
yeah.
run and because we watched the video and I'm like, okay guys, what's rule one? They're like, no running, and I'm like, all right.
They
Then
immediately start
they
running.
immediately start running.
Don't they?
Yep.
That's exactly what they always do. They can always repeat exactly what you tell them, and then they immediately go ahead and do
Yeah, and
that exact thing.
I
It's
give the 3 strikes. So if I see a kid running, I'm like, walk, strike one, but like a lot louder because it's you have to yell over the music
Mhm.
basically. And then the second time, walk, and then I like at the end, like I'm like, walk, because you had to yell over the music, and it's basically
Yeah.
like you have to yell over the music, and you have to be loud, and it's I found out that for kids especially, you have to be annoying for them to
You
finally
do,
start
really.
listening. So that's why I was like, walk like that,
It's your will against theirs. It really is.
basically.
You just reminded me.
You just
So
start
today
hearing a
I had
siren in the laser tag
yeah.
room.
Today was kind of terrible because there's this one kid who
Oh
kept on
yeah.
calling me daddy, and I couldn't explain to them why they couldn't call me that because they were just like joking that I was their dad. I was like, you can't call me daddy. I'm sorry, you just can't. It's like, why not? I was like, I can't. I don't know how to like explain this.
Because I'm not your
You just can't.
father.
I'm not your father. You
That name
can't do
that
this.
name is that name is reserved to your dad, your actual dad,
Yeah.
not anybody else. It's a no-no with anybody else.
Yes, exactly. I should have just said that, but I was like, I don't know. I was kind of pissed. I was just like, please just stop. Just don't. You need to stop.
There you go, Bacon.
There was
I'm too
also a
lazy to
couple
grab the
times
photos from my.
whenever I was doing laser tag where I like a kid literally
Thank you,
like ran up
Salem.
to me
Welcome.
literally just hugged me, and I'm like, oh, oh,
They hugged you? Oh,
yes.
that's cute. I've had
Where
that
am I
happen to me
supposed to-
too, but like
Where am I supposed to
I'm
go?
I'm not a touchy person,
I
so
am not either,
I don't
Me
but
like it when
neither.
like,
people touch me.
yeah, but at the same
Move
time,
out
like
my
for
way.
me, especially like if it's like a little kid, I'm like, oh my gosh. Because a lot of the time, whenever like the little kid, like if they're hugging me, it's like, oh, I'm gonna like, I'm gonna like point you at a wall. No, um, it's adorable though. Like I have like cuteness aggression.
Okay. Well, there's this one kid. He's very aggressive
Oh
with his
gosh.
like affection.
Oh, whenever I was a kid, I would
So,
literally like squeeze the shit out of my teachers.
well, that's exactly what I've tried so hard to like tell him he can't touch me because he'll like grab me from behind and like try to squeeze my guts out. And it's like, you just can't do that. I'm sorry. I just drank like a tall coffee. You cannot do.
For me as a kid, I was a very strong kid for some reason. Um,
He is too. He is too. He could
I would
like
pick up my teachers.
almost suplex me. Dang.
Yeah. And I was like one of the first kids to have like a growth spurt, which looking at me now, I'm like, how the fuck was I the tallest kid at my in my class now? I'm 5'2".
Oh dang.
Yeah, I think I stopped growing whenever I was at least like
At least you're taller than Bagel. Sorry.
8.
Oh, sorry, Bagel. Shouldn't have said
Crazy.
That's wild.
that. You had a growth spurt when you're 8.
Yeah. Not 8. I think it was like how old are kids usually when they're in like first grade?
Oh
When
my
they're in
god!
first grade, they're 7. Actually, they're 6 and 7. That's when they're in first grade. Why are you laughing?
Holy shit!
I'm too brain rotted for that.
Yeah, we know,
0.
so.
You better not write 6, 7 on there.
Oh well, now you just gave
Oh.
me an idea.
I still have no. I'm gonna crash out if you do.
I didn't sign up for this battle!
Oh, and another thing is this same kid. He says he like loves me, but he also says really mean things to me. Like he literally
Dang.
like he came up to me and he is like, "You're ugly." I'm like,
That's crazy.
"Thanks." He like poked me in the stomach and said, "You're fat." I'm like,
Damn.
"Thanks." I'm like, "Thanks." And then he asked me for a hug like 10 minutes later. I'm like, "Dude." Ugh.
But yeah, whenever I was working at that arcade, like a lot of the kids would like basically like hug you if they had a lot of fun. And so
Mhm.
there was laser tag, VR, a rock wall, and then it was
Am I
like
now
the
fighting a
entire
little
bowling
shithead?
alley. And
I didn't ask to be in this fight.
one of the like I loved doing laser tag because that was like the most fun that you would have because sometimes you'd be able to join in the games. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't hold back against kids. I don't do it. I will beat them in laser tag. Like the kids
I
will
don't
be
hold
sitting
back
there
on
getting about
kickball either, so I understand.
the kids will be
I play
sitting
kickball and I kick it far.
the kids will be sitting
It goes
there
way over
with
them.
like 2,000 points and I'm sitting here at like 9,000 and I'm like hee hee
Tee hee.
tee hee.
Yeah, I play kickball at the kids club with them, and they get so mad when I just kick it so far. I see their little legs trying to run after it, and I'm just laughing because I'm like, I'll do like a moonwalk all the way to the home base, and
Oh
they'll
my
be so
gosh.
mad. Or I'll just do something that like will make them so mad. I feel like kids need to learn that they can't always win. That's just
Basically.
me.
Yeah, one of the times my manager was like, "Dude, you gotta stop doing that," and I was like, "Hee hee, hee hee, tee hee."
Oh, I want some Shaq gummies. I'm just seeing this now. This is really random.
Some what?
Dude, don't kill my horse, asshole.
Revenge for shooting people in the balls, I guess.
I don't even know who this guy is. He just randomly wanted to fight me. I didn't even do shit to him.
Okay, I've done the coke.
I
The
love that
coke
by being
zero.
in call, I can bypass ads basically. I can still hear what people are talking about.
Did you know
Did I
there's
win?
Twitch Prime?
Do not. I can't even afford Netflix right now.
That's so
Damn.
real.
Honestly,
Yeah.
same.
I'm just trying to survive.
Honestly, same.
You know what we call that? You know what we call that? We call that pirating. Pirate that bitch.
So true.
I
I
think
mean, if they get the right to be able to like take it away from us on a whim, then we should have the right to be able to, pirate it.
And
That is my
also
view.
just be lazy and let us AI generate. Apparently now Disney Plus is letting us AI generate stuff. So let's be real. Do we really need these subscriptions? I don't want to
I
pay to
mean
generate. I should be paid I should be paid to actually deal with you adding AI into your thing. I'm just saying I need that compensation. That's hurting my little heart. You're ruining the environment. Fuck you. Peace out, like Loki.
Oh yeah, Bagel. How do you like my rendering of this?
Loki, not even
it looks so out of place.
Oh, why are
It looks so
you
out of place with
rendering
the
things
Triker.
when you don't even have the flat colors done?
I wanted to do this. I wanted to do the drinks first.
Which is crazy,
Color
by
the
the
whole
way.
thing first. So you know where the lighting's going.
Well, I made it to where the lighting's coming from this way. Oh wait, that's not a color that you can actually see. From this way.
Oh my. Oh my.
And now I can start on the flat color.
Where the fuck am I? What am I supposed to do? I've never been more confused in my entire life until now. Hi, Willow.
Damn, there's a whole
Hi,
party in here.
Willow.
Hi Nagi.
Hello.
I mean, what was it? Raising Cane's Chan. That's your real name.
How'd you know? Reason I'm the Stan.
Docs.
Stop! You can't dox me like this. Bagel, I'm
Your
getting
address is
doxxed.
just like the
Help.
Raising Cane's headquarters.
Willow,
Yeah.
I'm just Willow, you're so fun. I'm literally making a sticker of you in the
Okay.
as the Raising King logo. So like Loki, that's your
Are you being
personality
for
now.
real?
You're so
I'm
Being
actually
so
cooked. I'm actually cooked. Well, I just got back from the store. I finally got not chili, but I'm gonna go back
chilly.
tomorrow anyway.
Yay!
I said I
Confetti,
didn't get
chili.
chili, but I'm gonna get it tomorrow. I need a good
Well,
recommendation for
You're not
chili.
my
Just
whole
make chili.
opinion.
It's easy.
I don't.
It's so
I've never
Done.
freaking
easy.
made chili ever, and I don't know how to make it either.
You just cook up some ground beef with some onions and some um, chili powder and a little bit of cumin, and then you stir it up. You drain the grease out. You dump the meat into a pot.
I'm so confused
You
because
get
I have
some.
no clue like what you're
You
saying.
You
This is culinary jargon to me.
get some canned tomatoes and some tomato sauce, and you dump it in there, and you cook it up until it's like boiling, and then you add a little bit more like salt and some more chili powder, and then
Bagel, I got
stir
too
it up.
much. I got too many noodles. Too many.
It's literally so easy, like Willow. It's
Yeah, I
better
know.
when
It's
it's
probably like
made.
the easiest thing ever. I just like have never made it. I've also never had chili in my life, so
You've
You
never
gotta
had
Yeah, we have
try
chili?
like you gotta
that's
try the
gonna be
Frito
that's
chili
gonna be-
pie.
gonna get the canned stuff.
You
They were
gotta
gonna
you
get the
gotta
canned stuff.
try.
So
You gotta make it
How
with
could
Frito
you?
chili pie.
Okay,
Like you gotta make it. You
I'm
gotta
just gonna
put like
tell
some
you.
Fritos in there, and then like
Do not get Wolf Brand. It will mess you up.
you
Like,
said Wolf
do
Brand. Okay,
not.
I'll steer clear of Wolf Brand.
Yeah, it messes me up every single time I go camping and someone brings Wolf Brand. I'm like, oh no,
Oh my
oh
god.
it's,
no.
Bagel.
yes.
Rusty just DM'd me a photo of Shackalicious XL gummies. Two different flavors. One is the Shack heads, and then the other one's his shoes of strawberry, mango, and lime.
Is that like a meme or is it a real thing?
No, it's a real
It's a
thing.
real.
It's
It's a
actually a real
real
thing. I bought it for
thing.
Bagel.
They bought it for
I
me
bought
on
Bagel.
stream.
Yeah.
I want
The
to eat
funny thing, I was
shoes.
dying.
It's not shoes. It's some random ass person's face.
It's not random, it's Shaq.
It's not some
The
random
famous.
person. It's literally Shaq.
Okay, my sister went to a rave where Shaq was the DJ. Legit.
Where
Oh
Shaq was
wow.
a DJ?
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that. No, thank you.
I mean, think about it. He's so tall. He's like the perfect DJ.
I didn't want to know that Shaq was a DJ for a rave.
Yeah, look it up.
he attended. Shaquille O'Neal. But yeah, I bought 2 packs of not cooked noodles and then a thing of instant noodles and then grapes to tortillas, uh unprepared mac and cheese and a ton of drinks.
Like what drinks? You say drinks. What
The
drinks?
same one. About 3 of the same one. Because they only sell them
Shaquille
individually.
Liquid Shaquille O'Neal.
Liquid
Yeah, it's
Shaquille
liquid
O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal. How'd you guys know? Here, I'll show you. I'll turn my camera on just for you. But I like thrive off of this stuff. Hold on. Like especially on karaoke days. I need to show you guys. This thing.
Liquid. Water.
It's not water, it's like a citrusy like drink. But it's my favorite thing in the world.
It
And I
just
will
looks
actually
like
take the
water.
word for it.
It
It's
just
not
looks like
water,
water.
I promise. Please
I
trust
think
me
you're
on this. It's
lying.
not water.
I bet it's like Raisin Cane's flavored, like sauce. It's just
It's
the
not. I promise.
Did you know that you can actually get on like a whole entire cup of just Raisin Cane sauce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know I have I have Raisin Cane's lip gloss. It's called lip sauce. I can send you a picture.
I know exactly what you're talking about because I think I actually had some at some point when I visited their headquarters like in June.
Damn, you visited their headquarters?
Yeah, when I was on tour,
That's where they live.
Kane's headquarters, and we went on tour of the headquarters.
Don't you remember? That's where they live.
Huh?
Yeah, that's where Willow lives. Is the Raising Cane's headquarters.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
essentially, like we made a U-turn back to my house. That's what happens.
You guys might not like this, but I accidentally saw someone in the again.
Again?
You saw what?
Dude, you can't keep on doing
That's
this.
the like 6th time.
Wait, what
Listen.
happened?
What's
They keep on shooting people in the crotch in their game.
No, I don't.
What
No, I'm
game are
not.
they fucking playing? Holy shit!
Crotch shooter on the PS5.
Watch that be
No,
like
I'm
an
playing-
actual game.
That'd be so funny. Nah, I'm playing Where the Winds Meet. Good
I'm a
game.
little concerned, but okay.
More like where the arrow meets the crotch.
Anyways, I'm leaving. Bye, guys. I'll talk to you
Bye,
later.
Bagel.
Bye, Bagel.
Okay.
Oh,
Damn, they left
you,
fast.
you think it was the
Wow.
crotch thing?
I think it was the crotch thing. Divorce.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Divorced,
Damn.
beheaded, and died.
And died. Divorced, beheaded,
No,
survived.
boss game. Just for me. I found the game. I found it. It's called Work at Raising Canes.
You made
Hello?
that game?
No, I found the game for me. It's called Work at Raising Canes, and I want to work
Oh.
at Raising Canes.
Of course you would.
Why do you want to work there when you're like literally the CEO?
Okay, yeah, I guess you're right, but sometimes I just want to tour my own franchises just to see how big they've
Oh,
gotten.
so it's like undercover boss? That's
Undercover
what it
boss.
is?
How'd you know? Yeah, exactly like that.
Where's my horse? Oh, so
Check call chat, Willow.
Hold on. Oh, your lip sauce and your cane's crunchy. Well,
Yeah.
I can do you one better. Hold on.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
gosh.
Let me go get him. Let me go get him.
Oh gosh.
Oh my.
Let me go get him.
What did I do? I actually
have the
really need to eat
25th
food.
Anniversary cane plushie. Take that.
Are you posting it? Can't see.
No, my camera's on.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, I can't see.
Oh, that's amazing. It's like literally gold.
Yeah, it's
Like
literally
24
gold.
karat gold. The 24 karat gold Labubu.
Gold.
I am the
I
one
pictured
and
that with my
only
food money.
owner of the 24 karat gold Labubu.
Didn't she get canceled for doing like
Yep.
blackface Labubu?
Yep.
What? I didn't know
She
about that.
went to make KSI into a Labubu, and she literally did it as blackface.
Yeah, she did a blackface
What?
Labubu, and she got canceled for it.
That's crazy. That's mad. People on TikTok, they're just funny.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I actually forgot to go get my food anyways. I'm hungry.
me too.
Make some
hungry.
chili, like some real. Make some food, like actual make food.
don't
No,
like
I have
doing
food
that.
waiting. I just forgot to go get food, so
Oh.
I should go do
I'm
that.
probably gonna order Domino's.
You're gonna order Domino's?
Probably.
Well, I already freaking had 5 Domino's pizza slices today. Too many.
Too many? That's not enough. I'll eat a whole pizza, like right
No,
now.
because it's like the school cafeteria Domino's pizza.
Oh.
Because I think they
Stinky.
sponsor my
That's
school or something,
stinky.
but we have Domino's pizza a la
Wow.
carte. Yeah, we're
You know they
fancy.
had to like remove all of the substance and just leave the cardboard.
No, because
Cheap stuff.
the crust used to generally just taste like cardboard, and then like 2 weeks ago, I think they changed it to like just regular Domino's pizza, and it tastes like literally indistinguishable.
I think
No, I'm kidding.
my like the nearby college around me, their pizza, like they have an entire like they have an actual like pizza place inside their food court. And it's like
Wow.
fancy. It's actually
Dang.
fancy.
Guys, I'm lost. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
I have no freaking clue what you're even doing at this point.
I don't know either.
Shooting people in the crotch.
Salem's just roaming
I'm
in the forest.
not!
IRL.
In
IRL
the
roaming in the
Hello?
forest.
Yes, let me go in the forest and shoot people in the crotch. Yeah, that'll do it.
Salem is like literally just Shaquille O'Neal roaming in the forest. They have a voice filter.
Salem O'Neal.
Yeah, Salem
Oh.
O'Neal.
I'm trying to figure out. Where'd Ruby go? Where am I supposed to go? I'm so confused. Perform the toad style. Oh my fucking god. I've been roaming around this whole entire time confused on what I'm supposed to do. I figured it out and I don't know how to do shit. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to change my fucking style? I didn't want to do it because I was like,
Please
oh,
tell me.
okay, I don't need.
Please tell me when I open Roblox and I go into my connections and then I check my requests and I have one request from @Obsidian the Rock Boy. Do I accept or do I decline?
I think you should
I
accept
don't
it. I think you
know.
should accept it.
I'm gonna
I think
decline
that
it.
that name sounds pretty sus.
I declined it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm gonna start
I could
crying.
never
I'm gonna be like,
decline a friend request from Obsidian the Rock Boy. Don't worry, I accepted you.
We sound like one of those
Right
crazy
now.
geology majors. Name themselves out of rocks.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
I dropped out of college like after doing like one semester.
You know what's sad? I did one semester and I did really good, and then I dropped off.
I
So
also did really good as well, but it was like kind of like more it's a community college basically, but uh
like a tech
it just
school.
no. I already went to a tech center actually. I finished that cuz it was a 1 year class there cuz they were doing it in high school.
Oh
Um
yeah.
but basically I went there and was like, hee hee, I'm in college now because I was also wanting to do it to skip some classes because it's basically concurrent. And after that I was like, okay, yeah, it's I don't want to do this no more.
That's
It
like
just
very based, honestly, because
honestly
it's
college
a
was
lot
not
of
for
work.
me. Yeah. I just want to stream.
Oh, there goes Willow.
Oh,
Bye, Willow. I really need to get a new headset.
I
Like,
need
I'm just
to
saying this because I need to. I want to stream, but I don't have a good headset,
I need
and
to
I
get
suck at
a
digital
I need
art.
to get a better job.
You should work at Raising Cane's. I'm sure Willow would hire you.
I don't want to go to like fast food or retail anymore. I I haven't tried fast food, but I've heard too many horror stories and I genuinely don't want to do fast food.
Yeah. I worked at a small grocery store, and there was so much gossip. It was crazy. Like, it's like a tiny little grocery store in a small town, and I like everyone for some reason everyone was like, let's vent to like the poor little 18-year-old who just got hired and tell them all of our problems.
My last job was kind of it wasn't a small one, but it was one that's only known in Oklahoma. Um
Oh,
and the one that I went to was the original store. And that was the worst job I've ever had.
oh my.
There were rats everywhere.
Rats? Like what?
Yep. It was awful. It was genuinely horrible. And then they literally didn't treat us like human.
That's
Cuz
insane.
it's the only one that has sackers where
I don't know what that
basically
is.
you sack like you have someone sacking your groceries for you.
Yeah.
And those managers literally one of them hated me because I talked too much.
No. One of my managers hated me just for like no reason. I think it was because the like main store manager like actually really liked me. Um, I want to say her name because I just hear the name and I like cringe now because she literally honestly I probably could have like got her fired if I wanted to because she was like she would yell at me like it was abusive like she literally yelled at me while I was in the line to like go faster. I was like
Ugh.
I was trying my best.
Honestly, I'd like to go back to my first job. Thank you, Coffee
I miss like the store manager would give us like little goodie bags for like holidays, and I really miss that. And I remember on my it was my birthday one time, and I was like really sad. And my manager, no, one of my coworkers, she's like an older woman. She bought me a birthday cake. It was so kind. Yeah, and it really made my day because I was not happy to be working on my birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first job, it was at a grocery store, and honestly, it was the best job I had. Um, Besides this one. And so like we had it was whenever I was 16 and our managers were awesome to be honest.
That's like at a grocery store.
Yeah. And it was also unionized. But the reason why I left is because we had gotten a new store manager and
Oh, that can change a lot of things.
she treated all of us kids like we were animals. But I think I found out she did get fired about
Oh,
a little over a year ago actually.
well, that's good. You know, you can't
Yeah.
go treating people like animals.
Right?
That's not cool. Salem progress update. Where are you?
Uh, trying to help a sick goose. It didn't help. It didn't work. I tried. And now I gotta
What's
observe
a
a goose
sick?
doing fighting, I guess. I don't know.
Do you know my story with geese? Like why absolutely hate them?
Why?
Salem.
Yo, I'm in Raro with the five more bits, by the way. The bits,
S-
the bits, the bits, the bits, the bits,
Why is this goose
the
attacking a
bits.
bear?
Why is the goose attacking a bear?
I don't know. The bear seems shaken up though. Poor bear.
Oh, poor bear.
Poor bear.
So,
And earlier
so
you just killed a bear
mo-
because it was, you know.
I have no idea what you're talking
you
about.
have sympathy.
I would never.
That was not Salem Cat. That was Sadistic Cat.
I'm wanting to add like a little
Different
bit of texture because
personality.
I feel like I don't know, I feel like the blending is like. Did I seriously just do that on the wrong layer? Oh my gosh.
Imagine, could have
Crying.
been me.
Can I can I
Why
tell
isn't
I
it
you a
kill
letting
the?
me
secret?
undo?
Should I kill
Okay.
the goose? I'm gonna kill the goose.
Can I tell you a secret? You know that piece I did of Triker? I drew everything on the wrong layer. So I just merged all of the layers and just like I just like tried to do it that way.
Oh, I
So it's
can't kill
I
the
based
goose. Sorry, bear.
at one point I just did it all in one layer.
Oh. Okay, I think that's actually a pretty good way to add texture, surprisingly.
I accidentally killed like 5 roosters while running.
Salem!
I didn't do it on purpose. Damn.
Carl,
I was
you
running,
can't
and then
do
they ran in front of
that.
me. I was running on a horse. It's not my fault. Don't pin it
Damn.
on me. It's not my fault.
I'll pin it on you whenever I want.
I didn't do anything. It's not my fault.
You killed a lot of roosters.
I killed like 3. It's fine. No one's
It
gonna
makes me
miss them.
sad. It makes me sad when you can kill horses in games. I feel like you shouldn't be able to kill horses. They're just too innocent.
Yeah. Well, I killed roosters. They go cock-a-doodle-doo.
And then you got the Minecrafters that are like literally every like time they need leather, they look over to the horse. Peter, the horse is here.
No.
What am I supposed to do?
I feel like there's something so wrong about like using horse for anything else than like traveling, because
Yeah.
and I don't feel comfortable like eating horse meat. Like I just
I don't
can't
either.
stand the thought. But I know I'm pretty sure British people eat it, so like I think Salem's probably okay with
Hello?
it. Because you're British now.
I'm not
You always were.
British.
I
I'm
swear
not
you're
British.
lying.
I'm not. I was born here in the US of A, dog. Caw.
I don't know.
Eagle screech.
Can you like stare at somebody and like guess that they're British, like without them speaking? That's my question. Like, do British people have a certain look?
Oh my gosh.
I am not British.
Because I'm starting to think, what's your Shona's name again? I gotta look at it.
Skimbleshanks?
Okay, that's I was wrong what it was called.
That's
But
a
yeah,
that is a British name there. That's a British name,
that
man.
is so British.
Because Cats, the musical, takes place in London.
Oh yeah, why would you know that? Because you're British.
Because I watched the movie.
Because you're British. Only British people
I'm
watch
not British. Actively not British.
actively
That
lying.
sounded kind
I'm
of
not
sus,
British.
man.
I'm
I think
not
you might
British.
be.
I don't sound British.
Are you sure about that?
You're like, I don't
Yes.
sound British. My name is Helen Cat. And I'm not
I don't
British.
sound.
Oh,
I don't
sound
sound
British,
British.
innit?
I don't.
British. I don't sound British.
I don't.
You're just a little British
I feel like
boy.
you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweats and you're gonna be like, am I British?
I'm not British. I know I'm not.
Like,
Do
Born
you
in the
like
have I
US
been
of
lying
A,
to
dog.
do you
myself?
like beans and toast?
That doesn't sound good. No. Beans also make me a little bit sick. And bread.
Yeah, I can't eat beans either.
Where am I supposed to go?
Or
Oh,
rice.
I like
Or
rice. Rice is
You can't
good.
have Mexican food?
Not really. Yeah,
I'm
rice
starting
it genuinely it triggers my gag reflex for some reason. I
Oh.
don't know why, but it does. And it honestly sucks because a lot of the foods that I want to try have rice in it and I'm like I can't eat that. It's like I think it's specifically the smell of rice though.
You probably wouldn't like me because I have a lot of rice.
God, rice is so good.
Rice
I
is so
can't
good.
eat it. Same with
'Cause,
beans. Like I literally cannot eat like rice and beans because of the like texture and the smell as well. But
what
it's
do you
I
eat?
know
Like, what do you eat? If you can't
chicken
have rice.
Souls of the
nuggets,
innocent.
quesadillas,
Quesadillas? Okay, those are good.
tacos. I really like
Quesadillas
tacos.
are
I
good.
could fuck up a taco right now. Actually, hold
What do
up.
you mean you can fucking what do you mean you can
What
fuck
does
up a
that
taco?
even mean?
I would fuck that shit up.
What does that mean?
How do you not know the term fuck up?
So you're gonna fuck the taco. Okay.
No!
Oh my god.
I mean, you could say beat it up. You could say beat it up because I'm like literally taking like bites out of it and then
Why
I'm
are
gonna
you
like
beating a taco?
Just say eat. I could go for a taco. I could eat a taco.
no, but that
Why
doesn't
are you
make it.
making up
That
these
doesn't make it as.
terms?
That doesn't make it as
I
like.
could consume a taco violently. Aggressively
actually?
consume a taco.
Ooh, I could get a Crunchwrap Supreme.
Dog, stop it. I'm already hungry. Back off.
I've only been to Taco Bell once.
I don't like Taco Bell. It
What?
makes me sick. Taco Bell makes me sick.
Yeah.
So my aunt. Ooh, steak quesadilla.
Oh, that sounds good.
That
I'm
sounds
really
so
curious.
good. I'm actually gonna get one with like extra steak. Actually, no. Don't.
Have you
Oh
ever
yes, I
tried
want the
fried
steak.
steak?
I want the steak quesadilla with no steak.
Yeah, I just
Makes
want a
no
regular
sense.
quesadilla.
Although I will add extra cheese.
I don't have any tortillas, so I can't make one, but I really want a quesadilla right now.
Guys,
I
I'm gonna
can
leave
make
these.
really
Keep making
good.
me hungry.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to go and eat now. Like, I might wait like a few more minutes, but
You could go for a kebab. Ooh. I'm also gonna get some nacho fries.
I think I have like some suppressed memories or something. But, like anytime I think kebab, I just gag. There's something about it.
I need to get a new chair. This is starting to annoy me. Like every time I move, it's like like that, and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck, shush.
I'm gonna send you a picture of my chair so you can understand what real pain looks like.
That's crazy. Oh, wait. I gotta go over here. Serve your wine. Here, have some wine. Get the
I'm just
Here,
gotta
have
make sure
some
I'm not.
wine.
It'll
Here,
Listen,
ease the pain.
have some wine.
It'll
it'll
ease the
ease,
pain.
it'll ease the pain.
Please
Listen, they
take the
ordered it.
wine.
I'm working at a restaurant right now, okay? It's not my fault.
Is this the same game we're
Okay.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, it's been
It
ordered.
is.
Obsidian, this is what pain looks like.
Okay, let me look. Let me look this up.
You know what pain looks like? I don't have anything.
Where did you
to eat.
send it?
That looks.
Oh, there
In
it is.
the stream chat.
Why
Oh
does that look
gosh.
painful? I'm confused by that. What?
It's the most
You
uncomfortable.
can't wear
like,
shorts in that.
what are you talking about?
That is leather. Like that is like the fake leather. You cannot wear shorts
Yeah,
with that.
but
Especially
I
not
do.
on a summer day.
I do though.
Do you
All
not
the
have the
time.
problem where your thighs like stick to like leather objects?
I do.
It
I
hurts.
do. It does. I don't know why I do this to myself. See, it's like a Saw movie trap. It's just the most
Literally.
uncomfortable chair. But like, I need to invest in a new chair immediately and new headphones. Actually, there's just so many things. So many things that I don't have money for.
Same.
Just give me money, somebody. I don't know.
That's so real. Me
It's
too.
literally so real.
Fund me, random millionaire. I will make you small little critters that you can sell at your auctions.
Oh, if someone ever like pays me like $1 million, one, I would literally like commission a whole bunch of artists like to draw Obsidian.
Real.
I'd commission
Real.
so many people. And two, I would literally like draw so many things for them.
They just like commission. They give you like $1 million dollars to draw them 1 million times. That would get like really boring after a while. But
Well, I'm not gonna charge like $1 per piece. It's gonna be like, you know, like
I mean, that's your
you know,
commission
eat the
prices right
rich.
now. Like,
Eat the rich, man. Eat the rich. It's
okay.
not $1.
I'm gonna
Did you
look at
not
the.
see
Actually, I'm too lazy.
Have
I'm
you
too
not
lazy to
seen
check right now.
have you not seen the add-ons? Because it's like, yes, it says $1 plus, but the add-ons, like, it wouldn't let me put on add-ons
Okay.
without adding like their actual price.
You're probably just doing it wrong. I'm sorry. You're probably just doing.
I literally like, because I've got like the options for like half body shading, full body shading, then like you can add
Yeah.
the extra character. Like you can see it on my actual you can see the actual like prices on my commission sheet. Because that was
I'm trying
before I
to
realized like I
access.
could just use it on Ko-Fi.
Am I following you on Ko-Fi?
You might be.
I have to sign in. Darn. Wait, where is my Wi-Fi?
Oh no, are you on cellular data?
I am on a cellular data.
Oh no.
I don't remember my Ko-Fi password.
That's me with my
Can I
ArtFight
log in
account.
Google? All of my passwords are the exact same, and they're all my old username. So if somebody figures out my old username, I'm done. I'm cooked.
Well, don't say
Oh.
that.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
My
I
gosh.
should
Damn,
not.
bacon.
But it's like it's pre this community. Like nobody knows. It's completely different. So nobody will figure it
Okay,
out.
guys,
Did you
I'm gonna go
physically
look.
make new accounts
Yes, I
for
physically made
everything?
new accounts. Yes, for
Okay.
everything. Nobody's gonna
Okay.
figure out what my old username was. It's
Okay.
very different.
That's at least safer. Because if it was the same account, technically, they can look up your old password, like your old, not passwords, but your old
No way.
usernames.
I guess
Especially
that's
like with
true.
like things that exist, like the Wayback Machine.
That would be evil. I don't think someone would do that to me.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go do
There's a
that.
lot of bad people
No.
out there.
No, it's
There's
not
a
my current account. You won't.
Yeah, but if it was, like, people can actually like look it up that way.
I'm so glad I'm not famous because I feel like people would just like hate on me so.
Yeah, but what if like in the future, like if you like, because you said that on my stream, mate. You said that on my stream.
Nobody's gonna watch the VOD.
That's
Sorry.
how they find stuff to cancel people with, dude.
They
They'll
do.
literally, someone will literally be like watching people's old VODs to like from like 13 years ago
Just out of
just to
what?
try to cancel them.
That's like a huge waste of time, and it's like
That's how the
why?
click got canceled. Whenever like he was like 11 or something. They
Whenever he was 11, what?
well when like he was 11, like someone found like a video from whenever he was 11 and used that to be like, oh, click is racist and like all this bullshit. And it's like, dude, he was 11. He did not know better than at that age. Like
Uh,
genuinely. He was probably doing it to be like cool with his friends or something.
we all say like really. We've all said really dumb things when we were like 11, 12. Like
Plus also there was
that's
like
the
you
dumb
could have
age.
been also like kind of brainwashed by your parents as well. Like how I was.
Exactly.
There's most likely a video of me like that I'm in at a fucking Trump rally whenever I was like 6 years old because my Gmail used to take me to them all the time.
Dang.
Yeah. Cause like I remember whenever I was a kid there was like this dude that like literally like something happened and like I was behind him and I guess he was like jumping on like he was jumping around like people's seats and it
What?
was right behind like we were right behind Trump
That's
whenever I was like
crazy.
6 years old. And this dude was literally like jumping around and like I guess they had to I forgot what all happened. But that shit was wild whenever I was a kid.
Why do you take a kid to a rally? I'm just
That's
questioning
just
all
the
of this.
that's just the yeah. A lot of people do even if it's for yeah, cuz it was for when he was running for his first term
Hmm.
and like
You were 6. You were 6 for his first.
I forgot how old I was. I forgot how old I was. Like
You're
wait,
so
what?
young. You're so young.
Uh
I mean, I guess that was 2016.
Wait, yeah, that was 2016. I was 10.
You're 10.
I was like 10 years old. Dude, I did not like I was literally like brainwashed at the age. That dude's literally a dictator. Ew.
We don't have to talk about it. Some people get stressed when you. But yeah. Anyways.
Shield. My name is Shelly, 'cause I'm a shell.
I want
Be my
food.
best friend.
Okay, I just wish I was like a streamer so people would like buy me food. Like that's literally
People
the
will buy
only
me
reason.
food.
Okay, like a famous streamer. Buy me food. Like that's literally. Do you have a throne?
I do, but I don't have anything on it. I wish.
Hi,
Like I
Bagel.
not I will. Bagel.
We were just talking about you,
Begal.
Bagel.
No, we weren't.
My food's
I
here.
was just
My food's
about
here.
to.
That's crazy.
I was about to talk about like thrones and how they work. Because Bagel has a
Bigal
throne,
says,
right?
I can't talk.
Oh,
Bigal says, I'm with a baby.
You're
Aw.
I didn't know you had. I didn't know you had a baby.
Bagel doesn't.
Bagel just goes through
Bigal says, it's my sister's.
Oh.
guys, I have my Taco Bell. That actually came really fast. Like really fast.
Sid, stop. I can't eat. Oh, I'm hungry though.
Okay, I might actually
Bigal
have to.
says, we are watching Netflix.
Yo, what you
Oh, way to make me
watching?
jealous. Now I'm gonna
The
pirate
bag is
Netflix
loud
because
as
of you.
fuck. Why is the bag
I'm
so
done.
loud?
I'm done. I'm pirating Netflix now.
That's crazy.
So, my Gma had got me, like, we went to Taco Bell,
Just kidding.
about Thursday, I think. And, like, last Thursday after my doctor's appointment, and my aunt, like, we were taking my aunt, who, mind you, she's 15. She is absolutely obsessed with Taco Bell. Specifically, the mild sauce from Taco Bell. And since it was her birthday, recently, she like had her birthday money, so she was buying it. And she was like, she asked the worker, can I also get some mild sauce with that? Like a bunch of it. And the person was like, I'm not sure how much do you want? This girl said 20.
Hi.
20?
What do you want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want to say? Why are you crying now?
Oh,
Oh,
You don't want to.
the poor
Oh my
little
god, wait, what's
one.
going on?
What are you saying? Say what?
Aww.
Oh my god, that's
What
so
do you want? What do you,
cute.
what do you want to say, Rue? Say something. Say hi. Say it again. You gotta be a little louder. Hi.
Hi, kiddo.
Jade!
How was your day, Ruby? Good. It was good. Are you nervous now that you're talking to my friends? Yeah.
Aww.
She all got nervous. She was
Why is
So
she was like
precious.
she was like,
This is so cute.
Nay, Nay, I want the iPad. And I'm like, no, you can't have iPad. I'm drawing. And I was like, you want to say hi to my friends? And she was like, yeah. And then she's just being goober now.
That's so cute. That's so precious.
She's a little crazy. Apparently, she's been very naughty lately.
Uh-oh.
Aww.
Oh no.
Why you look so nervous now, Rue? She's
Look at
messing
her
with my
profile
work
picture.
keychains because I'm staying the night. Are you still streaming Obsidian?
Yeah.
Oh well, hi everybody. You're hearing my
That was
niece.
adorable
Oh my
though.
god.
That was so precious.
What? A kitty?
Aww.
Yeah, it's a kitty. What's that one?
Puppy.
A puppy, yeah.
Aww.
So.
Where'd the kitty go? There's the kitty.
It's a kitty.
Yeah, it's the kitty.
It's one.
This
Yeah,
is
you
so
put them
wholesome.
together.
It is.
Yeah, you put
I
them
love
together because they're
it.
love. They're in love. They love each other.
Aw.
This is too wholesome for my heart.
Mhm.
This is so cute.
I know.
It literally is.
That's a house. That's the Moomin house. Yeah, the Moomin.
It's a mean house.
This size
I'll
is so
drop my
adorable.
keys.
It is.
Why'd you drop my keys?
I'm actually
What the
crying.
heck,
This is
dude?
so cute.
What the heck? Don't drop my keys. That's it. You're done. You're done,
Oh.
dude.
Oh, it went from
Hi,
wholesome to you're
cheese.
done.
Hi, cheese.
No! I'll give it back. Give them to me.
What? 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 Oh, bye, Bacon Bit. Nah, not you
He's playing
attacking
with
stream
me right now.
elements.
Whoa!
Crazy.
Whoa, dude. Why you don't? No. Don't worry about
Willow just say, oh, Willow just said, oh, hey, Chris Pratt. That's
Nah.
hilarious.
That was pretty funny.
I did a Chris Pratt impression at work today.
No, that's sure.
In the end, did your coworker respond with 6-7 or what?
Oh my god, not that. Oh my god, I'm leaving. I'm
No.
done.
We're in
I'm
my
out.
server, Willow. We're in my server, which means I can
Mhm.
just do this. I can just. There you go.
You forget I can do the same.
They said your impression was accurate. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious.
What do you want to say? You're looking over like you want to say something.
You said
Say
your
something.
impression was accurate. That's great.
Are you done messing with my keys? Yeah. Can I take my keys back now?
I'm playing with
You still play with my keys? Okay.
Oh yeah, cheese. You want to know what I started rendering first? Or like, not rendering, but like shading first. And like, literally started just coloring and drawing first, actually.
I can't believe you started out with the damn drinks.
The drinks were crazy though. The drinks literally lie. You want a drink?
Guys, I'm hungry.
Is that a Gatorade Zero and a Coke
Mhm.
Zero?
Why are you scooting away from me, dude?
Slurpee?
Why are you scooting away?
It's
It
your
is my
Gatorade Zero
Why'd
that
you
you
grow
have now.
that?
Uh-oh, she
Sit
being
down.
naughty.
You want to get down? Then get down.
Oh.
Same color. Yay. Top tier flavor.
Fruit
No.
punch.
How did you get?
What'd you say?
How did I get in your walls? I pulled an El Macaco
Yeah,
and started
it's,
chewing on
it's
your
your nose.
cables. That's what I
Stop
did. Yummy cables. Since
you
Salem
hungry?
keeps on banning
Or do
them.
you want some pizza?
I didn't do anything. This
want
is
some-
bullying.
We're just gonna have like
Lazy.
100 bans in my chat, and then like they're gonna be like, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, why you acting like I did something? I
No,
didn't do
they-
jack diddly squat, dog.
You did everything. You
Oh,
did
well, We're
everything.
gonna order. Don't you want to order pizza? Yeah. What kind of pizza do you want? You want 3 pizza?
Ooh.
I don't think we can do 3 pizza. I think we can do.
Can I have 3 pizza?
Can I
want
also have 3
pizza.
pizza? Well, I have Taco Bell actually.
Yeah, you have Taco Bell. I have nothing, dog. I'm hungry and thirsty.
Yo, can we buy Salem food?
I want
I-
food.
DoorDash you a single lemon.
Oh, not the
phone?
lemon.
Where's my phone
I
at?
don't eat a lemon. I like lemon. I'm gonna eat a to eat.
Thank God that I actually have reserved
Where's my
food
Where's
now.
my phone at, bro?
I have instant ramen. I have top ramen.
On my arms?
Uh,
They're not on my arms. No. Half my phone? What do you mean half my phone?
Yo! Thank you, Shark Included, for the raid!
Shark!
Hey, Shark Included.
Oh
Love
gosh, that's
Shark.
loud. Also, thank
Shark's so cool.
oh my gosh, the rocks
Ow,
fly
okay.
around too!
Flat up there?
They're exploding! Oh my gosh, the rocks are getting bombed!
That's what
You guys are
happens when a
killing
raid
us.
happens.
Oh my
That's
gosh!
insane. You guys are exploding us. This is mean. This is bullying.
That's
Now I gotta
terrifying!
put
Oh my
money in my
gosh!
bank so I can order food, so I can order pizza.
They got exploded!
Yeah, we're gonna get pizza.
I gotta put Suki and Ko-Fi Bot back in the box.
Did you have dinner yet?
Oh my gosh, I was not expecting
What'd you
that.
have for dinner? Breakfast? You had breakfast for
You had
dinner?
breakfast for dinner? Oh, that sounds amazing.
Where do I
Honestly,
get breakfast for
food
dinner?
sounds good.
I want breakfast for
That's-
dinner.
Just cook eggs,
My friends
Willow.
are talking to you. What do you had breakfast for dinner? Tell them about what you had for dinner.
Down, night.
What?
I'm upside down.
I know you're upside
Oh,
down.
you're upside down?
Aww.
I know you're upside down.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Shark Included. How was your stream? What did you do? What have you done for your stream? I would like to know. Oh wait, I gotta do it. Oh wait, I'm not used to getting raids. Hold up, wait. I don't know what an intro to. I'm Obsidian. I am a rock boy.
There you go.
You worked on a refined sketch for a ooh. This is actually a commission for Trikersaurus right here. This is what I'm working on. By the way, these are rocks. Does it show you have a rock? I don't know why it hasn't been adding people's rocks automatically. But next to the like sound alerts, that is stream element. Oh wait, you're right here. This is you. This is your rock. You're a hot pink rock. You can actually change your rock and like do a little custom design. Every so often I have to give El Macaco the pin of shame because they keep on attacking. Same with Salem as well. Salem has to get the pin of shame as well.
I didn't do anything. I attacked one time. Why am I in there? That was forever ago.
Salem's got to get the. Today you changed your layout to pink so it fits. Ooh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Salem has gotten the pin of
Why
shame.
am I in a boss battle?
Why are you in a boss battle?
I don't know.
Salem, what did you do?
I'm gonna do Jack Diddley squat, dog.
I think you did something. I think you did something.
I think I'm dead.
What? What? Stop jumping on the couch. What are you doing? You're being silly. You're being silly.
So they just want to be a little goofy goober. They want to be a little goofy goober.
They're always a goofy goober.
You're really tired, so you'll go to bed. Good night. Have a nice night. Or yeah, night. Hey guys, guess what? Fish. Midnight shark.
Fish.
Fish. I gotta put in like the little eye shine as well. Chicken butt. But yeah, I'm doing a commission for Triker right now. Oh yeah, I need to. Oh gosh, sorry, I forgot to shout out. Oh my gosh. Thanks, probably Salem. It was Salem or Bagel, right?
I didn't do Jack Diddley shit, dog. I'm
It
on
was
my
Bagel
game.
then. It was Bagel. Thanks, Bagel, for for shouting them out. I I forgot to do that. But yeah, I hope you have a nice night. Have fun. Be cool. Thanks, Bagel. It's like, oh my gosh, I forgot to do the streamer thing and shout people out. Oh my gosh. I'm like testing out a new style of shading. Honestly, I kind of like it. You're on my list after this with the bagel. 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 Begal. Oh, Salem's down. Salem is down from the
Hmm?
from the pin of shame.
That's what I forgot to do, is upload my new Fuji tag. Oh, I forgot I made a new YouTuber last.
But no, you're still a goose.
I'm still a goose.
Goose my
I
ego.
could be something way worse if I really
Don't
wanted
worry,
to.
it's stressful enough to get rated doing streamer things when you were focused. Yeah. I'm not so thing with me, I'm not used to being rated, and so I'm like when I am rated, it's like, oh my gosh, and then I just forget to do everything.
Why am I tied to this goddamn horse? This is bullshit.
Why are you tied to the horse?
I don't know. Some guy decided to try to kill me, and now I'm stuck on a horse.
That's wild. That's wild.
And now you're stuck in the horse.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't even notice. But yeah, I am Obsidian the Rock Boy. I do some rock things, like be like the little rocks that you see on screen. I also do art, and
What?
I also do a lot of Dandy's World, which is a game on Roblox. Used to get jump scared by raids. Ah. Ah, whoop, jump scare.
Whoop. Also uploaded my new painting.
Oh!
So
It looks like goob. It looks a little bit like
I'm
goob.
glad you noticed. I'm glad you noticed.
But yeah, another thing that I started doing as well is these little worms, which it's a blank screen right now. It's a worm! This one is of Back Alley Cryptid. This one is of Manic Cryptid, as a sorry for mistaking you for Back Alley. Because I said Back Alleys to them. This one is Cheese Beagle. This one is Dial from Dandy's World. I've done V as well. And I did the I wonder who this is. It looks like it looks kind of like someone that I know. It looks, it looks like someone that I know, It's probably, I don't know, like this one right here maybe? It might be the streamer known as Bagel Maego. That one must have ego. We will never know. And then we have done Sprout, and then we did the Obsidian, the Rock Boy, which I don't know who that is, man. It might be someone, it might be the streamer that you know as Obsidian the Rock Boy. I haven't done Salem or Willow. The streamer. Yeah, there's no more like individual streamers. There's just one, and that one happens just to be, the Rock Boy. And remember, Salem is a cat. It's Salem the cat boy.
Okay, sure, whatever. Whatever makes you happy.
I had to. I had to.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Dog, my stomach's growling at me. I don't know what to eat.
Oh no. Okay, I think the Trikersaurus is shaded. Shlami. I could probably do some more. Like I did the smooth. Eat the stomach. Infinite food. Yeah. I think I might be able to do a little bit of block shading like how I did these. I did like the block shading and then I also did this, like the whatchamacallit. The smooth. It's a smooth. Fun fact, you can read this. I can. Fun fact, your streamer is also hiccuping.
Rip.
Oh, I just realized I need to have the horns like on a higher layer than the oh no, I have a lot of things to erase actually. Whoopsies. Don't mind me, just gonna go ahead and blink. Blink. Writes in foreign language. Fun fact, you cannot read this. Oh no. Fun fact, well, you read the other fun fact, and this one is finished. Wait, in this one, I finished. Hold up. Fun fact, while you read the other fun fact, and this one, I finished eating your cables and making it. No! Oh, I don't want to be bald! 2 people already drew me bald!
That's because you are bald. Where'd my horse go? Where's it going? Where's my horse going? Get your butt back here!
You know what? You're bald now. I'll draw you as a shaved cat.
That's just called a Sphinx cat, dog.
No, you're gonna be shaved.
That's basically a Sphinx cat. It's important to me that you know that.
The papyrus laugh. I, the great papyrus, have infiltrated your house. Oh, I want to play Dispatch so bad. I want to play it so badly.
Ugh, stretch.
I honestly really like Sonar. Like, it's... I like the personality. I really do. You found a picture of Salami being bald? Oh, hell yeah.
Hello?
You're bald now.
I want to see this photo, Alma. Swear to God.
Bald Cat 271.
That's crazy.
Bald Cat 271.
I love breaking into people's house and stealing their valuables.
Please don't break into my apartment. I don't have that much.
It's in the game. It's okay.
Okay, man. I don't know about that.
Okay, they sent it in DMs. Okay, let me see this. Let me see a photo of me being quote unquote. That's not even me. It doesn't even look like me. There's no orange hair. There's no fur. It doesn't even look like me. Get with the program, dog.
Salem the bald boy.
Yeah, I did not. I'm hungry though. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry.
Hi, hungry. I'm Obsidian.
Sorry.
The emote's so silly. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna do this, and this, and this, and boop, boop. Oh, boop, boop, wee. Fun fact. Huh? Fun fact. Huh? Both of y'all are blue. I can't tell. Wait, I can barely tell who's talking. Not both of y'all being blue. Why are you blue?
Why are you not blue?
Because I'm purple. I think the only reason why I can tell you guys apart is because of y'all's badges.
Yeah, and then there's mine just yellow.
Piss colored.
Money, 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 money,
Here,
money.
grass. Grass. Take some grass. I'm like stretching because I needed to stretch.
You know what I need?
What do you need?
Something to eat.
Oh, yeah. I just realized I'm gonna have to do all the books. That's a lot of books. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that earlier too.
I don't have a torch. How am I supposed to get a torch?
There we go. That way it's not just make them the same color. Yeah, but then the books would be boring and they have to have some personality to them. These nacho fries are really good, by the way.
You know what Salem's gonna say? Stop making me hungry.
Yeah. I'm hungry.
If it makes you feel better, Salem, I'm ordering pizza right now.
That doesn't make me feel better.
I was gonna say, I think that's gonna make it worse.
Literally.
Bagel, you're
What
evil.
Huh?
Ow, what the fuck?
How else am I supposed to, like, you know?
Using
Oh,
using
shit.
context clues, I feel like you have just said, fun fact, while you read this, I will put certain words in Spanish so that I get confused. I don't know how to read Spanish at all, but I used context clues.
What is happening?
What?
Leave me alone. Why am I getting shot
Leave me
at?
alone, Freddie Mercury! Freddie Mercury!
You're supposed to be
So
dead.
you think
So
you can
think you can send me
spit in my eye? Huh?
treasure. I want the money. Hell yeah.
I see context.
You know what I see? I see that I'm hungry. Ow, ow, ow.
Me too. That's why I'm ordering pizza.
I have Taco Bell.
Ow.
That's me. Salem, go eat.
Dude, there's nothing for me to eat.
So like I'm fluent in Spanish now.
Oh, I forgot my sister's address. Shit. Wait, sorry. Didn't mean to swear.
Ooh, you swore near the
Ooh, you
child.
swore near a child? How could you?
Don't come after me. Don't come after me. She's watching True.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
I don't either.
It's True Rainbow Friends on Netflix.
Rainbow Friends, like the game?
No. It's a little kids like show. It has story, but it's like minimal story. I wish it was Bluey, but she's grown out of the Bluey phase right now. It's so sad.
Oh, ow.
How dare she grow out of Bluey? So if there is 6 rainbows. Oh god.
So I'm glad you're getting food, Bagel.
Hmm?
You said you were getting food, so I said I'm glad at least you're getting food.
Are they
and
like
I'm over
Rainbow
here
Six
hungry.
Siege, like the game?
You want me to get you food?
You don't have to.
That means, Bagel, can you please give me food?
No, it doesn't. It just means you don't have to. I'll figure something out if I need to. Because I'll
That
figure
means
something out.
give me
No,
food, Bagel.
no, it
I'm
doesn't.
hungry.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So
I
I'm
think it
getting you
does.
food. Got it.
Oh my god.
Got it. What do you want?
I don't know. It's the fact I told Bagel my
How
comfort
about
foods.
Taco Bell?
I don't like Taco Bell. Taco Bell actually makes me sick. Like, genuinely. I cannot eat Taco Bell without feeling sick.
I know what Salem wants.
And then I need to find me a drink.
But the question is, how much money can I actually spend?
Don't spend any.
Elma Kako just said, Salem, I might have talked about you to Garf.
Okay,
Don't worry.
so Garf already knows that I keep sending them the stupid Pinocchio video.
That's crazy.
Since he is gonna do another artathon.
Hell yeah.
I read that as animation for some reason.
That's so real.
It's like the grandma bars all over again.
Yeah, but why did you talk about me to Garflin? Actually?
What if I Uber Eats you just a frozen thing?
What if I Uber Eats you?
What if I Uber Eats you a frozen thing of chicken nuggets?
This might be bad, but I can't really do nuggets either. Anything I eat is almost dead to me. Yes.
You literally said you love chicken nuggets, dog.
I do like chicken nuggets. But I don't want to get sick off of chicken nuggets.
What do you want then? What's like the food you can have right now?
Literally nothing. It's kind of sad.
Oh.
Oh yeah, your tummy yummy hurts.
I'm constantly always sick. It's kind of not good.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Your tummy yummy hurts, and I get it.
Damn.
Tummy yummy. Do you hear me? Tummy yummy. Tummy yummy.
Tummy yummy.
Tummy yummy. Tummy yummy. Where the fuck is this girl's address? She sent it to me like the longest time ago. And I'm trying to find it, but like how the fuck can I find it?
No more finding it. I think this is the most layers. Water and lemon can help with stomach ache. Hmm.
Does lemonade count? I drank
Okay, I
Sprite.
found it.
Sprite does help, surprisingly.
So I should order you
Oh, what did I open?
right. I'll know that for the next time. I almost accidentally said my sister's address. Low key.
Don't do that.
No, really, I shouldn't be leaking where my sister lives on the internet.
Yeah.
It's like I do it all the time on my own stream, but for my own address.
Oh my god.
Literally.
No.
What? Okay. My mom told me she'd be back.
Ah.
I was so confused. I was like, what? She knows I can't hear her with my goddamn headphones, but okay.
I want bread.
What kind though? What kind of bread?
Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
You should
The
one
total
day
altogether comes up to 46.35. That's crazy.
you should try making sourdough bread. Thank
My sister
you.
has made sourdough bread. She has a bread made. She has this she has a dough maker
Oh
thing.
dang. I've made sourdough bread before. But I made it the actual like original way.
That's real.
It takes an entire day to make. Like it's wild.
I have to wait until my mom's off work because I'm currently with my mom and my sister's baby because that's how it be. My mom lives with my sister.
Ah.
And so she was talking to me about how she's hungry, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna order a pizza because I'm hungry. And she was like, well, I want an Italian sub. And I was like, okay, what do you want exactly? Where do you want to get it from? And she was like, oh, can we get Chipotle? And I'm like, I don't really want Chipotle, dog. Last time I had Chipotle, I got sick. So I don't want Chipotle. So I was talking to her, and she was like, oh, well, we'll talk about this after I get off at 7. And I'm like, okay. So I'm waiting for her. And my voice is cooked because I don't know how to.
Dang.
Bacon, are you gonna be at karaoke today or no?
No, dog, I'm not gonna be at karaoke.
Sigh.
What do you expect me to do? Be able to go to karaoke? I don't even have my VR headset. I'm sleeping the
It's
night
your
at my
kid VR
sister's house.
chat mobile.
I can't get the mobile. Don't fart. Why'd you come over here and fart?
Hello?
What?
You're learning that from your brother. I'm gonna go after Elijah. Yeah, I'm gonna go after Elijah Neeson for teaching you to fart near my face. Why'd you do that? That was mean. Don't jump on the couch.
Oh, don't jump on the couch, guys.
So their couch their section. They have a sectional. I sent them to it when we were closing because it was $5, just
Oh,
because
wow.
it had no legs and there was like a rip in the back. So we put it up for $5 because we needed to get stuff out of the store because we were only like 2 weeks before closing, and they wanted us to clean out our trailers because we had like 15 trailers, and so I was like, okay, well, hey, sister of mine. Well, we have a sectional here for $5. I'll pay for it right now, but you have to pick it up tonight. And she's like, okay, I'm on my way. And later, um I was getting off work when she was coming in and all this stuff, and I helped her load it up. And she still has a sectional. It's a really good sectional, and for $5, that's not bad at all. So
Right?
she has 7 kids. So I'm only watching the baby because the rest of them are with their other parents, because it's her fiance. And then, you want me to take my keys off again? Okay, I'll take my keys off again.
Yeah,
There
that
you
is
go.
Bagel. Bagel's here.
Bagel is here. Bagel is currently doing her own thing.
Yeah.
I'm drawing Shrimpo
You got my
because I wanted to
boy.
make a Shrimpo sticker to put on my frickin' name tag because I'm always angry and Shrimpo's so me. Freaking love Shrimpo. If I
Bagel.
had to pick,
Bagel.
yes.
Bagel.
Yeah. Yes. Who's
Bagel.
saying that? Who's saying that? Lobo.
Bagel.
I'm coming after you. If anyone wants to know who
Bagel.
my favorite Dandy's World tune is, Shrimp. Oh, Shrimpo. Heart
Shrimp.
emoji.
Oh.
Freaking love Shrimpo. I literally I was playing in a really good run, and the Shrimpo lasted till like floor freaking 15, and I was Roger because I was so done with. I was just trying to find a good run to get Icor off because I just got Sprout. And
Ooh.
so I was like, okay, I'll just play as Roger because I just want to have. I'm not here to do a serious run, and Roger's just throw when they get their research. So I was like, okay, that'll be a good use. So we had the Shrimpo. They lasted till like floor 15, and then we had Pebble, and then I freaking saw Pebble go after Shrimpo, and I was like,
Oh.
well, I got my Icor, so I had an air horn, and I ran up. I literally got all my stamina. I air horned to save this Shrimpo. And I said, this is where I die, Loki. And I just let Pebble kill me because I was not gonna do all that. So
Oh.
I died. And I saved Shrimpo. Moral of the story is I heart Shrimpo. He's the best tune ever in Danny's world. Nobody can argue with me because you can't argue with somebody who's obsessed.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, gangsters.
How do you like the mini Triker?
Is Striker in your chat?
No. I was asking y'all.
Oh, it's so cute. But I'll say anything.
Shrimp bagel PNG idea. Let's go.
No, like low
I
key.
can't
Somebody makes me
wait.
a Shrimpo PNG.
You can't tell if
I would
Waterboy
literally snap.
is ginger? Ah.
What the heck is this show on about? What the heck is this show? Don't chew on my keys.
Uh-oh.
Can I have my keys back? No? Don't chew on them, man. Yeah.
Pencil. So alike. It's that I won't try it on. You'll be walking out early, but the show must go on. And no, I know that I'm wrong, but I love how you're on my side when I walk that white line.
Oh my god.
That they stuck me in. And remember, Bagel will beat you up if you harm Shrimpo. Yeah, Bagel, it's time to beat Shrimp, not meet Shrimpo. It's time to beat Pebble up.
Oh, I did.
Crazy.
Crazy. I'm not gonna finish that. You mind
Welcome to my
finishing that
aunt
hobby?
in this goddamn game.
You have 20k points. I'm not gonna finish it. That is not an invite. That is not an invite, by the way. That is not an invite to do it.
Hi, Triker.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Bagel My Ego with 2 G's, also known as Trikersaurus.
And bagel spelt wrong.
No, it's spelled right.
Ah. I'm just waiting for my mozz sticks and jalapeno bites.
Ooh, that
That
sounds
needs to
so
get
good.
here. I don't
Would you
usually
like?
have to worry about supper on a Friday night, but my kid's homesick from school.
Oh.
Instead of going to a friend's house where we would eat supper with them, I now had to figure out supper, and it's like I don't feel like cooking. I don't want anything we have, and I was looking forward to leaving the house. Guess I'm gonna order in, so at least I feel like I get a little bit of a dopamine boost, but I'm still like, ah.
Do you want to
Sorry.
Why is
see
everyone
the
ordering food?
progress?
Oh yes, please.
I've got it on stream. I've like got it all zoomed out.
Oh, I don't have your stream up. Shit. I'm a dumb. I'm dumb.
No, it's okay.
Okay, but now I have to flip it because I can't see. Okay, in full screen. And then, yeah, thank you for zooming it in. Look at that.
You want to know the first thing that I started working on?
The Triker worm?
No. These were the first things that I started working on with the coloring and the shading.
Oh,
Also,
I
is this the
probably.
correct flavor of Gatorade?
I was gonna say it's probably too late to tell you I don't drink the blue flavor.
What flavor?
I usually drink orange or the fruit punch one.
Oh, I love fruit punch.
Or no, sorry, not fruit punch. Berry one.
Is it the red one?
It's a bright pink. I get the 3-pack or like the 3-flavor pack from Costco. So it has the orange, the berry, and then the like lemony lime. I'm not a fan of the lemon lime, but I'll drink it. But my kids love it. So it ends up being like worth it to get that pack because all the flavors will be drank by somebody. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Now I'm wondering, am I able to just like
Hey. I'm not here. Okay, you're not here. I don't see a child standing near me in my room. I don't see a child walking away. That's definitely not the door opening. Love you.
Love you too.
You just like hearing everyone going, love you too. You just like all the love. You're just standing there waiting for everyone to say you like, I Yes, you are, brat. It's like a bright pink.
Triker, Triker, Triker,
I
Triker. I love
know.
you.
Oh, thank you. It's like the pink of poof ice cream bots. Like it's bright pink.
I've got a reference of it right now.
Oh, do you?
I'm
Okay.
just seeing if I can do if this'll work, if this is like what I'm thinking of doing right, like if what I'm doing right now is gonna work because I already merged the layers.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I mean, you could leave it blue. I don't care. Just I mean, it's the same as I don't actually sit at a computer in real life bit as well.
Oh, I'm a dog now. Okay.
Oh, also, I said I would share Cowberry's art and then I left.
Oh gosh, it's radioactive Gatorade.
Am I gambling right now?
I don't
Okay.
understand.
I don't
It's
understand. I'm
glowing.
so
It's
confused.
glowing. It's glowing.
There's the Cowberry swirl. My different drinks in the
I'm so confused.
library. Yes. Sorry. Also, Willow, I'm sorry I'm talking about eating out when you're like, I just want Raising Cane.
Don't you know?
Oh,
Because
that's
you have it as your VR
adorable.
status.
That's
Oh, that's right.
adorable.
There was a notification to join VR chat, but nobody was there, so I'm thinking I'm an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They the time zone change. So it would start in like an hour.
Mm.
I did it. I think it worked. I think it
I think it
worked.
worked too.
Yay! I was gonna say the Tringer that status is like a week old, so
Oh, well, but the
I
fact
s-
that you were like, how did you know?
I say that
Oh,
when I'm hungry, but I have food, so we're all good.
okay. You're all good.
I'm all good. I went to the store like 20 minutes ago.
So I kind of splurged and got myself a like Christmas present.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna do that Black Friday because I do get paid on Black Friday.
I really, really don't know what I'm gonna do for Black Friday. Cause I don't have money to spend on Black Friday.
I'm honestly kind of excited.
I've already done my Black Friday shopping.
I can
Either
just
that
imagine
or
the
like do stuff
line.
for like Cyber Monday.
Mm.
I can just imagine the line at Micro Center right now. It's gonna be so long.
I'm
So
so glad I
I've
did that. I'm so glad I figured
been
it out.
playing a lot of D&D lately, and Hamoya had put a bug in my ear like a year and a half ago or something about a dinosaur themed D&D packet, and I totally just was like, I am done waiting. I need this now, so I bought it.
Oh.
So now I'm creating my own like D&D-esque world
Ooh.
of dinosaurs and dinosaur like humanoid, like, because there's player character um races, there's a bunch of different, like, and it's compatible with D&D 5e, so I'm gonna look through and see like what things are dinosaur-esque or related to dinosaurs, like chickens, for example, and so forth.
Would
So I
dragons
think it's gonna,
technically be related to dinosaurs?
honestly, I think in this world dragons would be kind of cool too. So I'm totally planning to include dragons.
Because dragons, like, they do kind of look like dinosaurs. Like, they are kind of like more
Yeah.
reptile. And so it's like, wait a minute. Well, dinosaurs aren't necessarily reptile because, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely going to be fantasy based. Um, I'm having so much like I'm reading the book and like they are using actual like science behind why they've chose, like, even though there's the fantasy element, there's like, well, this is why this is this way or whatever. Like, this is why we made this decision with this dinosaur versus a popular media because of this. And it's like,
That's kind of like how
so
I am. Because I'm
I
like,
am sturdy
how would
now.
this work in like real life a lot of the time? Like, I'm like, how would it work?
So I'm already like, I'm working on a spreadsheet now that to kind of group things so that I can share it when I when I start a campaign, which is not going to be anytime soon, but I'm just working on world building at the moment. Um, but ideally, I was thinking I'd use like Earth as a base because
Hmm.
like there's different dinosaurs found in different regions, and I mean the jungles, and like I can use that like factual, like this is where jungle is, this is where desert is, this is where the plains are, this is where mountains are, etc. And then use like where dinosaurs have been found actually in the world
Right.
and use that for my wild like encounters and so forth.
You know, I just realized that I could literally just use the glasses that I made during the sketch phase as the actual like glasses.
Yeah, glasses you made in the sketch phase I thought were the permanent ones. I thought you were just like, okay, I finished this and now I'm just gonna leave them toggled off while I color it in. Because that's exactly what I do. You've made me look so adorable.
Thank you.
So there is not a dip in the frill. Just so you know.
Like that one?
No.
Or wait, what?
You'll have to zoom out a little. Once you're done whatever you're doing. There. It's rounded. I don't know why it looks like there's a dip in the ref sheet, but I swear it's not not dipped. It's rounded.
The frill's the top of the head, right? Or like
Yeah, well, like the back, like in between the horns there, where you have it
okay,
kind of
yeah,
dipped
yeah,
down.
yeah. Okay, I was like, wait, what?
You know, it's because there were the two horn things that were right there, like on the ref sheet, and everyone sees that as a dip. And I'm like, in your sketch layer, when I looked earlier, didn't have it dipped, and I thought,
Oh! Oh my
finally,
gosh, I should have
someone
looked at the
saw it.
back. I should have looked at the back. Oh my gosh.
Oh no,
That's not the right.
right? But you're not the only one. I have to tell everybody, don't include a dip. Or if I forget, you can tell I forgot.
Man, I'll be right back.
Alright.
Anyway, sorry I'm like rambling. But
That's
yeah,
fine, that's
I'm
fine.
super excited about this. And like one of my favorite parts about this is that in the book they have, like, even though they use the scientific names, they have like a set of charts for creating names for the dinosaurs based on, like, there's prefixes, suffixes, and what else here? See if I can find it. Naming charts. Naming tables, 229. Oh, verb. That's the word I was forgetting. So like within the world, we could decide, like, it's almost like, like in The Land Before Time, they call Tyrannosaurus Rex sharp tooths. That same idea.
Right.
But like they have D20 for prefix, suffix, and verbs for carnivores and herbivores. So like huge 60-word list for each there. And then they have a color prefix, which is a D100. And then there's alternative suffixes that you can use that is a D100.
Ooh.
And you don't have to roll them, you can just pick. But like, I am looking forward to, like, say in colder areas, maybe a certain type of dinosaur was more blue or like white colored than in jungle areas where they're more like gray and green and or like, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh, I love the shrimpo. I love the shrimpo. Oh my gosh. Is that
The shrimpo?
is that evil shrimpo? Oh my gosh, it is. It's evil bagel, but like shrimpo.
I see.
That's hilarious. I love that.
Anyway, I am like so excited. Oh, I see it now. I wasn't looking in the conversation.
Wonder
Found
if
it.
I can.
So yeah, I'm so right now I'm just looking up real dinosaurs, and because they have like 6 dinosaur races that they're basically like groups of dinosaurs. So like instead of being like or a triceratops, they have a ceratopsian based race that's called many horns. And basically it takes anything from protoceratops, which has no horns, to like Titan ceratops, which has like horns on the back of a frill and has huge like head horns and a huge nose horn, and there's lots of customization options for player character options too.
That sounds awesome.
Right. And I'm not going to limit it to just dinosaurs. I'm just offering, like, I'm basically making kind of like a catalog based on the book that I've bought to give the players a choice if they want, like,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then they could still have D&D characters, but then the world itself be full of dinosaurs. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Oh, I was wondering why my blending tool wasn't working. It's because I'm not even blending on the right layer for it to be blended. Oh, so you were napping for 8 hours? That is wild. That is wild. What layer did I shade this on? Oh. Ah, okay.
Oh, sorry. Uh-oh, did I get kicked out?
What?
Oh, no, okay, I'm still here. Partner called, and he's like, your order's not on the front step. So he checks the back step, not there either. Okay, where's the food? Because they said they dropped it off.
Oh no.
But we live in a multiplex, and they left it
Oh.
on someone's back doorstep, but I have clear instructions in my delivery to be like, go to the north side of the building and leave it like on my doorstep with there's the number of my unit on the door. And I have a purple bench that's on my front deck. Like, I have made myself unique in a group of multiplexes, and everyone else can find it. But the odd time I get one delivery driver who's like, I don't really feel like walking around the building. I'll just drive through this back alley and leave it on the store, this one of the steps that I think belongs to the one that's your unit, and they're wrong.
Man, I hate that. Luckily, like for me, I haven't had that happen yet. But also at the same time, like in my instructions, I also put googly eyes on door. Because I have googly eyes on my door.
Well, my front door doesn't face the street. My back door faces the back alley, and my front door faces a parking lot that
Thank you,
is like sideways to the street, basically. So my neighbor, who is on the end unit, faces the street. They're well, they're 31 and I'm 32. That doesn't really dock myself in any way. Um, out of the hundreds and hundreds of units, we are 31 and 32. And that's, you don't even know the street number. Like, there's two different groups of multiplexes that have the same unit numbers, but their street numbers different. So it's like, oh, I get that it's confusing, and I've put a pin on in my Uber Eats. I have included photos. I have included very specific, like,
Dang.
go to the
Hold on,
street, go past,
Echo.
like, go down the sidewalk where 31 is, and my door faces north. Like,
Yeah, that's a lot of instructions. They
I've
should have
tried to make it as
gotten it.
easy as possible. Is that the neighbors?
Literally.
Oh, 33? Fuck. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry they don't like. I think they just like driving down the back alley and being like, well, good enough. Oh well. I left a bad review. I don't do that very often, but if you ignore explicit instructions with photos and like words that makes like they left it on the south side of our building when I clearly stated north side. Like,
Right.
even if you struggle with instructions, if you're doing this kind of job and you're getting paid for it, I kind of want you to figure it out. I mean, almost every car tells, like, if, even from like 20 years ago, there's a thing in the, like, where you can click the button and it tells you what direction you're driving in.
Yeah.
So, and there's Google Maps, and like, so not knowing what direction you're facing, I feel like is not an excuse for this. So sorry if I sound super bitter or anything. I'm
Oh,
just
I'd be pissed. Like, I'd be really pissed. Like, dude, you are messing with my food here. The food that I
yeah.
paid for, like.
Thankfully, my husband went and found it. But like, if I'd been here by myself, just barely getting to the front door, and then it's not there, like, I wouldn't have been able to go get my food.
Right.
So there's that.
I did the glasses.
Also, I saw the frill change. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, yeah. I'm 4 away from having to do a cooking stream. That's wild. Also, I need to grab more hydrate. Oh, I tried getting the Shirley Temple 7 Up because like around Christmas time, like I tried it last year. That was my favorite. And so like I ordered it and I forgot to put like if I forgot to put if not available, replace like instead of like replacing, just refund it. And
Hmm.
then I get the notification, 7 Up Shirley Temple flavor replaced with cherry. And I literally went to go like be like refund, 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 refund. They already checked out right as I got the notification.
Damn.
Literally. And I'm like, what? Please. And now I have to deal with like I have to deal with the cherry 7 Up now. And I got 2 bottle like 2 2 liters.
Oh.
Yeah. Like that's wild. Wait, where's Suki? Oh wait, Suki's probably going to bed. I looked over and I see just Ko-Fi bot. So it's kind of like a kind of it started being like a running joke since I started art streams, where
Hmm.
Suki and Ko-Fi bot like they're in, I guess they're in love or something. It's kind of funny. And so like they get their little box. They get to stay in their little box and like hang out. Um and I just looked over and Suki's gone and I'm like, where's Suki?
Gotcha. Well, I mean, the message before Ko-Fi Streambot was, I should probably go to bed even
Yeah.
though I napped for 8 hours.
Yeah. Hey, come on, let's up the
Also, you're going way
vibrancy.
harder on this picture than I was expecting for like a half body. Thank you.
That's what I'm like gonna I'm trying like I'm getting I feel like I'm getting better at like doing like shading and like all that stuff, and so like I'm like I want to, it's kind of more like irexpensible, what,
Hmm.
experimental. But it's like fun experimental.
I'm just saying there was no pressure to do a whole scene like, whoop.
Yeah, but I wanted to do the whole scene.
I kind of feel like I should send you more money. Like,
No, it's okay, dude.
okay, I'm
Plus, I
just
guess it.
saying.
Plus, I guess it gets my name more out there. Be like, you just be like, guys, look, this is what you'll get.
Hmm.
Wonder how long you're gonna last. Be more with me. I think Spotify's doing like the song, like the 6 song repeat again. But like it's doing like it's repeating like all of the songs again.
Oh.
But honestly, like I haven't, like before I put it in my playlist, I haven't listened to Sonic in a while. Like it's been a year or two.
Yeah. Oh.
Now I'm wondering what color like scheme should I make for the like the rows of books.
Hmm?
I'm wondering what like color schemes I should do for like the books.
Mm.
Cause now I've got the idea. I've got an idea like to where like each book has like each bookshelf like or section of books has like their own little color scheme.
That's
Maybe.
valid. For the 3 books on the table, Bagel included a set of 3 books on my ref sheet, and so I've kind of cheated and done that. At the very bottom on the left, yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
gives you a
I
few options.
love how this one's got like the eye color,
Hmm.
the claw, like the horns, the claws, and the stomach. I
Hmm.
love that. It's adorable. And then like there's another one with like the
And
shell.
the bookmarks are the frill color.
Yeah, that's all. I also noted that I noticed that earlier too, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's like so adorable.
No, but like the 3 books on the bottom don't correlate to anything on the Trikersaurus, so feel free to have fun with those colors.
All
It
right, all right.
actually does,
Oh,
Striker. It
oh.
actually does. It's
Wait,
different
what?
colors of your ref sheets. The books are the different colors of your ref sheets.
I don't understand.
It's the blue is your tone. The yellow is the horns, and the green
Those
is the
one. No, no,
shell.
no, no, no. We're talking about the ones on the very bottom.
Yeah. The yellow, blue, and green.
Okay, correlate. They're not the
Oh.
exact.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a darker
Oh.
tint, but I made those basically off your colors.
Oh, oh.
Okay, that's
There
cool.
goes Salem. Bye, Salem. Not even saying goodbye to us. Damn.
I just meant they weren't the exact same hex code. I kind of figured they were based.
Yo. One singular bit with the one singular bit. Where's the sound effect? Where's the sound effect? Sound effect? Hello? Oh, hydrate. Oh, there it is. The bits, the bits, the bits, the bits, the bits. I gotta grab and more hydrate because my monster is yelling. Yippee! Okay. Sigh. I gotta drink the cherry 7 Up. When it was supposed to be Shirley Temple. Shirley Temple 7 Up. But no, I wasn't fast enough, I guess.
I didn't even know there was a Shirley Temple
It's
7 Up.
so good.
I,
It comes
I love
around
Shirley
Christmas
Temple.
time. Hydration complete. It is so good. They introduced it last year around Christmas time, and they decided to bring
Mhm.
it back this year.
Hmm.
Yeah, because it like a lot of people really liked it.
Unfortunately, where I live, some things that are like mainstream in the US don't even hit Canada,
Oh.
never mind small province I live in.
Oh.
It's not
Oh, I
worth it.
forgot about that. Oh.
To put it in perspective, the city, or sorry, the province that I live in, so the entire province of people that are in my province is equal to 1/5 the size of Toronto City in the east.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So like Toronto has had, I think it's like 5.5 or so million people, and we are just over, like we're at like 1.2 million in
Oh
our
wow.
entire province. Never mind, like So, like, I honestly think the business people are like, yeah, there's only 1 million people in Saskatchewan, and gonna actually buy the thing. Only give them this amount of selection.
Mm.
Our politics work the same way too, and it sucks.
Oof.
Well, I mean, my entire province will vote, but when you vote via the amount of people, it means that there's like 3 entire provinces where it's like, 4. I don't know if BC count, but I'm thinking Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, like where it's like the East is done voting, and it's like, yep, okay, the votes are in. Like they're
Mm.
already calling the election before we've even been counted. Like, and it's been like that for years. They're like, oh, we're still waiting for the West. Like, yeah, okay, we get it. We know that there's less of us over here.
Man, that sucks.
I posted another shrimpo thing.
Let me go look.
Oh, cute. I'll have to take a peek once I'm not eating.
Oh, it's Evo Bagel,
It's
but shrimp.
it's just Evo
Ooh.
shrimpo with bagel. It's pink little eye. And then I just did the little logo, which I love.
It's adorable. I love that logo. That is
Did you
actually
like
so cute.
did you like your Diglett, by the way?
I loved it. I loved it so much.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
Pardon me. Oh my goodness.
Won't you stay with me, my darling? I keep doing this on the wrong layer.
How dare.
Down.
The other thing I wanted to talk about with the dinosaurs is one of the things that they're that's in the book is talking about like the wild versions versus like domesticated, and like they
Ooh.
compare like if you think about like a house cat versus a tiger, there's I'm looking forward to making pet-sized versions of dinosaurs.
Oh! Oh, that's adorable. Oh my gosh, that would be so adorable.
Yeah, like I love that the book just gives you like it gives me like the basics, but like it's like just take this and run. Go have fun with it. Like here's how you do your own thing. So
Just the little ones, little tiny dinosaurs. I love those.
yeah.
That would be so adorable.
Yeah. So that's partly what I'm adding to my spreadsheet as well, is just information is basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna look through their list of dinosaurs that exist, like that they have stats for and everything, and then see kind of make choices on which ones could be wild versus domesticated. Because even like get horses that are there are wild horses out there, and there are domesticated ones. Like it's
Yeah.
not necessarily as black and white as domesticated. No, not domesticated. The answer can be both.
Right. Like how there's like actual like like regular domesticated cats too, or like regular like feral cats. Like they are not
Oh
meant to be. I think they're like savanna cats as well.
yeah.
Yeah. Ah!
You okay?
Yeah. Bagel shot me.
I'm go.
Bagel shot me.
Kaboom.
Oh. 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 Oh, there goes Bagel. What color do you want like the desk to be? Your
Um,
imaginary desk.
I actually do have a desk. It's just it's a writing desk. It's not a computer desk.
Ah.
And it's like a wood grain color. Like
Okay. Okay.
it's not like light, but like I would say it's like if you play Minecraft, it's in between oak and spruce in terms of coloring.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Make
All
sure I
right.
didn't accidentally color out of the lines because I did that with the book like the book stack by accident.
So,
All right.
the other thing that I'm excited about, and sorry, you know those like big like canopy things like on the back of elephants and stuff? If you think like in Aladdin, like
Yeah.
where they come riding in, they have an entire section devoted to creating own custom canopy things
Ooh.
depending on the size of the dinosaur you're riding on, the size of your party, and like they have like customizable features. So
That's cool.
I honestly like I looked at it and I'm like, this is like the dinosaur version of a recreational vehicle. Sorry. It sounds so dumb, but like
No, it's not. Honestly, it's cool.
uh,
I love when people yap about it. I'm a certified yapper as well. Like I will yap about things all the time.
yeah.
Oop. Hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. I really don't like cherry 7 Up. I really don't like it. I'm too stubborn though. I'm not gonna. I'm way too stubborn. I'm just gonna try to deal with it as best as I can.
You got this.
Would you say like this color?
Oh, sorry, I don't have your stream up anymore. Let me pull it back up.
I don't think El Macaco's in the little. Oh, El Macaco's gone.
Retro. That looks fine. I mean,
Okay, okay.
it's never going
Ah,
to be exact, but as long as it gives off that kind of like wood color,
right,
I'm
right.
I'm happy.
So you said it's like got like wood grain as well?
Um, little bit, but like you don't have to go crazy. You can just leave it solid.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A room. Room with rats. And rats made me crazy.
Why? Okay, I'm trying to sort this alphabetically, but why can't I find the menu bar for it? Sorry,
It's
I'm
okay.
feeling very annoyed. Because if I was on a computer, I'd have like the file, etc. menu.
Right, right.
Okay, so if I do this, okay, okay. I figured out how to do it, but I had to select the entire row and not just a selection of everything but the top row. I had to
Hmm.
move the top row back. Makes no sense. Sorry. Just like rambling.
Dude, it's fine. It's completely fine. I do that especially whenever I'm like playing like Dandy's World. I'll literally just yap about so much like random things.
Yeah. Beautiful thing is I won't have to make the spreadsheet regarding anything that already exists in D&D because I can look it up
Yeah.
quickly and just kind of keep like a track of my like what's in the world or not.
Right, right.
Hi, lovely crazies.
Hello.
Why, hello. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am currently working on Triker's commission.
And I am currently building a world filled with dinosaurs for no reason at all.
Oh,
Hey, I am
definitely no reason at all. There's definitely not gonna be Cretaceous D&D sounding. It's like,
Who, me? Never.
yeah, right now I'm currently streaming and whatnot.
welcome to Jurassic Journey.
Na, 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 na. Also, I was thinking that for some of the like wild dinosaurs or whatnot, that I would create areas of the world that are based off of different dinosaur movies and have
Ooh.
different wild dinosaurs based off of dinosaurs found in those movies. So, like, Sarah from The Land Before Time have like a herd of stubborn ceratopsian type that are
Ah,
for example. I have so many ideas.
that is cool. That's really cool.
I like dinosaurs just a little bit.
Now, the great
Those may have been words,
yeah,
but
um,
you were talking in the language of
big
robotics.
oh no. Oh gosh.
He is very robotic.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
The no
thank
was
you.
perfectly.
It didn't go
It started
like I do, and then
no.
it like rings through like
Oh gee.
My desperate moans of frustration are what make it through the darkness.
okay.
Yeah.
Now tell us the things that you were telling us before, because we can hear you.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
Oh, it's gone again. They're gone again. Oh no.
It's like, okay,
Ooh.
now I'm going to re-explain. Robot boy.
Oh no.
Oh, Lucky, you love them, but can't understand them.
We have no clue what they're saying. Oh gosh, even their
Hi,
laughing's starting
Bacon.
to get. Hi, hi, Bacon.
I'm still waiting for my pizza.
Oh,
Everyone's ordering pizza, I guess.
I had Taco Bell.
Nice.
I had Burger King.
I mean, it makes sense everybody's ordering a ridiculous amount of pizza because they're either pre-gaming or post-gaming wicked.
I don't know what that means.
Hmm?
I'm confused as well.
I'm
Either-
also
Not a
confused.
It's
smile.
either you're ordering out before or after the movie Wicked.
Or after the movie Wicked.
Oh, I haven't even
I
seen the
haven't-
first one yet.
I haven't
Oh
seen
yeah,
it
no,
either.
I don't
It's
want to
like-
watch the.
I don't
I don't want to
either.
watch
You
them
just-
so I can see both.
Yeah, because I want to see the actual musical
Yeah,
first.
Wicked 2 is out now.
I'm kind of like, when movies get hyped up so much, I'm like, kind of like the rebel, and I don't go watch them. I'm just that guy.
It's okay. We're all hyped up for Zootopia.
Yes, that
For
is
no
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
very
true
hyped up.
for no reason at all.
Okay, I've done the wood grain. How do you like it?
Let me make it bigger
Sorry.
on my phone screen so
Oh,
that
wait.
I'm not so blind.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit.
Thank you. It's pixelated for me.
Oh. Oh yeah, cause oh gosh. I looked down. Oh my gosh. What happened?
I am going to assume that it looks wonderful and just nod and smile.
I'm going to actually send this to you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Hucky, you keep like roboting out on us. Wait, what's their name?
It says
I have it.
crash out my ego.
Oh, right.
That's cute.
I'm gonna put it in the VC chat real quick.
Oh, okay. VC chat. I was looking in my DMs.
That...
I can.
Cause it's like it'll be like a more high quality. Cause yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Holy cow! I looked down at my phone and everything's just
Pixels.
why. That was wild. So that's what it looks like
Oh,
for now.
it. Oh, it looks good.
That looks
Did
so
you
much
draw
better.
that all by hand?
Yeah. I drew like a little section. Gotta go eat. Be back. Oh, El Macaco was here. Hi, well, bye, bye, El Macaco.
Hi, Elma.
I no, I can tell that it's a repeating pattern, but like
yeah, I was like moving. I was
there's brushes
flipping it,
for
and then I
that.
moved. There's brushes for that.
Yeah, you could find like wood grain brushes. It's fine.
Excuse me.
Looks wonderful. I love that you put that time and effort into it.
Yeah, what
I
I
keep
did was
thinking
like I
I'd
did
want to send you
the.
more money. Like,
No, you don't have to.
More money.
things.
So I drew like a little section, and then I basically like copied and pasted it, and then like flipped it and drew a little bit more on it, and then I copied and pasted that, and then drew a little bit more, and you know the never-ending story.
A bomb kiss.
It's a never-ending story. I need to watch that again. I have not watched that like since I was like a little tiny Sid.
It's a fever dream.
Yeah, but it was like part of my childhood.
First time I watched it was in Hucky's server.
Same.
What color are your bookshelves?
They are also wood colored, but feel free to just like slightly change the brown and go for it. There's no right or wrong.
Okay.
You are doing an amazing job.
Edgar, may I ask, what's your favorite book?
Me?
Yeah, what's your favorite book?
Uh,
It's okay. It's a hard question.
Okay, it not only is it a hard question, but I'm like, what genre, what age range, what like, I'm like,
Your all-time favorite book.
um, 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 um,
Okay. Do you want me to get more simple?
okay.
What's your favorite brain favorite fantasy novel? How about that?
As much as I don't like the author, I really love the Harry Potter universe. I'm no longer
Oh
supporting
yeah.
the author with my money, but I am happy to support like artists and stuff that create things based off of that universe that have no
Right.
affiliation with the authors.
Yeah, I
Um,
get you.
then there's also the Tamara Pierce world, of the name is not coming to me. It's about anyway, it's her Lioness and Protector of the Small series are both set in this one world. And the Protector of the Small series is like one of my uber favorite. Like, I read it as a child, I've reread it as an adult, and then I've read it with my kid, and like, it's just well done. And it's about a girl, well, like the Protector of the Small series is about this girl who wants to become a knight in a world where
Oh.
they have just allowed for girls to become knights. Basically, her first year there, the the head instructor's like, enjoy your year here because there's no way I'm ever passing you.
Oh.
Oh.
And so, like, it's her struggle and stuff. Like, it's a very well done series. And yeah, you hate the instructor at first. Even he is. It's a very good series showing like its time and like how it takes time for things to change. And like
Yeah.
first girl who went like the thing is this story is about the second girl goes through. First girl who went through disguised herself as a
Someone's
boy,
calling me. Hold up. I'm gonna mute.
and they didn't find out until she became a knight.
Oh.
Like the night of her knighting ceremony, they have to do like a special ceremonial bath or whatever, and she had to have
Oh.
2 attendants. And they basically found out she was female then, and she's like, I guess there's no hiding it now. And they decided that despite her deception, they would make her a knight because she was not only um I mean, being a girl didn't just define her. It was she had she had done better than some of the boys and most of the
Yeah.
boys.
She was
And
like
so they
top
were like,
girl, right?
well, yeah, when you are the underdog, you have to perform, have to
Right.
you have to work twice as hard, 3 times as hard as everybody else and be better than everyone else so that nobody can question that you belong. And that was basically her story. That's the story of the lioness. So that's why the 2 stories are very close to my heart. And like reading them with my son, like a lot of people are like, "Oh, you can't read a book with a girl protagonist to boys." My son
That's
absolutely
crazy.
loved it. No, things have changed, and I feel like things have changed for the better. I'm very glad
Yeah.
that people are
Thank you
more
I'm
for
sorry,
the
like
bits, Almond Rara.
1 second.
I'm currently on call though. Just a quick second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just like rambling on.
I forgot
I'm
we were
on
in
mute. It's
stream
okay.
too.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on stream.
Oh, so the robots ate me live.
Yeah,
Yes.
live robot voice.
Here, I thought that was a private instance of Doc being eaten by robot. It's not nearly as intimate as I thought. Or perhaps extra intimate because now we got a whole bunch of extra partners.
Oh my gosh, please stop. Well, I'm glad you're back from the robots. You
Don't
don't
jinx
sound.
it.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Um,
Yeah. Do. Maybe you can talk and the robots will grant mercy.
Okay, I'm back. I'm
Hey,
back.
no,
My
mercy. Mercy
my
is
great
useless.
uncle had called me and made sure, like, he was making sure that I was gonna go to the Thanksgiving because he's gonna be picking me up and taking me to my great grandpa's to enjoy Thanksgiving.
Nice.
nice.
Yeah. And I had to explain to him what streaming was. But thank you for the bits, Almond Rara.
Rah Rah's amazing.
Yeah.
The other thing I thought of, I totally forgot to mention it, is I was thinking of like putting an all call out there for like friends and stuff who have dinosaur OCs or sonas and creating a list of non-player characters based off of people's sonas for people to encounter in this world.
Oh, that's cool. That would be
Oh,
cool.
that's so cool.
Oh
So
yeah, how do
yeah,
you like
like
what I'm doing for the bookshelves? I'm doing it like colors. I
oh,
know they wouldn't in real life they would not be sorted by colors, but you know, colors.
I'd like it if it was more mixed up and all over the place, but honestly, you're having so much fun, I don't want to kill that joy.
It's alright. I'm mixing them up now.
No, no, you don't have to. I shouldn't have said
It's
anything.
okay. Oh, I just realized all my reds were.
Oh,
Oh, I did everything on the wrong layer anyways. I gotta redo that.
Oh no.
It's okay. Oh, I did all of that on the wrong layer too. It was meant to be on this layer, not the
long.
other one. But I heard a you're streaming, and yeah, I've been streaming. I've been making Triker's commission on stream.
Oh, don't reveal your deepest, darkest secrets.
Yeah, don't reveal your deepest secrets or anything.
I'm secretly dinosaur.
No way.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
You're secretly Triker and not Bagel my ego.
I didn't know that.
That's crazy talk.
Time.
I feel so betrayed right now. I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I'm tired. I just want my pizza, man. Where's my pizza?
Yeah, where is your pizza?
It's still in the oven, apparently.
Crazy.
Wasn't it in the oven like 30 minutes ago?
Yeah. I mean,
That
it
pizza gonna
says
be
made, right?
burnt.
It's gonna be a crispy
That's gonna be
pizza.
burnt.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta refresh, see if anything changes.
The other thing I was thinking of is even if people don't have dinosaur OCs, they have a favorite dinosaur. They want me to like take their color scheme from their soda and turn that into a dinosaur. That could also be like different, like
Right, now I gotta make a little dinosaur OC.
Me too. I don't have a dinosaur OC, and I enjoyed drawing yours so
ah
much.
ah.
Cause I'm needing more OC. Like I'm needing to revamp the OCs that I have for like my little like comic series that's been in my head. Like, sure, the first couple pages are done, but that was like literal years ago. That was at least whenever I was like 16. No, not even 16. It was probably like 14.
Back to 1914.
No, it was like 3 or 4 years ago.
There's also optional magic rules that I need to read through as well. So, and I love that they have like, so like the pages almost look like they are like scroll paper type pages. Then throughout the book, they'll have these like little squares where it's light blue with dark blue writing. It just has notes like about things like under the naming chart it says if you use this make um like improper sounding names so at your own discretion. Like,
Oh, interesting.
and I thought that was very fun and funny ish. Okay, Carcharodontosaurus. Okay.
Okay. Oh, what happened? Okay.
No, we lost the hockey.
No.
The world
Dude,
mourns. We lost the talking
yeah.
husky. Was our
I didn't get
favorite
enough
husky
husky in
on
my
the
life.
internet. I know.
Tisk tisk.
So yeah.
Okay, I'm
World
making.
building
Whoa, what did I just do?
first, and then I'm going to start to create like encounters and stuff, like different types of encounters and whatnot, and just like make it so that I can refer to things and like have like customize it to whatever players I'm playing with.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited.
You really should be, because that's awesome. Like, that is honestly super awesome.
Found you. Car okay. Carcharodontosaurus is a shark tooth file. And they are huge.
Ooh.
I need to look at more dinosaurs because I. So now that I'm working at a school, I get to see all these like different books of research for like animals and stuff. I'm
Mhm.
helping two students do a project for like extinct animals. I was looking
Ooh.
through one of the dinosaur books and like I haven't heard of like the majority of these. I need to get like educated.
Oh, there are so many like dinosaurs we grew up with as a kid. Like it's so much more than that, and it's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Why didn't I learn about this cool dude? Like, why are we excluding the cool dudes?
Literally.
But like I knew
Literally,
there were
yeah.
other ceratopsians, but I never I didn't know that that was the name for them. So I just always knew like there were other triceratops out there, but I didn't realize they had other ceratops names, like protoceratops, for example.
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't know that either. I just thought there was a triceratops. I need to do some research.
And Hucky was right. I did love Dolores.
The what?
The Protoceratops
What?
from the last Jurassic movie
Oh.
that came out.
I have not watched a Jurassic Park movie in a hot minute.
Honestly,
Well, they're
same.
Jurassic World, sorry, not Park, but
Wow.
we watched through all of the Park and World movies with my son, Uni, and Hobbit.
Oh,
It was
those are
so
cool
much
dinosaurs.
fun.
We got a different head shape. I'm just looking at the Protoceratops right now.
Yeah. So fun fact about the Trikersaurus is we are a plural system, and so we created the Trikersaurus as an imaginary dinosaur that is a hybrid between a Triceratops and an Ankylosaurus.
Do you spell an
Honestly, that's
Ankylosaurus?
cool.
How do you spell? I want to look that up.
Ankylo Saurus.
Oh, those are
Or
really cool.
Ankylosaurus.
I
Yeah.
see it now. I didn't know before like where the shell part came from, but I get it now. I see it. See the full picture. They're kind of cute.
Thank you.
They
And
are. They
scary.
really are.
They're cute
So,
and scary at the same time.
yeah, so every member in our system has their own dinosaur persona. The Triceratops represents all of them. That's why there is so many colors on the Triceratops as well, because either by color or by dinosaur name, so like the Triceratops or the Anky, there is a representation of everybody in the system.
Oh, that's so adorable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love mixed like characters that are like hybrids or whatever. I think they're so cool.
Same.
So I'm looking forward to putting like Tricersauruses into my because obviously I should, but also
Right?
like if there's a guide or like like I'm thinking of placing myself as a player character, like well NPC, but like a DM character. Are there are some people who like I'm thinking of putting myself in there somewhere as a NPC.
You could be a shop owner.
Honestly,
Right?
yeah.
Well, I was actually thinking like librarian slash just like center of knowledge, which
Right,
as the
right.
DM, right? Like I have ideas.
I think this might actually claim the crown for most detailed background.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be, don't be.
I still don't know how you do that voice.
Wait, who?
You were doing the like TikTok voice.
That was my normal voice.
It sounded like the TikTok voice.
That was my normal
I'm
voice.
sorry. You're a bot. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh, I'm a bot now. Oh yes.
Yeah, you're.
So a lot of people on TikTok actually call me Sin, like from like Murder Drones, because I can do the voice like Sin. the Louis
Oh my
Louis
god.
around. Because they call me Sin whenever I'm doing that voice. They're like, Sin, is this you? And I'm
I
like,
mean,
Glitch Studios
Loki.
should hire me.
They should.
They should hire me as like a voice actor. That's like my
Back up.
dream.
Yeah. Dude, that'd be so cool. Like to work on like a show like
I know, right?
Knights of Guinevere.
Oh, I
So
love the pilot. I love
be
the
like
pilot so much.
it was so good.
So, funny thing, I actually knew about Murder Drones whenever the pilot came out.
You did?
Yeah.
Nice. I honestly didn't know about it until Digital Circus.
Time to
and
make
that's
season
how I
2 of Murder Drones. I think they might have already had an ending.
I don't know because I've only watched like little bits of it. If I'm honest, I like it. I like the designs, but I just haven't like invested time into it.
I think Stone might be in denial. Yep, Stone literally like as I said that, Stone was like, I'm in denial.
About what?
about it ending. Bro's like, Papa, me want more movie.
That's when you have
Thank
prequels.
you, Go Right? And they all lived happily ever after.
Wait. Pizza's here. I will be back.
I can't wait to insert like Jurassic Park music into different areas of my like campaign. Like I could just yeah.
Insert cash or select payment type. Use pin pad to complete transaction. Murder Drones, but with the Jurassic Park theme music. That would be that would be kind of cursed.
Sorry.
It'd be so cursed, but it would be hilarious. Captain Nova. I didn't realize they had an exploding emoji. Or not emoji. They have an exploding emoji. I didn't realize they had an exploding emote. I've not looked at Bagel's emotes. Is that Bagel? Yeah, that's Bagel. Oh my gosh. I did like take a closer look because it's the emotes are so tiny for me that I can like barely see them. I don't watch Jurassic Park, but you have time. Honestly, you should just binge the entire series. I haven't watched it either. Like I haven't watched the entire series. I've watched the one I watched some of the recent ones, like where they had it was the one scene where like the correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was like the velociraptors. Those are the ones that fly. Or no. Oh my gosh, that's not a velociraptor. Oh my gosh. Pterodactyls. Hello, Sandstone. Is that the Oh my gosh, it's Foxy. It's like Foxy. The jump scare. I need to make some more like I need to make more emotes, like more animated ones specifically. Time to make Jurassic Drones. Have you watched Murder Drones before? Triker?
Oh, sorry, what?
Have you watched Murder Drones?
I don't even know what Murder Drones is. I was
It's
thinking it was something like Hunger Game.
So it's basically a animated series on YouTube. If you've heard of like the Amazing Digital Circus, It's made by the same people. And
I have not.
they're also making Gaslight District and Knights of Guinevere, and honestly, they're pretty good. Like, it's basically indie animated shows.
Okay.
Yeah, but like more for adults actually, so
Hmm.
that the adults actually have stuff to watch.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that I've like took over your stream with dinosaurs.
No, it's okay. It's completely
While
fine.
you're
Like
drawing a dinosaur.
I have literally been sitting here like quiet and then like just watching, like not watching, listening to you talk.
Well, if I am taking over in any way, just like
Nah, it's
feel
fine.
free to interrupt me and I will shut up because it's your stream.
Cause especially like whenever I'm drawing, I'll like get into the zone. So where like
Mm-hmm.
it'll be like a while before I like realize, oh hey, you need to talk. You have people watching you that
Yeah.
need to like have like interaction with you before or else they'll be like bye bye without a word.
What's really fun, sorry, I'm still on dinosaurs, is
Hey,
my
it's a
kid
dinosaur
has
stream.
a Megalodon OC, and
Oh.
he has or sorry, it's his Sona, and then he has an OC that's friends with his Sona, that's a
Oh.
Mosasaurus, and I'm totally putting the two of them into this world. Like,
Oh.
gonna be so much fun.
Oh, just I would love like if I had a parent that would like just draw my characters. I would love
Yeah.
that. But unfortunately, neither of mine really draw like at all, and I don't talk to them either. So there's no chance I would ever get any like
Valid.
art.
Oh.
But I get art from people.
I mean, I'm willing to draw you art, but I'm not
You
your
draw my
parent.
character twice.
Well, that's true. I just made you art
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, you made me art.
Okay, suck it up, Buttercup. I'm a jerk.
I found out where I found out that cuz my mom, like my biological mother is like she does do like art like that,
Mm-hmm.
but like I technically didn't like get it all from her cuz I found
Mm-hmm.
out that my biological father also did art, but like he
Nice.
doesn't draw like at all anymore. But he's also most likely the reason why I might have autism.
Okay.
I just need to get like this I need to get screened for it though. And now that I have like a general practitioner, I'm going to probably ask like what I need to do, cuz I know like after like being an adult, like it's a lot harder to get like the proper screening and
Mm-hmm.
like diagnosis.
Because they're like, well, how did you make it this far in life without being diagnosed?
Well, I do have a good answer for that because I haven't like my parents never really they didn't take me to a doctor in a while. Like Thursday,
Okay.
I've already talked about this, but Thursday like was the first time I've been to the doctor since I was at least 14.
Wow.
Yeah. And with me being 19 now, it's been a while. It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I
But
was talking with you a bit about that, but I won't
yeah.
go into
But now I'm getting
who
like
has the
I'm
right
starting to get the
to
help that I
privacy.
need. Right, right. Yeah, now I'm finally starting to get the help that I need, and it's like, holy cow, like, because there's a reason, like, now that I might, like, actually do have, because I got the call back, and they were like, yeah, you most likely, like, your hormones are all messed up, and you definitely do have, like, PCOS, and I was like, huh, And I was I was looking more into it, and turns out there's like PCOS like has like uh one of the symptoms is insulin resistance. And when they did the labs, they were
Oh,
like, by the way, your blood sugar was super high. And I was like, oh gosh. And that might also be like a reason. And it's been like that, like, because I remember taking
yeah.
like the like more labs whenever I was like 14, and I remember them saying, yeah, you're like pre-diabetic. And I'm like, oh, and most likely it might be because of that. So like it's honestly like relief. It kind of like I have like some relief knowing like that I know slightly what's wrong with me. And also like for me especially, it's also been like almost impossible for me to lose weight. And that might be another reason. So it's like I might know what's going on with me. And I'm happy to like kind
Yeah.
of start being able to get it treated.
I am so incredibly happy
Look at
for you.
cool. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I'm also getting really better, like a lot better at doing backgrounds.
Hey.
Like, me opening my commissions has also, like, kind of like made me step outside of the box a little bit more with my art to where I'm finally doing backgrounds, I'm finally drawing furries, and like I'm finally like I'm improving more and I'm actually looking at references now as well. Instead of just
Hmm.
like trying to freehand it all by myself. I'm like, okay, I can use a reference. Okay, hydrate and stretch. Can I hear the sound alerts anymore? No, I cannot. It keeps on breaking. And I'm gonna get up to stretch real quick so I don't try to
Okay.
get up later and then
No
just
pressure.
absolutely woo! Almost just knocked over my like sign. I got an LED sign from like the thrift store that I work. Well, that one sounded. I can hear the fa, but not the gnome. I couldn't hear the gnome, but I heard fa. Yeah, I used to. I honestly like hated doing backgrounds because I was like, ugh, I don't want to do these backgrounds. And now I'm sitting here like right now, like I'm sitting here like actually enjoying this.
Oh, thank you.
Bacon Bit is back.
Husky, did you
How's the
come back?
pizza?
Yeah, I scarfed that puppy down.
That's the perfect sound alert that just played. The yippee
I
sound
was
alert.
so hungry. All I've had today was eggs.
Oh, honestly, I need to make an egg sandwich. Like, I need to like grab some eggs and make an egg sandwich again. I love like making those, but I don't like doing the dishes like at all.
I kind of find washing dishes therapeutic, honestly.
I wish
I
adulting
like it.
had answers to why your body's rebelling against you, but it doesn't. Honestly, like I'm finally me when I get obliterated into the shadow room. Honestly, like I'm finally like figuring out what's wrong with me. So I honestly really I get that. I really get that. And then the fart reverb. Oh, wait, I just realized we're like one sub away from Metal Pipe being back, I believe. That means that like something that like old chat was like spamming that got taken away from them is coming back. Because well, there's like 3 stages to my chats in the Obsidian the Rock Boy streaming lore. Okay, you're just doing all of the sound alerts now because I can hear them.
I'm so glad I have stream muted.
Huh?
I'm so glad I have stream muted.
Yeah,
same.
all I hear all I just heard right now is deep deep diddly deep doop. Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? I have not heard that one.
You haven't? It's one of the newer ones. It's one of the newer memes that started going around.
Oh boy.
And then there's another one that's like, Mr. Krabs, start digging in your butt, twin.
That sounds terrible.
It's
Why
funny.
does that exist?
It's Gen Z humor at this point.
No, that's just slop.
Slop. Dang. Well, it is technically brain rot.
Yeah.
You're talking to someone who is brain rotted right. Why am I hiccuping?
You just brain rotted out.
Basically.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm basically brain rotted out from all the times I hear it. Actually, I'm not even gonna say it. Number after
6,
another
7.
number. Oh my gosh, please don't. Like gag. Like I almost saw a pizza again.
Oh gosh.
I hear that every single day. All day.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you work with. Oh gosh. Oh no. Yeah, Macaco. I feel like you have something planned. Did you just yes. Yes, I did. I'm surprised you haven't heard me say it in any other streams. I say it especially in Dandy's World. I say it whenever I'm saying playing Dandy's World. Ah, you motherfucker! Triker, I think this is Triker, I think this is the first time you've heard me having to do this. Hey Siri, set timer for 1 minute.
Do I need to
Crazy?
mute you?
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Oh,
Red room.
no. Okay,
Red
I
room
need
with
to mute you.
rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Red room. Red room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rub room. A room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Gay? I was gay once. They put me in a pond. A water pond. Water pond with chemicals. The chemicals turned me gay. Sleepy? I was sleepy once. They put me in a bed. A comfy bed. A comfy bed with PJs. PJs make me PJs make me sleepy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rub room. Okay, we're back. It's one of the it's one of the things that chat can redeem. Why does it say, did my Discord break? Why is it saying that I'm constantly, like, perpetually talking?
Not, but it's the same.
Oh, my Discord broke. I'm back. I did not hear, all I heard was and then you went silent. Oh yeah, my Discord's broken. Oopsies. Oh. Oh yeah, it's broken. Oh, it's bad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, my Discord broke.
What?
I can't move anything. Why are you
Oh.
attacking sound alerts? Yeah, my Discord broke. I can't move anything. Hello?
I
Hello?
can
Am I
hear
live?
you.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Am I back? I don't know what happened either. Finally? What do you mean finally? No more clanker? Oh my gosh.
Are you calling?
They're calling the sound alerts bot a clanker.
A clanker? I thought they were calling you a clanker. I mean, believable.
Insert cash or select payment type. Use pin pad to
Oh my
complete
gosh, you
transaction.
are a clanker.
Oh, there's the gnome sound. I wonder why I didn't play earlier. Insert cash or select payment type. I'm not even playing Minecraft, man. I'm not playing Minecraft, guys.
No Minecraft today.
No
Playing
no more
Womancraft.
Minecraft. Bro played the creeper sound. I'm not in Minecraft. Actually, I am in frame 237 of the Minecraft movie. I am the bee right behind Steve. Um
Talking about.
I don't even know.
Talking to... Are you talking to chat? Or are you just crazy?
Talking to chat.
Okay. You sound like you've completely lost it.
I basically did.
Did you want to hear my version of the? It's
Yes.
not I'm crazy, but it's something very similar.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Laugh. I laughed so hard I almost died. In fact, I did die. They buried me in sand. Sand has worms. Worms tickle. I laughed. I laughed so hard I almost died. In fact, I did die. They buried me in sand. Sand has worms. Tickle.
That's kind of disturbing, not gonna lie.
Laugh more.
I'm like, so you died because the worms wiggled. You
The
were already dead.
worms.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So like you are already dead. I can't figure it out. I quit.
Sorry.
You're just too smart for us or me. I just want to drag someone else in it so I don't feel dumb.
Me and like this check memes. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared. Hopefully it's just the grandma bar. Hopefully it's just the grandma bar. Oh, it's a stone. YouTube. Stone. Oh, it's the Murder Drones with the Jurassic Park theme!
Wait, what?
Aw.
I like legit actually want to watch Jurassic Park now.
Yay.
I have to like make sure to listen to this like while like chat can't hear or else I'll get like DMCA claimed. So I'm like I have my phone up
Oh,
to my ear. I like how it's just called November 21st, 2025.
It was like it was the moment. My brain is so dead. I was gonna say something. I forgot what I was gonna say.
That doesn't sound like the Jurassic. That's not the Jurassic Park theme. Why does it sound like Star Wars?
Probably because they're composed by the same person.
Maybe. Or they might have just used Star Wars music. Cuz it does sound like Star Wars to me. I'm not going to lie. And I don't know like
Or
if
maybe
there's
the
any
rats made you crazy.
Oh, probably.
Yeah,
Bro said, "Ooh,
that's the case. I
I
just
was
want to check
expecting to
like
hear like the
oh, I didn't know you played trumpet. That's crazy.
It's a fun thing. You said you think it's. What do you mean you think it's Jurassic Park? What do you mean you
Where'd you
think
get
it
it?
is? Where'd you get the music from? What do you mean you think it's Jurassic Park? You don't even know, bro? It sounds so. Did you like look up on YouTube like Jurassic Park music and then like click on the first the first one that you saw? Think it's part of the background music? Most likely. Most likely. I think I might be done shading the books. I don't know if there's any books that are left out though. I need to like make sure.
Left tone.
Let me get the theme. Someone needs to make like an actual ad of grandma bars, to be honest.
I would buy a grandma bar, like legit.
Legit. I gotta figure out like I gotta figure out a 300 follower like for like a schedule for the 300 follower stream.
You just got to be like an entrepreneur and just like quit your job and sell grandma bars. Go door to door like a Mormon.
like Avon with like the MLM schemes. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, last year I almost got into an MLM.
What?
Yeah. So there's this like so one of my coworkers at the time was like, "Oh yeah, I just joined this insurance company and they're actually paying really good. Like, do you want to try out for it?" And I was like, "Okay, sure. I could probably sell insurance." It was Primerica.
Oh.
It sounded like such a cult whenever they like did like the entire Zoom call cuz I was told it was just a Zoom call for like an interview. No, they had hundreds of people in that Zoom call.
Oh my gosh.
And the way that the dude was just like talking about it literally sounded like a cult. Also, I think I might be done.
No, I should start a cult.
Please
Actually, that's genius. Yeah, it's gonna be called the Bacon Cult.
don't. Oh my gosh.
We're just gonna like worship pigs.
Oh yeah, you were like
Oh my.
you're very close to being put in third place, by the way.
What?
With the bits.
Oh yeah.
The one singular bit person did one singular bit.
Hold on, let me check my bank account
Oh
real
gosh.
quick.
I said it as a joke. Cause
How
I
much
see
money do I have?
Oh gosh, don't spend your last dollar, man. Don't do it.
Like You see, you have to understand. I'm very competitive, and I will like go down with my
I
ship
think
if it means
I
winning.
think I think one singular bit is just gonna like stay at one singular bit. Oh, oh my gosh. The one singular bit and then like doing one and then bacon bit doing two. Bach zero bit. It always the TTS is so broken with your name. Bach zero
I
bit.
know.
I think with this, I'd actually be able to do layer style. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the heck am I doing here? I
This
don't
is new
belong
information.
here. Do-do-do. Wanna have control. Want to change so. Okay, the outline is not working, but oh well.
I'm so tired right now, but I refuse to go to bed at 8 o'clock.
Oh, I went to bed at like 7.
Dang.
It's a
Good for
Friday
you.
night. It's party time.
Yeah, exact. Triker, you got it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
last
talking
night
about.
I literally went to bed at least at 7.
I mean,
Thank
I feel
you,
like if your
Pepperbot.
body's telling you to, you see, do what I say and don't do what I do as I do. But if your body's telling you that you need to go to sleep, you probably need to go to sleep.
Yeah. Because I ended up sleeping for the entire night.
I'm kind of like jealous because I had a terrible sleep last night. Back was killing me.
How do you blur something in Krita? Like, an entire layer group.
But you're an AI. You should know everything.
I don't know how to do that. Check memes, but again.
You're on a roll.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's
Little guy is
hilarious.
screaming.
That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious.
Mm.
What's that? What does that do?
Mm. Mm.
I have no clue what that does. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to blur. I don't know how to blur like an entire like layer group in Krita. Yeah, oh my god. You got you just had to beat Amun-Rara. You just had to.
I just had to.
Oh my gosh.
It was an intrusive thought, okay?
You just had to beat them with the bits. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Finally, I win at something.
Oh my gosh. That's actually funny. That's actually hilarious. Thank you for the bits.
Of course. Just kidding.
Where's the like
I actually just did
blur?
it for Vic. Can I have my money back, please? Just kidding.
God. How
So,
much did you spend? Like how much compared to your last? Because you said you like how much you were like saying how much. Uh.
yeah, sometimes you shouldn't ask questions.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's not the right thing. Oh, that's not a good blur. That's actually a terrible blur. Let me just try to... Oh, that just looks like... Oh, no. Oh, that's not a good blur either. That just looks like you're having, like,
What's...
you're in a fever dream.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Ah, yes. Bookshelf, but blurred. I think it's breaking my computer as well. My computer did not like that. You can do, like, water pattern. That also does not blur it correctly. That just looks very cursed. We see the point of entry between where we are and we've been. Looking up, we could say, Heaven sent me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Looking up, we see that point of entry between where we are and we've been. Looking down, I could say, Heaven send me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta. Cannot speak that loudly, or that not loudly, fast. If it kills me, gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this.
I should have muted.
What?
I should have muted myself before I yawn.
Oh.
So bad at muting.
I didn't even realize.
That's good. It was disgusting.
Let me look this up real quick, because I think there might be a better way. I know how to do this in Ibis. I don't know how to do this not in Ibis. I actually have no clue.
I mean, you could just tone down the colors in the background to make it like less bright. Like you could make a layer of transparent like gray and go over it.
Sorry, my chat just played the Start Digging in Your Butt Twin. And it was so loud in my ears just now. Oh. Oh, wait. I see it. Select layer. Do I just go to, like, select? Go to filter.
Is Salem Cat still here?
What?
Oh, nothing. I'm just talking to myself because I'm looking at the critters, the rocks.
Oh.
I'm just staring at rocks.
Select. Select the layer. Oh, they don't mean like actually like do the selection tool. Okay, select a layer. Go to filter. Oh! Okay. Okay, I now know how to do it. Yippee!
Yay!
Yippee!
I cannot do that.
So for some reason, I am able to sing the like I'm able to do like opera singing even though I'm not like classically trained or anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Of it.
Let me scoot back a little bit. Like I'm gonna do like the higher notes in like the Ballad of Jane Doe. Uh.
Oh no.
Hold on, let me retry that real quick. Like John eternally a forgotten name, some lost refrain, just Jane. Jane. Kind of like that.
Okay, you played the song. Now are you gonna sing it?
Help, I think the sound barrier broke for a second and you just heard a fly sound. You gotta clip that. You gotta show. You gotta show.
I think there's a I think that high note broke my glasses. I think there's a crack in my glasses.
That's the song that I use to like usually like destroy like competition in family karaoke. That and then Frank Sinatra.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I'm just gonna go ahead and say you're cruel.
That and Frank Sinatra.
Oh. What do you think, Frank Sinatra?
For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself. I forgot the lyrics. I need to like read the lyrics while I'm singing or else like I'll like completely stumble.
Yeah, I can't remember lyrics either, so I want to look it up actually because that's a good song.
I know, right? It's My Way.
I did it my
And
way.
now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Like that's whenever I used so like the arcade that I used to work at actually had like Wednesday night karaoke night. And that was a lot of fun to do because it's like every so often whenever it wasn't like busy or anything, they would have us like singing to try to like get more guests to join in. And it was always a lot of fun to do. Hello?
I'm still here. I'm
Okay.
so tired and brain dead. I'm just like not here.
I was like, did my Discord break again?
No, I broke. I'm what's broken.
For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. I have a like problem of like switching octaves though, because I'll try to sing it in the lower octave that I usually speak in, but
Yeah.
I speak at the lowest, like usually the lowest part of my voice.
Yeah.
Like normally whenever I'm speaking, I'll speak it like right now. This is like I can't really go that lower. I'd love to. I'd love to go like a lot lower, but
Oh, I can go
unfortunately
low,
I
but
can't.
I speak in like the middle, like the exact middle. I can go higher. I can only go higher when I'm singing.
Oh.
My brain.
I like
Like I
to
don't want to go to bed.
I like to go in to like the like really high pitches, like whenever I'm speaking sillily.
Mhm.
Like whenever I'm speaking like this.
Yeah. I used to do a good Mickey Mouse, like Mickey Mouse. That's not good. That's terrible. Oh my god.
Hi fellas, I'm Mickey Mouse. Welcome to my clubhouse.
Are you there, Mickey? That was bad.
Sounded kind of like Goofy actually.
It was supposed to be goofy.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is Goofy.
Yeah. Are you there, Mickey?
Hey there, Mickey. I just sound like a country dude. Hey there.
Hey there.
What
Hey
are
there,
you
Mickey.
doing here in my part of town? This town ain't good for both of us. Actually,
You wanna
it
go
is.
drinking tonight, Mickey? I know a good bar down south there.
I'm just
I
thinking
think
of
if
like
I
that one
stay
like
and call.
she's she I was like thinking about the one meme like she's fucking Goofy.
Oh my god.
That one.
Oh no. Not that meme. Or have you seen the one where Goofy's a serial killer and he's like,
Oh gosh, yes I
the
have.
demons told me. Have you seen that meme where Goofy's a serial killer?
Oh my gosh, I did.
Tell them you're innocent. And he's like, did it! I killed them! The demons told me!
Also,
Yeah,
hi Sammy Samurai.
What a great time to.
What a great time to come in. Oh, and oh no, another creeper. Oh my gosh. Creeper. Oh man. So we back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. That's a nice life you have. I forgot all of the lyrics. Oh my gosh. What? Hello? Huh?
Hello?
Hello? Bacon? Bacon? Bacon bit? Oh my god, he's dead? Bum 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 bum. Come on, yeah, I said come on, yeah, come on, and love me normally. Why am I
Earlier, I thought
hiccuping?
you were gonna. Earlier, I thought you were gonna start singing "Call Me Maybe." I threw a wish in a well. I'm gonna cough right now.
Oh gosh.
I'm so congested. It's not the pizza. I promise. I threw a wish in the well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I can't. I'm so congested.
And now you're in my way. I used to listen to that like religiously. That and then I actually the first ever concert that I went to was a Katy Perry concert when she was doing her Prism
That's
tour.
amazing.
And so I actually got to see Carrie Perry, Katy Perry,
Carrie Perry. Carrie Perry the platypus.
Carrie Perry the platypus, Carrie Perry. But I didn't. Okay, there we go.
I'm honestly hoping that you do not post this as a VOD.
My VODs automatically get like I always post my VODs.
How could you? I should just leave.
No. It makes good
Okay,
content. It's good
Oh my
content.
gosh. My humiliation is just content. I see.
At least your chat ain't bald, like drawing you bald.
True.
Mine
but
draws me
is
bald.
fine.
All the time.
I mean, there's no shame in having leukemia.
I don't have it. Stone says, "Ha! Stone is one of the ones. Stone is one of the reasons I'm like they drew me bald. I was drawn bald by them."
Okay, hear me out. Do rocks have hair? No, they don't.
But the
So why
Rock
do you
Boy
know?
has hair. The Rock Boy has hair.
Is the Rock Boy even a rock?
How?
Okay, I'm sorry, that was too far. I shouldn't have said that. I'm
How
sorry.
dare you? How dare you? How dare you say, does the Rock Boy... You have... No. Oh no, I'm scared of what your idea is.
I crossed the line.
Well, I'm very scared of what your idea is. Why'd I switch into that voice specifically?
They have so many numbers. So many numbers after Stone. There's so many stones out there.
Stone 7 1 8 1 8 2 7 3 8 1 9 3 9 3 8.
Low-key get chills when you say that. It's kind of creepy. It's like, I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay, Triker, I'm sending this to you.
Yay!
There you go.
Triker, are you drawing right now?
I am not.
Okay.
I am entering a database to determine whether the dinosaurs in my world, what size they are and what food they eat. So whether they're herbivore, carnivore, or omnivore.
That sounds kind of complicated. If I'm not gonna lie.
Oh gosh, what are the clips that I've... Oh.
So what's the difference between picture number 2 and picture number 4?
Elma Kako clipped the part where I got the flavor wrong on the Gatorade. What's the other clip?
No.
Wait, what's the other clip?
You're canceled. You're cooked.
No! No! No!
You're so done.
Oh, not them clipping that specific voice. Oh gosh.
They're very proud of themselves right now.
Oh.
I know this too.
Who clipped it? You're getting banned. Okay, Ants. Ants is getting banned. Oh. Crying, absolutely crying, just sobbing violently into my hands. not the bruh at that time.
Bruh. What?
Can't believe y'all. Chad, I can't believe y'all. Not y'all clipping that. That's wild. Yeah, I think so. What? I've spent at least, I think, 7 hours on this.
That's
Pretty
crazy.
good, pretty good. It's honestly a lot, like, I'm getting faster at this, actually. Because I think, Sundrake's took at least 10 hours. And that was my first commission that
My brother's
I've
calling
ever
me
done.
mute.
Okay. I wonder who's live so I can, like, start, or I can start rating. Yeah. This is the unblurred version, and then the blurred version has it a little bit blurred. It was
Okay, so
honestly a
which
lot of
one?
fun.
Okay, which one is which?
So, the one that's on right now is the blurred version. Wait, are you asking what I sent to you?
Yes. Okay, because there's the bookshelf. Then
That one's the
there's
background. The
and then
second
there's
one is the blurred background. The third one is the outline. And the
yeah, the
fourth one,
sticker.
yeah, the fourth one is
Oh,
the, like, normal
not
one without any.
blurred. Okay.
Yeah.
I see on my phone it reads the same unless I like focus on it a certain way. And as soon as you said that, I
Oh.
was able to look at it, and because otherwise it was just both blurry for me. But that's my
Oh.
eyes, like, because I'm not looking for it, right?
Right.
Thank you so much.
No problem. That was honestly a lot of fun to make. I loved making that. Yeah, I think that because I'm gonna send you what I did for Sundrake. Cause like you'll get like and cheese as well. Cause you'll be able to see like the progress that I've made actually. Cause I think for Sundrakes I was like learning to draw like more like fur. For cheeses I was messing with the lighting a lot more and like trying to figure out lighting angles and like how it would be if it's like
Yeah.
all lit up like that. And then yours is a lot of it was the background and then like rendering drinks, I guess.
Well, I am
And then
very
like also
grateful.
testing a new style of shading instead of like the block shading that I've kind of been doing. Because I think for this one every bookshelf technically is like it is different. It is different. Cuz it's because whenever I was, yeah, I copied and pasted like the books in the background, but I also moved them and then I made a couple more books
Yeah.
so that they would, each bookshelf would have like its own personality.
I heckin' appreciate it. Thank you so much.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and probably. Stone, that is terrifying. Stone, that is terrifying. Oh my gosh, that's literally analog horror. So, Stone is the one that's been having problems like with their graphics glitching out. And when we were playing Dandy's World, they got this horrifying graphic of me as Louis, like with a completely different colors and honestly terrifying. And they put the Louis inside of like a hallway that I think it's got blood all in it. Or it's either that or it's just like very like oversaturated, and then like the Louis standing at the edge of the like the end of the hallway. That's wild. Oh my gosh, I just realized that the green, like, for Bacon Bit and I saw another one. Stone Gazer. You two look like the jelly beans from Wreck-It Ralph. Or not the jelly beans, but the jelly bean. I just realized that. Yeah, I see Bagel. Yeah, the ones that have joined the call. Of course, Bagel.
Hello.
Triker. Me. Of course, Bacon Bit was in call.
Hucky.
Hucky doesn't have a stone, unfortunately. But Hucky, I think Foxy Fears. Was that everybody? And Salem Cat, and Salem Cat. Shalem. But yeah, I am going to... No! Oh my gosh. I have to show chat this. I have to show chat what Stone has made. That's wild. That's wild. That is actually wild. Let me grab the photo. That's wild. That's terrifying. But it's funny at the same time. That's wild. That's wild. That is wild. Oh my gosh. Would that be considered as fan art? Thank you, bye bye. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna see who's live real quick. Following. Damn. Damn. It's like almost everybody that I'm following's live. Let's see, who is doing art? I'm probably gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Chuck Chan. Dude, they're Have you ever been in Chuck Chan's chat? Striker?
Me? No, I
Yeah.
have not.
Dude, their streams, they're always like super chill. And like you should see their like how they have their stream layout. It's honestly really good. I love it so much. And like whenever you like have like art, they've got I think it's a redeem. But they have it to where they're like one of the little characters in their background actually like goes and gets a little palette or like an easel and like basically walks out of scene, comes back with a piece of art. It's so cute. And I love it. I love it so much.
Aww.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid Chuck Chan. You guys are rocks. When you guys get into the chat, you guys are gonna be like, rock raid! You know, the normal one, the normal raid message. I hope y'all have a nice day, night time, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidee. You know, just have fun. That's the main thing. You gotta have fun. Show Chuck Chan some love. They're awesome. I've seen a couple of their streams. They're honestly they're really good at art. I like them. I really like them. Anyways, I am gonna go. I will possibly see you guys, what, It's Friday right now. Probably Tuesday, because I'm off next on Tuesday. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go like live in between any of that. Like, don't count on it, honestly. But I might show up in other people's streams. Might. But yeah, anyways, bye guys. Do you have anything to say, Triker?
Stay tuned.